Every time I look at you, ooh, there can be no mistake. I've got my ways out of time. Where you gonna run? 'Cause you love the games that I play.
Next time, please don't bluff.
I'll be so cold. I'll lead you into the fire.
Ecco.
Think by now you should know you're going.
Living a dream.
So far, so good.
You know I'm taking you.
Thank you, guys.
Nothing more you
Stavic takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. Vicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are here for day 4 of the EPT Prague main event live from Kings Casino at the Hilton Prague. 30 players remain from a starting field of 1,267. Today we play down to 9. That's the ambition at least. We will play 6 full levels otherwise, potentially another 12-hour day. And the room looking a little bit emptier. Now we are down to the final 4 tables. Join in the conversation. Use the live chat on Twitch or YouTube. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Joe, surprisingly, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but the bigger the field, the less the chance there is that we are going to see plenty of big names, proficient pros, and yet we still have a lot of talent in this field.
Yeah, very, very popular talent. Maybe not even a lot of it, but huge, huge fan favorites.
Including Tonka, who you see there in the green hat. Now, Parker is on the first table to break. That's why he will not be on the feature table.
Oh, Lord.
But I don't think you're going to be disappointed when I show you the lineup we've got on the main stage today. And bear in mind that we are probably going to get to see all of the remaining players at some point as we change feature table, as the field thins. There will be a redraw when we get to 16, when we get to the final 2 tables. And then, of course, the field will merge when we're down to the final 9, and that's where we'll finish play today. These are the chip leaders coming in to day 4. Luigi Del Tero from Italy, the biggest stack with just over 3.5 million. Javier Gomez, who dominated so much of yesterday, sits in 2nd place right now. Tonka, officially 6th in chips. Antoine Saut, also inside the top 10. Blinds will be 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. We continue to play 90-minute blind levels. And as I said, we could play up to 6 levels today in our quest to get down to a single table of 9. And obviously, with every elimination, the prize money is getting bigger. Total prize pool here in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event, 6.1 million euros. And by the end of today, we should start to hit some of these numbers. 10th place, getting just shy of 75k. More than 100 grand for 8th place. 6-figure scores for pretty much everyone at the final table, bar the winner, who will get a 7-figure score, more than €1 million up top, plus, of course, the EPT Prague main event trophy.
So the goal is to get to that 10th, maybe even 9th place money today.
The idea is to try and get down to a single table. Tomorrow we'll come back with 9, play down to 4, and then that earlier start time that we highlighted a few minutes ago on Sunday, final day, live at 11 a.m. Central European time, playing down from the final 4 to a winner, all done and dusted, trophy presented and lifted in time for the World Cup final, which starts at 4 p.m. local time. Well, let's see who we are hosting at the feature table. Let's see some of the faces at the first feature table.
I'll allow it.
Tim Adams.
Tim looked quite exhausted by the end of the day yesterday. Oh, he's pulling out the fisherman's friend. I wonder if he's got it.
Connor Beresford also on the main stage. And in answer to Sheriff Cod watching on Twitch, yes, C. Darwin 2 is at the feature table. Simon Matson is in the 8th seat. So these are the players we'll be watching for at least the first level of the day. Let's introduce our guest commentator for this first session of play. I think it's fair to say that EPT 2022 has been pretty kind to him. Second place finish in the Estrellas main event in Barcelona. Second place finish in the EPT London main event. And a final table appearance at the record-breaking Eureka main event just a few days ago. Jack Sinclair, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hey, buddy.
Good to be here.
You know, I agree with you when you said the EPT 2022 has been good to him, and then you said 2 second-place finishes, and I was like, or maybe it's been terrible to him.
Yeah, not good enough to make it into the opening montage, I noticed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Maybe if I tried a little harder.
And obviously, I get at the time, and it probably happened in Barcelona and in London, there is that obvious disappointment at not being able to actually just close the deal and finish first. But then you actually look at your bank balance at the end of the year and think, actually, I can't really complain.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to complain.
No.
But I have done a lot of it.
There's certain people you can complain to, I'm sure, and this audience would be not one of them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get much sympathy
No.
from the Twitch chat. But yeah, I mean, obviously, very happy with this year. It's been probably the best year of my career so far. So, you know, not having any trophies after that is kind of, you know, bittersweet. But
I understand.
Isn't your career like 4 years long at this point, though?
Well, yeah, I mean, live poker, yeah, I guess. Like that. We'll call it 5.
I would say that, again, I'd have more sympathy if you'd, like, never actually had a win. But I believe the World Series of Poker Europe main event was yours a few years back.
Yeah, I can console myself with knowing that it is possible to get first. But the EPT trophy is so nice, and they were all the 3 big, you know, the nice big, not those the little spadey ones, like the big ones
The
with
shards.
Yeah, I even prefer the national ones because they're silver, they're more rare.
Right.
You know, I was quite disappointed about that, but then okay, main event's still good. But
Well, it doesn't appear as if your hot streak is over anytime soon. So,
well, I'm out of the main. But this is a pretty sick table.
Yes. And obviously a lot of support for players like Connor and Tim Adams, and of course C. Darwin 2, such an online beast, such a fan favourite. How much experience do you have playing against any of these guys?
Well, I've played against C. Darwin online, obviously, everyone has. Bigger, I played with in the Estrellas for a bit. Timothy Adams obviously played with a lot live. Here and there, very good. Very good player. Connor as well online back in the day, but not so much recently. So yeah, pretty much know about half the table, I think.
well, Simon Matson doing some Simon Matson stuff here.
This guy I played with a lot, actually.
Gomez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live stops. Plays a lot.
I feel like Gomez has always sort of been on the, not the sidelines, but just the sides of our broadcast. Like, has appeared plenty of times.
I was kind of hoping that you'd have brought the Chippopotamus with you.
Oh, yeah, I've got him.
Fantastic!
Of course. I'm going to go play the 10K afterwards, so...
Love it.
Oh, man, he just put that on my computer, which means either I'm about to get real lucky or you're done.
I already told you I didn't cash the main, so I'm done anyway. It's
I love the detail on this.
The hippo is useless now.
Actual baby hippos look pretty similar to this, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, it's basically a carbon copy, pretty much.
Nice.
Shrunk down a bit.
So second hand of the day. First hand was raise and take it for Matson. Bigo deciding to fold the 3s. Matson with 7-5 of hearts.
You don't go from playing 16 tables online to 1 table live and fold 7-5 suited. It's just not something that's going to happen.
Tim Adams folding king 8 on the button. Gomez with ace 9 in the small.
A somewhat tight fold from Adams there, I'd say. Could think about 3-betting.
Obviously, who you're 3-betting is a consideration, right? Maybe, I was going to say, maybe a little less likely to 3-bet this fella, but Gomez seems relatively fearless with the 3.36 million chips.
Yeah, I mean, the spot is much better for Gomez to 3-bet because he can raise, call versus Matson's shove a bit more liberally than Adams can. It's basically all of Adams' stack.
Right.
I still think I would have 3-bet king 8 suited. I would just expect Simon to be opening really, really loose, like looser than perhaps he should be for his stack size, just on the basis that everyone's going to play tight versus him because he's C. Darwin.
As an amateur player, I can go like, oh, it's the first couple of hands I just got here. I don't really want to go broke on the first hand. Is that a consideration for these players at all? I mean, not as much, I'm sure, but still a consideration, right?
No, it certainly makes a difference. If you've got to be willing to fight on the first hand, and a lot of players turn up and they're still sort of
right.
They play a bit sleepy,
Not warmed up yet.
Yeah.
You will have noticed, by the way, the field ticker has dropped down to 28. I can tell you that 2 eliminations out in the field.
Wow.
Dmitry Shepkin bust in 30th. He gets 23,000 euros. Pierre de Almeida went out in 29th. He also cashes for 23K. So we're 4 eliminations away from being down to 3 tables. It's this weird thing. It happens in every single poker tournament, live and online. You get to that last level of the night, and everyone pretty much shuts down. And every hand just seems to be inconsequential for an entire hour and a half. You come back the next day, and suddenly everyone's ready to play, and you lose 10 players before you know it.
Yeah, the psychology is real.
I mean, you don't want to bust on the last hand, right?
No, exactly. Even though it really, in the scheme of the universe, it doesn't make a difference. But there is the psychology of, hey, I'm going to make it to day 4. I'm not going to go broke on the... It's more painful to go broke on the last hand of day 3 than the first hand of day 4, for some reason.
I actually did bust on the first hand of day 4 in this tournament in March. Well, okay, I didn't actually bust. I lost like 95% of stack.
The hand that did all the damage.
Yeah.
Was it a spot that you did not have to take, or was it a standard?
I had kings.
Okay. Yeah. No, you had to take that spot.
I could have skipped it because I ran to my seat because I was outside
no.
and I saw there was like 30 seconds left before we started.
No.
But I was in the big blind, so I ran and played the first hand.
Sliding doors.
One of the things we've been blessed by at EPT Stops this year is pretty strong rails. And in both Barcelona and London, having friends and family of finalists there. And obviously, we talked to your dad in London. And I particularly enjoyed his comment that you becoming a professional poker player meant that he lost his drummer.
Yeah, I mean, that's still his biggest reservation about my life choices.
And you can tell he's saying it kind of as a joke, but also you can tell, yeah, there's still like kind of an open wound there. It's like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, every time I go back to London, he's always asking me, oh, well, could you stay like a few days extra? We've got this gig coming up, you know, maybe you could play. And I played a couple of gigs this year with his band.
I think that was in one of my discarded questions from EPT London that I didn't get to ask you. It's kind of weird to have a musical career as your backup plan.
Yeah.
It's usually
That used to be the joke, actually. I say, yeah, I do music for money, and I play poker on the side. That's my real passion. But yeah, now it is the other way around, as it should be, I guess.
As we see a blind v blind battle with the same hands, you'll notice we've gone down to 26 because Imed Mahmoud has gone out in 28th place and Henod Tekla has gone out in 27th. So Mahmoud cashed for 23k, Tekla out for 26,400. Now we're 2 eliminations away from being down to 3 tables.
Oh, that's a redraw, huh?
No redraw at 24.
Oh.
Redraw was done overnight, so when we get to 24, we will just break a table. First redraw will be when we get to 16.
Excellent.
Nothing more frustrating than having a redraw like 15 minutes into the day.
Look how much I really had at the end of last day, because I'm not sure, like, I probably counted it wrong. But,
Everything's all thrown off with this particular setup because of the way we're dancing around the World Cup.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Jack, that obviously in London, we kind of felt that it was like civilized poker. We were playing like decent days where we were finishing in time to go to dinner.
One day we had tea.
Yeah.
I know. Whereas here, it's like 12 hours of play for 3 consecutive days. It's like Barcelona-type poker.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, London was very strange. When I left and it was still, I could still see like the sky. It wasn't dark out, and
yeah.
I didn't know what to do. I just walked through Hyde Park, just sort of called some people. What are you doing? They're like, I'm at work. Oh, okay. Guess I go home.
A couple of questions I want to address in chat. Furniture asks, what does redraw mean? Sorry. It just means they mix up all the seats where everyone's sitting. They make it so that you're not in the same seat for days and days at a time.
And also, again, I know there's a few people who've joined late, disappointed not to see Tonka, Parker Talbot on the main stage, but Tonka is at the table that will break next, and we can't have the feature table break midway through a level. It causes all manner of problems.
It's just not possible.
So open-ended straight draw for Tim Adams as Mattson dominated. More than a 4-1 favourite here.
This looks like a decent check raise candidate for Mattson. Could also check call, but I mean, against a big bet, you could check fold. I don't think there's any folding versus this size. Quite interested to see what he does here. I think I would mostly check raise this hand.
Chuck's T on YouTube asking, why did Bigot leave? He had a meeting. No, we're basically, in addition to there being kind of a reshuffling of the players at the tables, we also keep the tables balanced. So obviously we had too many players at one table, not enough at the other. So Bigot was due to take the big blind next at this table, so he got moved to one of the outer tables where they didn't have enough players.
Yeah, I mean, if they lost all 4 of those players from the same table, it's going to require some
jiggery pokery.
That's right.
Tim Adams checking back, and the 8 for Mattson on the river, but it does give Adams the straight.
Right, I'm expecting check, bet, shove. That would be exciting.
Check.
Check, bet, raise. Maybe not shove, but shove is nice. I mean, Simon's hand is pretty bad at this point. You know, he has a pair, but it's like if Tim checks back turn and then bets river. I mean, obviously it's just a bluff catcher. I don't think it's a very good one. Only blocking Jack 10. But the bluffs for Tim was like King Jack kind of hand.
200.
That is almost full pot.
So, yeah, I imagine Mattson will either fold or shove. I can't really see this hand being a call. Like, he still has he could call with like 9, 10 or something. That would be better. I think.
Well, I like that fold has entered the equation.
I'm more interested in if he decides to shove here, what Tim Adams would then do with a straight on a flushy paired board.
Yeah, Tim will be in the blender.
Yeah,
pretty heavily. I mean, the problem is that there's a distant possibility Simon could do that with Jack 10 himself. So it would be pretty hard to fold. Also, Mattson doesn't really have many full houses here. It's a big problem for him. Like, he has 8s, and then that's it, I guess. Like, slow played queens pre 9s, slow playing flop, I don't see. So really, Mattson just only has flush for value. So yeah, I would have been interested to see what happens. But yeah, I think it's probably a good fold there. I mean, Tim's going to check back a lot of flush draws on the turn, so.
Well, Tim Adams playing 1.26 million of 50 big blind stacks, playing slightly above a 50 big blind average at the moment with 26 players remaining. Easing into day 4.
It's kind of weird there were no side events going on. What time's the 10K start, Jack?
Now, I think, or half an hour ago or so.
Or maybe it's in the upstairs room. It's eerily quiet in this main room.
Well, I say we're half an hour behind, right? So I think
that's right.
By now you mean?
Now I mean 20 minutes in the future. In
yes,
got it.
The past.
Yes, I think the high roller is at 12:30, so 1 o'clock our time we'll start to see people come into that room. When did you ever see a high roller show up, like even 1 minute
I was gonna say,
before a tournament started?
It's not like they're going to be sitting at the table waiting for the for the cards to be dealt.
Most of them like register at like 5 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so blasé I'm doing commentary.
I don't know how the high rollers feel about it, but in a little bit of live poker I've been playing, when I register early and it's like 3 or 4 handed, I'm just like, man, do I really want to get in some crazy confrontation because it's 3-handed? We're short-handed.
Well, let's see what happens in this 3-handed battle here. Beresford with top set, and Drost has got the case king in his hand.
Drost's in big trouble.
Well, 200K in the middle, and he has bet 75,000. Mattson has folded. Beresford will not fold.
Bold prediction, James.
I know. I don't like to put my neck out that often, but I feel on this occasion.
You know what? I'll take the other side.
Okay, fine. How much?
He could just have a bad feeling. Are we allowed to gamble on site?
Well, just calling. He's giving himself the option to fold.
Right, later on.
Yeah.
Boy, yikes.
Okay, so the board just got a little bit straighter and flushier, and it has given Drost a street flash draw.
I imagine he'll check back here. There's not too much to gain by betting other than like getting Queen Jack to call, which is probably worth it. And you do have a pretty sweet draw. So you can just build a pot for the times you hit.
That's what I'm thinking of, is building the pot, yeah. But I tend to think whatever your first instinct is probably the right one, Jack.
I'm starting to doubt myself now. Maybe it is a good bet. I mean, King 9 on its own would be a pretty natural check back here, but with the diamond draw...
And the straight draw.
Yeah, I mean, the straight draw is... it's not so great. You know, if the queen comes, you're not loving it with a 9.
All right, fair enough.
That's more like backup in case you were against kings.
Kings, right? Yeah, exactly. 150. It is a street flash board, Crazy Carl. You're right about that.
I guess this sizing is trying to keep like ace 10 in there. And then also, if you get check raised, to avoid getting shoved on. I guess, so he can check back a river or something, or seems a bit small to me.
Whiff.
Consequential deuce of hearts on the river.
So when you miss here, oh, geez. Check, check. Nice, lucky check back there for Drawzed.
Yeah, should be pretty clear check back on the river. King 9, you know, it's hoping to get a hero call to be good when it jams, so I think that makes a lot of sense.
So Conor Beresford playing a below average stack, just over 45 big blinds.
And is Conor just checking there to bluff catch?
Yeah, I mean, Conor's hoping that he has... Well, I mean, Conor's actually hoping that he has 2 pair, right? Or maybe even a tens or something, or jacks, which didn't 3-bet, which is totally possible. I don't expect the guy to shove like ace 4 or whatever, ace X of diamonds on the river too much. It's just not like, it's not something that people do very often to bluff the flush draw, but it would actually be a good board for it in that spot. So maybe he gets that as well. Yeah, I think Conor's plan on that hand is just like, I have too much, you know, my hand is too strong and blocks too many value bets to check raise. I think if he had a lower set or the turn straight, he could.
I guess my question is, why not bet himself?
On the flop or the...
No, on the river.
On the river? What, so check, call, turn, lead, river? Yeah, it could be nice, actually, because the turn bet looked like it was trying to shut down the action, and then when the river bricks, you could just lead. Be like, yeah, I know what you have, you know, so now I lead into you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could actually be quite a sexy play, but it's not normally the way guys think it. They get to the river, well, I check, call, turn, so I'm going to check again. With that, you know, it's like the lead isn't part of their vocabulary, if you will. So yeah, it might have been a nice play.
I don't want anyone out there to think I am suggesting that Conor did the wrong thing. Just trying to understand why he did what he did.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I don't think it's ever a thing you would do.
Got it.
But practically, it could be quite good. If you think that if you think he goes more like 200k on the turn when he actually has it, and then but he bets 150 when he has King 9, then I quite like the donk on the river. But it's pretty hard to know that.
So Pilhofer with the straight, Drozd with nothing.
This guy on Twitter a couple of weeks ago accused me of being a Pilhofer.
Pilhofer leading river, gets a fold.
Istvan Pilhofer, that is. 1.1 million, 46 bigs, 26 players remaining. Is it a Hungarian flag? Yeah.
Yeah. Not very Hungarian looking last name to me, but
no.
But I'll allow it.
Finner36 asks, Stapes, do you play tournament poker or cash games? I don't really play either. I'm trying to play a little bit more to be a little more well-rounded. Maybe occasionally make some beer money.
Here comes C. Darwin, opening from the cutoff with King, Queen suited.
First legit hand he's raised.
Pilhofer looking very squidgy today.
Like you want to hug him?
I want to squeeze him,
yeah. Yeah, it's like a bathrobe with a hood, right?
Yeah, it does look like a cool hoodie.
Don't mind this 3-bet. I think ace-8 off is actually good enough to just call here. At this this depth.
Ooh,
but
baby. Pilhoffer's really thrown a monkey wrench into things with this 3-bet now.
well, a pretty easy spot for Gomez here. He just piles it in. Hope for the best. That wasn't a joke.
That's my approach to poker in every single situation, though. It's pile it in and
me
hope for the
too.
best.
I'm just surprised that what I would do in this situation turns out is the right thing to do. I'm just a one-street guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's what, almost 300k in the middle, and they're playing about 1 million effective. So
yeah,
there's just no other option with jacks there.
When you look down at pocket jacks, do you think, ooh, that's me?
Yes. I'm like, oh, I'm going to win a big pot. Nice.
Yeah, I get excited for jacks too, which I shouldn't considering how bad a player I am. But I'm like, oh, the big pocket pair, great. All in.
so Gomez close to 150 big blinds right now. Was pretty much tied for the chip lead at the start of the day.
I don't usually say things like this, but I got a real good feeling about Gomez in this event.
Okay.
It's just all clicking right now.
You have a good feeling about the chip leader?
Yeah, but I won't usually even
26
say that,
yeah.
though, because it often means so little.
Connor Beresford opens under the gun. Everyone else folds. So 4 eliminations so far today. Shepkin, De Almeida, Mahmoud and Tekle all gone, which means 26 players remain as we attempt to get down to the final 9 today. Few people obviously didn't hear about the tragedy that befell El Comontador during the pandemic, Joe.
Yeah, El Comontador, I would have absolutely loved to see a Spanish player pick up pocket hacks, as he would say. But sadly, El Comontador died during the pandemic. Yeah, died of COVID.
Madsen with ace-5 of diamonds has raised to 55,000. Voinia. King, queen off in the small blind.
Good spot to fold, I would say. Is this guy a PokerStars Pro?
No. I believe he is a qualifier.
It is the year of Romania.
Well, he's flattered. Beresford in as well with 10-9 off. 3-way to the flop.
I love Connor B so much.
This table is 8-handed, right?
It is, but I think we're currently playing 7-handed.
Oh, 7. Okay. So Madsen low jack open. Yeah. I still think king queen off is quite close in the small blind pre-flop against out of position against Siwa Darwin. I think you can fold. Maybe I'm just a nit. I don't know.
Well, Voinia is an accomplished player, did qualify online, but that's not to say that he wouldn't necessarily play EPTs if he hadn't won his seat on Stars. €27 satellite into a 530 satellite into a main event ticket.
So did you say he's in for €7?
27.
27. Okay. Well, that's not so impressive.
Yeah, what a loser.
Probably rebought.
He did. He used one rebuy.
Wow,
€27
yeah,
satellite.
This guy.
So it's 54.
€54. I know, right? Guaranteed more than 26 grand.
Well, I like the way he's played this now. Now I think it was a good call pre-flop.
I was going to say that I obviously don't disagree with you that king-queen is foldable. King-queen just feels like such an easy hand to navigate post-flop.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like a super danger hand.
Yeah.
Like King 10 or something.
And we really love it now.
Yeah, King Queen does make a lot of good hands. I don't think Simon will bet this river though. I mean, if he's bluffing river, he has to try and make like sevens fold, which is very hard when the queen pairs. So I feel like his only hope is really to like bet very big, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to bluff ace-5, because Voynia could have like 7-8 of clubs or something.
Right.
Voynia going for the donk lead.
Not going to give him the chance.
Kind of lets Matson off the hook there, I think.
Yeah.
Although, actually, I don't know. I mean, that could be sevens still. I mean, but normally they just have a queen there. I don't know, it would have been interesting if he checked. I think Matson wouldn't try and bluff ace high there. It's just got a it's just a shred of showdown value. I think it makes sense to check back.
When Voynia bets there, what hands does he think he can get called by? Does he think ace high might call sometime? I guess that's why the bet was so small.
Possibly something like tens.
Right. Okay, that's more what I was thinking, but
that seems like what it's targeting, and he's hoping that Matson still raises
seems
with
so
queen jack.
Narrow, yeah.
And then, you know, thought process might be something like, okay, he's not going to bluff when the queen pairs, so I'm just going to lead and try and get called by something, and he still raises queen jack maybe. So
Philip Kelleher watching on Twitch says, "Hello, Jack Sinclair. Welcome to the booth."
Howdy.
And a question for Joe from Brent Hoff on YouTube. Joe, would you like to participate in a competition one time? If you are interested, I know that TV Times magazine is giving away some like festive decorations if you want to enter that competition.
No, but thank you for your question. All right, I'm curious. What's the competition?
How well do you know Coronation Street?
The show or the street?
The show.
Not very well.
In that case, I don't think you stand a chance.
The street, no, not that either. I don't know why I asked to specify. Neither one. You want to ask me about Coronation Chicken? Now that I'm an expert in.
After EPT London, right?
That's right. Every day.
That was pretty legit Coronation Chicken. Not gonna lie. Actually, I'll ask the question that everyone wants answered.
Okay.
Why is that not standard at every EPT?
Coronation Chicken?
Well, okay, not specifically Coronation Chicken, but I mean like a lounge where you can go and get free food all day, every day.
I think it depends on the venue and depends on space and what they're able to provide. But certainly, I think...
Well, let me tell you about EPT Cyprus.
Ooh.
Please do, Joe, because we're going there in October next year.
Now, I've been told there's a 24-hour buffet at the casino at EPT Cyprus.
Not one, not two, but like 5.
Really?
I mean, okay, there's maybe only one that's 24-hour.
That's going to be a problem. Every time I'm not here, you're going to be like, all right, we're going to have to do a hard target search of every buffet, food trough.
Yeah. And
heat lamp. Sneeze guard.
All of them have cakes.
Oh, that's James's wheelhouse.
Cake. I don't know all the details, but I know that they are looking at some kind of food options, buffet options in the Bahamas. So come the PCA/PSPC, hopefully there'll be something similar.
Well, that'll be very useful. I don't know if you've tried to ever go to dinner in Baha Mar without a reservation.
We haven't been to Baha Mar, but Atlantis was similar.
Yeah, that's like a 1-hour if you get a seat.
Good to know. That's actually very good to know. Plus, they would sometimes put us up in the tower that was so far from everything that you couldn't even get room service there. Room service is like, nah.
Okay, well, we don't know Droj's other card, but we know he's ahead here with top pair. I know it's a kind of common gag about is Spraggy still in or how is Spraggy doing. I kind of feel that the joke's unfunny when Spraggy's having such a horrible series. What is he, 0 for 13 in cash?
He said that in his tweet. I don't know if that's an exaggeration.
No, I think that sounded pretty factual to me.
Okay, then yeah, not as funny. Spraggy's really good at listening to me moan too, even though my poker problems pale in comparison to his. So I do have genuine empathy for Spraggy when he's having a rough run.
I guess it's just the nature of the beast, though. Sometimes you go to certain locations and you just can't get anything going, right?
Yeah, I mean, in Spraggy's case too, he's kind of like me in that you never really hear about him getting lucky. Right? Sometimes he'll eke his way into the money. He'll, like, ladder up. You never hear, like, Spraggy wins 4-way pot to catapult to the chip lead when his aces hold or when he cracks kings. It's just like Spraggy quietly min cashes. And that's, like, a good week for him.
Spraggy, who is watching the stream, says, I, for one, am not laughing.
Poor guy. I'm excited to play again now that I've touched Jack's Chipopotamus. Somebody put me in the 10K. Let's test it. Let's test it right now.
Next tournament you play, you can borrow him. I'll allow it. I actually made a deal with someone in the Eureka main that if I beat them heads up, I would give them Marty. And he actually won the tournament, so I'm keeping him.
I guess that was a win-win. No, I don't know how to describe that.
Yeah, for me it's a free roll, right?
Yeah, right.
I don't. You know, if I win the tournament, then I don't. You know, that's great.
Right.
And then
see you later.
And it was funny because we get to final table. You know, last four players, and I'm thinking like, well, okay, I really hope I get heads up versus this guy. So.
But luckily, you got to keep it.
Yeah, luckily I got fourth instead of heads up.
So we got a blind on blind. Pillhofer hoping Adams will take a stab.
Well, Tim drawing dead.
I'm guessing Tim called a bet on the flop.
I was staring at the hippo. Does seem like too many chips for there to be no betting on the flop, though.
Quite a nice check by Tim on the turn. He's still going to win quite often with Jack high. If Tim bet the flop, then it's also a kind of a nice turn check because he's not going to get many faults. And still can win with Jack high.
Well, Pillhofer betting now.
Pillhofer!
Not an impossible spot to call. Your second nut, no pair. With the Jack.
What's really incredible is that only the best players in the world make this call, and the worst.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the action was. If it went check bet call on the flop, then I would always fold here, I think. But if I called the flop, then you could still just win against 4-5, 5-7, 9-10, this sort of stuff. You know, you get good odds, and when you pay, you get to see. So, to me, it seems like a nice, decent spot to, just spew in a couple of big blinds.
When you're not on stream, you get a little extra incentive.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's maybe a better call on outer table.
It's kind of like the whole tree falls in the forest kind of thing, that being on the TV table does affect how folks play. It plays a little bit differently, but you could never know.
Yeah, yeah.
Because once the cameras are on, that's it. It changes things.
So Voynia has opened under the gun. only know one of his cards, the 10 of diamonds.
Year of Romania.
I suspect that we have a broken RFID card because Wojnia is clearly putting both cards in the box. May necessitate a deck change.
Yeah.
Next hand, maybe.
You guys still do the sweat with segment?
For the TV shows, yeah.
Well, now we get to do it live for one card.
I like it when there's one card out. Obviously, it becomes annoying if it is one card that's consistently out. But every once in a while, someone only having to speculate. Is it, well, we've got the 6 of diamonds. Is it the ace of diamonds? Is it another 6? Is it the 7 of diamonds?
And I feel like it's a 10. I mean, because when you open with a 10 side card, we
See,
saw a
this is
king
fun,
side
right?
card.
To try to figure out what card it is.
It can't be an ace because... Oh, no, sorry. Beresford's got that. That's right. I thought it was Gomez's hand. Okay, so it could be an ace, could be a 10. Yeah, yeah, I think it's 10 plus. Possibly a 9.
I would love it if it's an ace because it means somebody snapped it too hard.
Oh, what? They saw the ace and squeezed it.
Yeah.
Beresford betting 45,000.
Great comment here from our super moderator, Tom, by the way. It says, it's funny, chat doesn't want to comment on how good or bad a play is when you can't see both cards. Interesting how that changes all of a sudden.
Well, sadly, the unintentional half sweat withs are going to stop because we are going to have a new deck brought in for the next hand.
And we'll never know what the card was.
No.
Well, perhaps someone can go through the deck and figure it out. It just turns out it's like a deuce.
Yeah.
Like everyone's just
Right.
knows that they have the hidden card and they're gonna it's like
Everyone's just decided to get way out of line. And it's a really important part of the tournament.
it's just a blank card. It just says wild on it.
That would speed up final tables if you introduced a wild
It
card.
would be kind of
that.
fun to do a one-day stream with a wild card in it. You couldn't do it in a main event, obviously, but...
I mean, if I get heads up with a friend, we're going to ask to put jokers in the deck.
That would be cool if they let you do that. It really messed with the graphics equity calculations, I think.
Okay, pocket queens for Drojd under the gun. Raises to 60,000. Gomez on the button. Has kings.
Oh, my goodness.
And Drojd is one of the biggest stacks at the table. Drojd has got 2 million behind.
Tish, that's French.
The re-raise from Gomez, the table chip leader.
I like how fast Gomez plays. No messing about. He shoved those jacks pretty quickly as well. Now he's got... I'm interested to see when he gets a bluff 3-bet if he's going to like count it out, like tank for a long time and then do it. Oh, he just jams?
Wow.
Wow.
And here we go. And ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing the biggest pot of the EPT Prague main event so far. 4.15 million in the middle. Queens versus Kings. Drojd behind and at risk.
This would never happen live.
This is like 80 big blinds, right?
4.1 million.
Yeah, all in for 2,045,000.
That is that's a big jam.
And he doesn't feel good about it right now.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't.
We've seen more than a few occasions in this very event where massive pots have played pre-flop. All right, well, the spades don't matter.
I mean, it could run out to a straight flush. I'm just trying to find positivity for Drost right now, who's drawing very thin.
We saw Mateos get sucked out on like this to exit the tournament. Now Gomez can't go broke. There's still one street left for a disaster.
So Drost needs a queen on the river to survive. It is not a queen. And we lose Drost in 26th place. And how many chips does Gomez have now? Nearly 6 million? I think we can say with some certainty he is the chip leader as Drost cashes out for 26.5K.
I just want to say I kind of, just mere minutes ago, said I had a really good feeling.
About Drost, right?
So one player away from being down to 3 tables. And again, just to highlight, no redraw at 24. We will just break the 4th table and redistribute the remaining players.
Exodus saying Drozd was making a lot of these big jams yesterday, eventually ran into a better hand. Can neither confirm nor deny that, but I do remember he was quite active and had a lot of premium starting hands.
I can confirm that he did just run into a better hand there.
Yes. Sorry, I can confirm what happened now. I have no idea what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
5.82 million? Not even 6 million, come on.
What is final table average here? Let's do some quick maths.
Usually I do the math here, Jack, but since you're the guest, I say go for it.
Yeah?
It's fine. Yeah, I'll let you do it.
I've made a terrible mistake.
I know a lot of people out there want to see a heads-up match between Connor Beresford and Tonka, but I would like to see a heads-up match between Gomez and Adams. And we might have to make it so they play on Wednesday. And we will leave Connor and Parker in the lurch.
Well, Connor here in the small blind with ace-8, facing a raise from Tim Adams, who's opened with ace-queen.
So he's already over final table average.
Really?
Yeah. Final table average should be like 4.2, I think.
Fantastic.
Just seen a little bit of conversation on YouTube about the upcoming EPT in Cyprus. A reminder, guys, if you go to PokerStarsLive.com, all the details about the 5 EPT stops in 2023 are there in terms of locations, cities, hotels, dates. That's checking with the best hand.
So, Jack, when you raise ace-queen from early position, see a big blind defend, it comes Jack 8, 5, 2 diamonds. Do you necessarily think, what are you thinking about your opponent? Do you think, like, oh, my opponent probably hit that, probably didn't? You just assume most of the time your opponent didn't connect with this board?
Well, against the big blind defend range, you kind of assume they miss most boards.
Right.
This board is definitely below average for in position. Like, big blind's going to have a lot of draws and a lot of pairs on this exact board. It's just a ton of draws possible. I mean, it's actually quite hard to think of 2 cards that don't connect with this board.
That can fold flop, right? Yeah.
I guess is why he's sized up a bit on the flop. Also, Tim's range is going to be quite strong opening early. And so that's the reason for the half pot. I mean, I think you can check back some hands here, and I feel like ace-queen feels quite natural.
Would be okay also, right? Yeah.
I mean, that's an awkward turn spot. This is not... I mean, if Matson had a slightly worse hand than he does, then I could see him starting leading here and then shoving river, but... No, he is going to lead. Very small, less than 10%.
Yeah, 25,000.
Yeah, I like this. It's trying to like put ace-10 of clubs in a really ugly spot, right? That sort of hand. And just get called by some stronger stuff. Quite hard for Tim to raise here, even if he, if he has like 9-10 of clubs or something. Is he going to raise, risk getting bet 3-bet shoved on? So yeah, quite a nice bet there.
And does a just calling sort of give away a little bit about your hand strength also, or no?
No, I think Adams, I don't think he's going to raise. It doesn't make too much sense for him to raise like a very strong flush, for example, here. Like if Matson had, for like ace-king of diamonds, he would probably just call, I guess. Yeah, I guess maybe like ace-7 of diamonds would be quite a clear call on the turn. Stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, Matson can still have loads of very strong hands to call turn. I mean, in fact, like ace-queen with a diamond is pretty strong hand in this scenario, getting led for 1 big blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have worse hands than this for sure.
Yeah, I'd almost be relieved with ace-queen of diamonds to see a 1 big blind bet.
Well, as opposed to like, third pot.
C9 check.
A check from Simon Matson.
So in theory, I guess Tim's hand is a pretty clear check back here. In practice, it's pretty hard to think of a hand you beat now, like other than ace of diamonds 6, something like that. But probably that's enough to check back, just occasionally beating a worse ace high.
I'm just wondering how big a bet Matson would call here.
Well,
probably not this big. Wow.
That is not an all-in from Tim Adams, by the way. Size of the bet is actually being verified.
It's big enough to put Matson all in.
I like Tim Adams a lot, but if Matson found a call here, that would be quite remarkable.
575,000. So, yeah, the key thing is it's all in for C. Darwin to call.
It would be hard not to celebrate this call being made.
Yeah, it would be pretty sick. Yeah.
Nah.
Nice hand by Tim.
It's so weird watching these guys play. Every time one of them does something, I'm like, this person's going to win the pot. And then it's the next player's turn, and they're also a phenomenal player. I'm like, oh, no, he's winning the pot. No, wait, this fella's... It is crazy how good they are.
Yeah, that's one of the problem with those sort of sneaky block bet, try and get cheap showdown spots. If you play against an opponent that's going to realize that your range is undefended and just take, a hand that might want to show down and turn it into a bluff like that. So it's quite a big problem for C. Darwin's strategy. But probably he still has some, he's probably going to find a good amount of check calls on the river, but obviously most of the time he's just going to have a hand like he did.
Yeah.
But this kind of play, like the leading 1 big blind and then checking river, is going to work against most players extremely well. They're just not going to ever put you to the test on the river. Even when they have like something like King Queen with a diamond, which has very little showdown. But they just don't have it in them to overbet shove.
Yeah,
river.
Tim Adams was just like, nah.
Yeah.
You're laughing at the question from last hand on YouTube?
No, I'm laughing at the question from Antifa Jesus.
Well, let's deal with them each in turn. Last hand says, does money mean anything to these high rollers? Adams and Darwin must be filthy rich.
I mean, those two things are not mutually exclusive. I do wonder the same thing when you look at a C. Darwin or a Tim Adams, who we know live is made $26 million or something, has cashed for in live events. Obviously has won a significant amount online. From what I understand, Darwin is up like between $4 and $10 million this year online. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know these guys well enough. I don't know how much is enough. I don't know what their lifestyles are like.
You also don't know how much they're paying in buy-ins. You also don't know how much of their own action they have.
Correct. You know, I don't know any of that.
26 million in live earnings is one piece of the puzzle, right?
Sure.
I mean, I don't know that there are many poker players that are so rich that that €1 million isn't a good amount of money to play for.
Yes, and also, so the question's a little ambiguous too, right? Does money mean anything to these high rollers? Does the 1 million first place mean something to them? Yes. Does the 5K buy-in necessarily mean something? Maybe not. Well, like, logically, you would assume C. Darwin must live in some mansion with like a staff and hedges and like a topiary, like a maze out front. But to my knowledge, none of these guys really live like that. So it's kind of weird.
No, that's more like the old school Vegas guys, right? The high stakes poker roster. They all have
some of them, yes.
They have a mansion in Vegas with a big aquarium. And
no furniture. I can't tell you when I first, when I first started working in poker, I only knew the old school guys. That was all that was there at the time. The internet players were just sort of trickling in, and I can't tell you how many of their homes I went to where they had either no furniture or all their furniture was still in boxes for years, like just not unpacked. Mm. You also used to be able to get a gigantic mansion in Vegas for like $1.5 or $2 million. Mm-hmm.
Pilhofer opening the action here. Ace-8 of diamonds in the cutoff. Raise and take it. So an hour of action, meaning we've got about 30 minutes left to run on this first level of the day. 5 eliminations so far. One more KO and we will be down to the final 3 tables. We will redraw at 16 for the final 2 tables. We'll stop play today if we get to 9. If we don't get to 9, we'll play 6 full levels, which will take us to around half midnight tonight again.
Leaping Weasel says, mansion for $1.2 million in Vegas. That gets you a flat in central London if you're lucky. First of all, I'm not talking about Vegas to London, way different. And also, I'm talking 20 years ago.
Also, 1.2? You got to get me in touch with your real estate agent. I don't know where you're finding those.
There was that horrible property slump, like after the financial crisis, property in Vegas dropped like 40, 50%.
Like in 09 or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
One more time, please.
I'm sure it'll drop significantly when Lake Mead runs totally dry, if you want to wait for that to happen.
Should be like another 2 years.
Right.
Oh, just a flush.
Some people in chat picking up on the fact that you can hear Tonka laughing out in the field.
Yeah, he's been hanging out with Sam Grafton a lot, right?
No one has the same volume level as Sam Grafton.
No, but you learn to compete if you go out with him.
Yeah, right.
You can't try and match or at least get close.
Yeah.
It also speaks to how likable and charming he is, because if anyone else was that loud, they would be eating alone every meal for the rest of their lives.
$85,000.
Connor check raising with the flush.
Yeah, two low hearts make sense to check raise here, so that Mattson can have just the ace of hearts, just the queen of hearts, that sort of thing. Not be able to fold.
Bye.
Quite a sad hand to bet fold there, but just no good turn cards for Jack 9, really. Very hard to get value if you actually do have it.
I'd fold. I'd fold. Good fold. Oh yeah? Yes, sir. Always.
All right, guys, calm down.
And 25 of the day, with 25 players remaining. And Simon Mattson back in action. Oh no, he was posting his big blind. It's Pilhofer who gets things started. Under the gun, pocket tens. Ace-4 suited for Connor Beresford.
That's a good question from ABC Poker we'll get to momentarily.
I think we could go either way with this hand here. Probably makes sense to mostly flat, I would say, but
All in.
yeah, shove is a thing, I guess.
Oh, wow.
It seems big to me, and
Yeah.
in this, like I understand in theory this makes some sense, but risking over 30 big blinds, like 25 left in a main event, is just I wouldn't take these sort of. I mean, it's it's probably break even play when you can just flat and play post flop is not bad.
Counterpoint, when you can flop a flush
Right.
in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I guess his logic might be that because Simon is so short in the big blind, it makes you want to shove more because you don't want to flat and get jammed on behind.
And this, could be player dependent too. Maybe he thinks Pilhofer is a little more risk averse. Will fold a hand higher up in his range, like tens.
I mean, if he folds tens, then this is fantastic,
Right.
and I'm completely wrong.
Right.
so I guess I'm gonna learn a new move then if he folds tens.
As Perry says on Twitch, if this guy is tanking with a hand as strong as tens, it does make this better.
Tanking does not equal tight
true.
range.
All right,
though.
fair enough.
I think this is a very common mistake people made. They're like, well, I
Almost got him to fold.
Yeah, I bluffed and he tanked for 2 minutes with a straight. And it's like, well, yeah, but did he fold? He didn't. They just.
That's a good point.
They're just gonna. There's like some spots where they always tank, never fold, and it's this. This one is a legit tank because
There it is. Does make the call.
And Pilhofer is a decent favourite here to double up through Connor Beresford. He is the at-risk player, so spades or an ace on the desk would not work out well for him. Has a 2-to-1 advantage with 5 cards to come.
just want everyone to remember that if you don't get the Beresford Tonka heads-up match you were looking for, we had nothing to do with it.
The flop. 10-9-7 with just one spade.
It's almost so bad it's good now. Like, this would be really dirty if he gets the running spade, so I would be very worried if I was Pilhofer.
Oh, God.
Turn card. Here's
No.
a spade.
No. No. No.
And that gives Connor Beresford 7 outs.
Pilhofer needs to stand up here. It's his only hope.
Oh, I don't know what you're supposed to do here. It's almost like a slap in the face to stand up here and assume they're going runner, runner.
The river card is the 7 of hearts. And that gives Pilhofer a full house. He doubles up. And that's going to leave Connor Beresford pretty short, 305,000.
950?
Mr. Van Pilhofer now playing close to 2 million. Joe, you highlighted that ABC Poker had a question about the mini EPT Prague.
Yes, when does today's mini EPT start?
Okay, so it's the same deal every single day. We've got 3 tournaments, and they're always at the same time. First one is at 2:15 Central European time. So the first one is in just over half an hour's time. And the first game today is a $3.30 deep stack. Of course, EPT Paris satellite tickets added, because we add satellite tickets to every single one.
Full package?
Full package will be added to the mini main event on Sunday.
Wow. Can I play from Czech Republic?
Don't think so.
I don't know. Oh, hang on, I've got my time zone conversions wrong.
Uh-oh.
It's because my PokerStars lobby is in Eastern time, and I'm so used to just adding 5, but of course I have to add 6 when we're in Europe. So 3:15 local time is the first game. So actually, it's an hour and a half away. 3:15, 6:15, 8:15. Those are the times of the mini EPT Prague tournaments, and PokerStars Prague confirms, no, you cannot play from the Czech Republic if you are not in that license already.
Well, Beresford is going to get a chance to get back in the action. Almost all in.
I guess they're on a pay jump. I don't know why you would not go all in here unless it was a pay jump and he wanted to waste some time banks.
Pay jumps are generally one after the fill-in, so 2 away would be my guess.
Yeah, that would be my feeling as well. So I'm not sure what the reasoning here is. I mean, you're never ever going to fold here, even if everyone goes all in behind.
Yeah.
So, or maybe he just wanted it to look like a 3-betting. Hoping that Adams wouldn't notice that he had nothing.
That he
behind.
wasn't quite in. Yeah.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. You just make it 6 big blinds, even though you have 1 behind, and just cover up the stack. You know.
Wait, to what end? So you can just see a flop and fold?
No. So let's say someone opens.
Yeah.
In seat 8.
Okay.
Or 9.
Yeah.
You're in seat 1.
Yeah.
You have 7 big blinds.
Yeah.
If you jam, they call whatever they opened.
Right.
Because of odds. But if you make it 6 big blinds and don't say anything.
Oh, so they might realize that maybe you might have another 14 big blinds back or something.
They might think, oh, you know, it's just some normal stack. It's a 3-bet, and then they fold their King 10 off or whatever.
That actually, the reverse happened to me the last time I played live. I shoved on a guy who min-raised, not realizing that he min-raised out of like an 8 big blind stack.
Right.
And had I known it was 8 big blinds and he only min-raised, I'd have been like, oh, this is probably aces, which it was.
Right. always very concerning.
Yeah, he was in the 1 seat, and I was in like the 8.
But anyway, I'm not advocating for hiding your chip stack. That's obviously not on. But it works really well online. People just see the bet size. They don't pay attention.
Really?
Yeah. If you open shove off 3 big blinds, you should always raise to 2.5 online. Because when they're in the big blind, they see 2.5. They just they fold whatever.
Huh.
I mean, it works against me all the time. You know?
Right, if people are multi-tabling especially, I guess.
It's a great trick.
Well, Vanea and Gomez have gone to the flop from 2 early positions. We know Gomez has an ace, 10, 7, deuce, 2 clubs.
The card is back. The Joker is back in the deck. Under the gun versus +1, I think I would always check this flop. I guess it's okay. I think the slide card is a 10. Again.
For the purposes of this exercise, it's good to imagine it's a 10, I'd say.
I mean, I can't think of that many other hands that want to bet out of position here. I mean, aces feel like you would go for a check raise, and ace high, nothing feels like a check as well.
If you're the chip leader under the gun, are you going to raise any ace though, or are you still going to adhere to some?
No, I'm not opening ace deuce off or anything crazy like that. I mean, ace 7 off seems pretty loose still. I mean, it's Tim Adams' big blind, so you know, if it was some inexperienced player, you know, that satellited in, I would maybe open ace 7 off it, but I don't think with Tim in the big blind I would do that. Okay, now I think he's bluffing.
Now he's fired pretty big here, 300,000 into 340.
Now seems like he has ace jack or ace queen, and he's just like, okay, 10 gonna fold at some point. But we'll never know. I mean, he definitely doesn't have a 10.
Sometimes they make him scan it again, and we get to see it. This time, no dice.
I mean, if it's a 10, then that's a pretty interesting bet. Maybe ace king. Ace king could make sense, actually.
Okay. Have a little break, Gen X. Now you can speak in no languages. You banned.
Hey, you know you banned one of my best friends on Twitch? Yeah. He always asks me to get him unbanned. And I just say you shouldn't have said that.
Did he tell you what he said?
He said Jack Sinclair is a noob.
I'm very defensive of... I'll unban your friend. That's fine. If he's your friend and...
Yeah, he always...
What's his name?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'll unban your friend for that. I'm very protective of people who are hypercritical of players and of the commentators.
I mean, you probably shouldn't unban him. He's going to come in with some... He's just going to... he's just going to say it again.
9 raise all in.
Matson shoving, and Pilhofer asking for a count.
290.
This could have been one of those situations.
Yeah.
If he had just raised some and not set all in, maybe King Jack just folds.
But yeah, 11 big blinds is too much to use the trick. I think shove makes sense.
275. 275
King Jack should. I mean,
it's tough.
Imagine he folds. Yeah.
C2 folds. 3 folds.
Gomez.
It's too much to risk there with 2 players behind.
Yikes! Yes.
You're really struggling with this stacking chips, aren't you?
This live poker thing.
It's really funny that people don't always know that we can look up what they said.
Oh, you can see it.
Yeah.
After the fact.
Yeah. So when someone's like, "Hey, I don't know why I get banned. I didn't say anything," and I just type it in, and it's just like slur, bigoted comment. death threat.
Linked to phishing scam website.
Yeah, exactly.
9 folds. 2 folds.
Click this.exe.
Tim Adams with queens on the button.
Come here.
4 folds.
Tom, our moderator, says, my favourite are the ones that have the most racist comments, and the unban request says, my cat walked across my keyboard. To be fair, most cats are incredibly prejudiced.
Your cat is both a genius and racist? That is weird.
5 check.
7, 8, 9, 10 for Voinea. But the overpair and the very good flush draw for Adams. Griffin's cat did walk across his keyboard and spelled its own name, though, which was kind of weird.
He was so freaked out by that. It was hilarious.
Well, I mean, he did call his cat.
It wasn't far off. His cat's name is Kiki. Not the hardest thing to write, but...
I mean, especially when those two keys are like literally...
Yeah, they're exactly a pause length apart. Also, I don't put it past Griffin to completely concoct that story, not realizing that it's not that cool if you made it up. It's like not that unbelievable.
He was literally so freaked out by it, he couldn't have faked that.
A little late to pick up a heart draw for Voinea. Tim Adams checks back.
Wow.
Huh. 10 of spades on the river, street flash board.
4th nuts for Adams.
5 check.
Jack of spades, 6 of spades, king of spades,
5th nuts.
ace of spades.
Oh, I've lost it. Wait, actually, it's way worse, right? Because Queen Jack of Spades is the...
Well, I think you can not count Queen
Yeah.
Jack of Spades when you have the Queen of Spades.
10.
Would be hard for them to have it. Now this would be a great bluff spot. Find the shove here.
Come on.
How often does Tim have the Jack of Spades here? Pretty...
But how often do you?
I mean, I think Voinea has it quite a lot more. Maybe not. But Voinea has like Jack 7 off in his range, which and Jack 7, Jack 8, Jack 9 always check call flop. Jack 10 would check raise, I guess. So Tim still has ace jack off, I guess. That's a tough one. I don't know. I would have just expected Tim to bet even bigger with the Jack of Spades, maybe. So I would just justify it like that. Just say, okay.
Is that a move that you'll a spot you'll take often? Is shipping over that bet there?
I'm not going to say that on stream. It's too risky. No, I would say I try and avoid it unless the spot is really good. But when I'm watching, I'm always thinking about it as an option. I think
it's much easier to suggest someone else do it.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a move that you make very rarely, but I think it should always be on the table. Basically, that's how I think about it. I think a lot of players make the mistake of just categorizing their hands as bluff catchers or bad hand or whatever.
Yeah.
and never thinking about the third option.
Five fold.
So Gomez opens on the button, gets a fold from the blinds. Got about 15 minutes left to play on this level. Less than 15 now. The chances are we will stick with this table for the next session of play.
You gonna shove light? I don't think I'm gonna jump. Good to know.
Is there going to be a rail for the final table?
Alas, we can't get the rail around the table. There will be some like spectator area just below the stage if people want to come and watch.
It's got kind of like a more cozy feel here.
Yeah.
I like the velvet
more
curtain.
compact, yes, yes. The big set with the viewing gallery is literally on a boat right now.
Wow.
On its way to the Bahamas.
Ah, I thought you were going to do PokerStars International Waters.
I mean, the original PCA was on
It was indeed.
That flash, it was a 4.
Wow, you're good. I knew it was a card.
Just a 4, right? You want to be at least a 5.
I'm trained to say it as fast as humanly possible.
Crucio, there will not be a redraw when we get to 24. They will simply break a table as Conor Beresford shoves small to big here. Simon Matson has 10-5 suited in the big blind and folds.
Just like the internet.
Oh yeah?
Simon's sitting there thinking, like, you know, I thought I take a break from all this internet stuff and go play some live, you know, deep pots, interesting moves. And it's just Conor Beresford jamming 10 big blinds in your small blind.
It's like that scene from Rounders when they go to Atlantic City and it's all the same people that they play with at the Chesterfield.
Gomez, the chip leader, has aces. He did cross the 6 million mark not that long ago. Opens here to 55,000.
Phil Hoffer, run away.
He's got the bond, 7-5 of spades.
Run away.
Oh.
Dun, dun.
Oh dear. Phil Hoffer! Gomez continues. And sadly, Pilhofer kind of can't fold now.
No.
And he also can't make a straight flush.
Also sad. Make a full house, though.
Okay. That makes things worse for Pilhofer.
Very bad. That is very, very, very bad. I was about to say if he makes a full house, I think it's going to be sevens full, though. Didn't we say that 3 pair should be a chop?
Yeah, 100%.
7s and 5s and 4s should be a chop with
Against
aces and 4s here. Yeah.
I used to play a version of poker with my flatmate where you could make a 7-card hand, you know. So it's like normal hold'em.
7-card straight beats a 5-card straight.
Precisely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right. I could get along with that.
Yeah. So 3 pair is better than 2 pair, and yeah, it's good fun actually. I don't know why it's not played more often.
Is it too late to change the rules in this EPT main event?
Pillhofer seems like he's got some chops. Probably aware some of the time he's going to be up against an overpair, and this is going to be not a great spot.
I mean, if he raises turn jam river, he's going to get it through, I would think.
There's the raise on the turn. A big chunk of his stack.
I mean, it seems like way too good of a hand to do this with. Or way too bad of a hand to do this with. Well, I just get
Wow.
Sick. I mean, I have no idea if he thinks he's value or bluff raising there.
He's got to think he's value raising. But against what, I guess, would be a good question, huh?
I guess he's trying to protect against a flush draw. Or like value raise against a flush draw, which doesn't fold.
That was incredibly unexpected.
Yeah.
Such a quick fold from Gomez as well. Pillhofer up to 2.2 million.
All right, well, Nappy say he's bluffing 100%. He has all the blockers and the fours in his range. Maybe I should give him credit for bluffing there.
Yeah, maybe. I really don't know. I'd love to know what he was thinking there. I mean, we would have found out if we'd seen a river card.
Yeah, right.
If the river was like some random 10 and he fired all in, then I would believe it was a bluff.
That was a hand.
That was a hand. Solid analysis from Johnny on YouTube. All the chips I saw him win is just from pure luck.
Yep.
Raise 50.
Who?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Could be talking about anyone, right?
Someone's claiming in GTO 7-5 of spades is a mix between a call and a check raise there.
Okay.
That's why I tacked the word claim on there.
Well,
3 fold.
yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to side with Jack here, pal.
I mean, it was a big bet, right? In position, he bet like 70% or something. Madsen with a nice button raise off 10 big blinds. The queen 5 of clubs.
Won't be getting away from this.
Guess he's thinking about checking back.
6-9, bet 25.
Wouldn't, you know, makes kind of some sense. Worst queen that he has, but probably just still good enough to bet. I guess he still has like jacks, which might be a better check back.
Curious to see if these short stacks at this table make it through to the break.
Yeah, break is 5 minutes away. Blinds will be going up on the other side of that break. Next level, 15,000, 30,000.
5 folds.
Beresford, one of those short stacks. Not this hand. Madsen, the other.
Has ace king of diamonds.
Cool.
Really nice to get this the hand after you min raise off 10 big blinds.
Right.
Because we might redraw. We're redrawing it once, so they maybe keep us.
No, it's 16.
Oh, they do? Okay.
50? Sit 9, raise 50.
I ask him.
Okay, you keep in this table.
Timmy giving it a think.
50. Couldn't.
Hard to have better than this. And it's worse.
Re-raise from Adams, pretty committing. Matson now shoves. Tough to fold.
Yeah, no way he's planning to fold ace-jack here.
Nope.
I mean, it's quite annoying having ace-jack versus such a polarized opening range. But I guess he just thinks he's got enough equity against the get-in range, and Matson has a lot of raise folds then. Just want to raise to get the big blind out and run it.
So Matson at risk here, but does have the dominating hand. 72% equity with ace-king.
Jux T says, come on, Matson, get one off Adams. He is the heavy favorite to do so.
The flop is 9-7-4 with 2 diamonds. Matson has the ace-king of diamonds. Now an 87% favorite to double up through Tim Adams.
I mean, at least the jacks are live.
Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Oh boy.
So opportunities do emerge on the turn, but crucially, Simon Matson only has to fade a jack on the river. There are 3 of them in the deck.
Ha!
It's a 4. And so that is going to be a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Wow. Jack was in there. I didn't even want to put him on the spot, but he was in there perfectly. He wasn't even making eye contact with us.
That is the first chop I think we've had, right, of EPT Prague?
Yes, it is.
And the players are going on break. We have reached the end of the first session. I do notice, however, that the tournament clock is showing 24. So I'm guessing we just lost someone from one of the outer tables.
Huh. Hope it wasn't Tonka.
So we're going to continue with this lineup on the feature table when we come back from break. It was Henry Utalainen out in 25th for 26K. So yes, 24 players will be returning inside of 20 minutes. 2 short stacks on the main stage. Beresford and Matson very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And Jack Sinclair, thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for your pearls of wisdom. And good luck in the high roller.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was good fun. Have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you. And we hope to hear many a story of another final table appearance from you to close out this year on tour.
Thank you very much.
So yes, on the other side of the break, blinds will be up. They will be going to 15,000, 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante. That will put the pressure on the short stacks, and we will continue to play down to 16 when there'll be a redraw for the final 2 tables, and continue to play down in our quest to get to a final table today, down to the final 9. So back on the other side of this break with more live action from the Prague leg of the 2022 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Gavitin with pocket 9s, pocket trays for Olander. And he is going to raise it up like he has got 2 aces.
Spoke a little bit during one of the heads-ups yesterday about, or rather today earlier, the strength of an ace heads-up. Similar was thought of a pair. You know, you've already been dealt a pair heads-up. You play it very quickly, and that's exactly what we see here. 9s versus 3s all in. Commotion, a big shaking table as the rail leaps to its feet. Gavitin, a big, big favorite.
This is 6, no change.
2 outs once for Orlando. Just a 9 on the river secures the win for Gavitan. And that is not the end of this heads-up battle, but it is a big swing in one of the Swedes' favor.
See, I think Gavitan may finally have taken the chip lead after that second double up.
Yeah, and I think from Orlando, we've seen two plays that maybe a little bit out of line from a 2020 perspective. And the threes might not be so bad. It does seem like a lot of chips to get in pre-flop, though.
I still don't think he has the chip lead. Look at all those stacks of blue. Yeah, it's real close.
It's about the same. I think we are a lot closer to parity now, but maybe you're right. It seems like Orlando came in with just such a huge lead that he's managed to lose 2, to double him up twice and still be maybe even slightly ahead.
I think there was some chipping away in between the double up, too. So Gavitan dominated heads into this flop, but does flop trip 8. And ace-king is a hand that's pretty tough to get away from heads up.
Yeah, and especially on a board like this, as I just mentioned, a lot of the pairs get played very, very quickly in these heads-up battles. So if you strip out all of those pairs, assuming they re-raise pre-flop, then 8-8-4 becomes an even safer board for you, because it's unlikely your opponent has 6s, 7s, 9s, 10s, certainly jacks, queens, kings, aces. So if Gavitan puts in a raise here or continues with action, he's basically saying he has an 8 or nothing, even more so than he would do in 2020 when some of those pairs might still be in his pre-flop calling range.
So Gavitan makes a large bet. Olander calls. We haven't seen a lot of large bet calling. It's usually just bet jam, but here we are on the turn, 6 of spades.
And the turn is pretty bad for Orlando. Gavitan's going to improve sometimes if he was bluffing with a hand like 6-7 or 5-7. You know, those straight draws. Certainly a more connected turn. So the ace-king should be a bit more wary, but he's all in and snapped off by trips.
Let's see your hand. Showdown. Ace-king for Henry.
So from the numbers there, it looked like Olander had about 900,000 behind, 700 something for Gavitan. So yeah, this is not over. But now Gavitan has the size of the sort of chip lead size that Olander had going in. So 3 double ups.
Yeah. And all 3 potentially could have been avoided. Again, this is a strategy thing that we see a lot in these 2005 hands, that ace-king, good hand pre-flop, ignore the board. You're still going to, you know, go all out with it despite not having hit. And another kind of, dare I say, punt, given what we understand now.
Pretty punty.
Uncontrolled aggression, yeah.
A real PU next Tuesday.
And call. Henry now.
All in and a call.
All in. Yep, it's Domination Nation. Ace-9 versus King-9. And if the statistics play out the way they're supposed to, Gavitan will have doubled up 3 times to make a hell of a comeback and knock Henrik Olander out of this tournament in second place. Things working out so far for Ace High. 8-7 tray. Olander needs to hit a king.
3.
And he needs to hit on the river. The river card's a 5. It's over. Gavitan, what a comeback. Yeah,
Very aggressive celebrations. You love to see it. And a huge reversal heads up, Joe, from overwhelming chip leader to busted in second place.
Ace-king, the hand for Campbell, and that is a raise. It's a 5x raise. And there is a significant re-raise. Joe Hasham makes it 1,500 with pocket aces.
Yep. And actually, 3x in position is about the norm these days. It went from being really small, and then we got kind of thought that really big was bad, but we're kind of at about 3x now in position. Just a call from Campbell, and he flops dangerously well. Checks to Hashem, who bets 2,000. Continues the aggression. I feel like there's very little getting away from this in a 3-bet pot. He announces all in. 7,500 is 5,500 more. Shake the head from Joe Hashem. Perhaps fearing the kings, queens, and obviously king, queen.
Queens. Now got aces.
Has aces. Bit of a cooler, that one. Bit of a setup.
And looks like James Campbell is the at-risk player here.
Yeah, needs to find the king, and he does on the river.
Unbelievable.
What an escape.
Unbelievable.
How much, sorry? 7,550.
Well, Hashem will still be in the tournament, but losing a big chunk of chips here on day one when he was a significant favorite. Aces versus ace-king.
Gurley's open with 7. Samson calls with 10s. Jensen in with 8-6. Hashem in with 7-5. And the blinds fold. So 4-way to the flop. 9-7-5. So this is 2-pair for Hashem, but the set for Fagerli, the straight for Jensen. Samson with an overpair to the board. How much is going to go in here?
This could get ugly. I'm going to say almost all of it from everyone, potentially. Samson, you got to say maybe the only player who could get away, but everybody else flops impeccably well. An insane board, given the 3 7s right there. That's obviously the key card to have dropped on the flop. Jensen raising. And Hashem has a bottom 2, which is very strong, but very vulnerable. There's almost no good turn cards for Joe Hashem, so I think he's going to be incentivized to play as quickly as possible and get as many chips in when he's most likely to have the best hand. This is an outrageous board, by the way. It's gone bet and raise, I believe. Yep, so we do see him re-raise the flop to 4,500. Action now back on Frodo Fagerli, who has the 7s. The middle set, facing a lot of action.
I'd be so confused right now.
Yeah, me too. It's a really tricky spot to navigate. It looks like we see Frodo make the call. So Samson folds his 10s.
Yes.
I think that's pretty easy at this point. But it's Jensen who has the stone cold nuts. And once you see this amount of action, it's very, very likely one of these two players has something really strong. So I like playing quickly here. You don't want the 6 of diamonds to roll off on the turn and kill all of your action against a set or 2 pairs. So I think Jensen makes a great decision, moves all in. And I just wonder now, there's been so much action on this 9-7-5 flop. And Hashem does have bottom 2. I wonder if he can get away.
I mean, the action, and bear in mind, this is still very early levels of the event. It's level 2, right? It smells of a set against a straight or set over set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw tens folding, so that seemed like a pretty standard fold even back here in 2005. So bottom 2 pair here. Actually, I think there's a good chance that Hashem can get away with it, given the action we've seen. And I don't think any of the action is incorrect. I think everyone here is right to play quickly because it's a very vulnerable board.
Yeah, Joe gets away from the 7-5. Will Fagerly get away from his set is the question now. This would be a laydown.
Yeah, Joe Hashem's laydown, it's nice, but it's kind of expected. I don't think Fagerly can fold, just because there's some consideration that even against a straight, he still has outs, and he could occasionally be up against something like Jack-10 of diamonds. Actually, Fagerly in a lot worse shape because we saw Hashem toss the 7 and the 5, so pairing the board going to be a lot tougher.
Jensen, the at-risk player, big favorite to double up.
And holds. Huge pot for Jensen here on day 1.
Yeah. Very early stages of day 1. And there are 2 clubs on the flop. Helm checks to Anderson. Bets 40K with just queen high. And here is Helm raising with his flush draw.
Sure, as played. You're going to be in there with 9-5 and flop a flush draw.
I mean, this is clearly where all the money goes in, right?
I'm going to raise.
Oh, wow. I think the money is all going to go in here. I mean, you just don't see this anymore.
No.
This is awesome.
Raising to 280,000.
Makes it 280K total with queen high, which is actually the best hand right now.
$160 to call.
160 to go.
Call.
And Hill
oh boy,
just calls on the come, as Joe would say.
280,000 times 2.
Weird hand alert.
50,000 in the middle. Turn card.
More than 600K in the middle.
6. Plus space.
And now Helm has a gut shot to go with his flush draw.
If he goes 6-7, that would just be incredible. But I don't know that we're going to get there.
Matt says all in.
And Anderson shoves on Helm. I'm retracting the weird hand alert, and I'm actually going to replace it with the amazing hand alert.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And Philip folds.
Well, Helm folds his draw. Anderson did officially have the best hand with queen high.
You can see the equities are very close, though. So, hey, getting a fold there. Plus, in your mind, you think he folded out much better.
Yes.
I would tell him I folded a 3.
Oh, this is ace versus ace, and this could be a, yeah. All in from Scarevold, called by Anderson, and Scarevold is the at-risk player, and he is behind.
Domination Nation. Dispatcher Farva out in front.
Flop is 9, King.
King 9-4, all hearts. Scarevold does have the 10 of hearts.
Can he fade all those hearts?
Anderson pairs his queen. Don't celebrate prematurely. Your opponent still has a flush draw.
I mean, it's a red card that isn't a heart, I think, is the only acceptable celebration there.
No heart on the river, and that will see Mads Andersen take it down. Edgar Skervold is the runner-up for around $220,000, more than 400K US for Mads Andersen, the winner of the Copenhagen leg of Season 2 of the European Poker Tour. This event played back in January of 2006.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
The PokerStars Championship! Let's go!
The reason we're here is because of him.
Vamos, Hilario Viejo, no va!
Platinum passes for your asses.
Helmuth, baby.
He's poker famous, right?
This is my game. Welcome to my court.
Believe me, bros, you weren't winning this hat.
Oh my God. You guys sit down over there.
In it to win it, boys. Let's go. Let's get it.
Welcome back to Prague, and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 4 of the EPT main event continues at Kings Casino at the Hilton Prague. It is James Hartigan with Griffin Bencher.
Did you see that PSPC trophy? My goodness, shiny.
I also saw you in a hoodie.
Yes.
Making the last 2 tables of that tournament. And I hope that little video got you fired up, because the PSPC is just around the corner. Other side of Christmas, other side of New Year. The countdown is truly on. January the 30th is when it starts in the Bahamas, at the Bahama Resort in Nassau. And we are going to be streaming all 5 days of the ultimate 25K poker tournament on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. And don't forget, you've got 5 days of PCA main event coverage in the build-up to the PSPC. We're on air for 10 days, Griffin.
It's a lot of poker, a lot of coverage.
Meanwhile, here in Prague, we return from break with 24 players remaining. Right now, it is Javier Gomez, who's at our feature table, who has the chip lead with close to 5.2 million. So we are now at 3 tables. That means a table has been broken. That means we'll probably mix things up when we get to the next break. But as I just said, we are going to stick with the lineup from the first level for this second level, with the blinds going to 1530 with a 30K big blind ante. And I know we've got at least 2 players on the main stage who are pretty short right now. Both Connor Beresford and Simon Matson need to make something happen soon.
Yeah, but they're the kind of players that certainly can make something happen. Some of the best online players in the world. There's Tim Adams. Munch, munch.
Eat that rice cake.
Yum, yum.
So obviously, we have filled the empty seats at the table. We are 8-handed once again. Hopefully playing down to 9 today. So Fabrice Bigot is back on the main stage. We also have Peter Kalev as well. Yeah, Beresford 13 bigs, Matson 12 bigs, Javier Gomez 172 big blinds. Come on, that's just greed.
Not fair.
So we'll watch these guys potentially for the next 90 minutes. Of course, should we get to 16 during this level, there will be a redraw for the final two tables. And we are now getting close to the really big money. Right now we're paying kind of mid-20s, which is a decent return on investment, especially if you qualified. But once we get to the next 2 days, we're going to start to pay people six-figure scores. We're going to see someone win more than $1 million and get presented that main event trophy. This is why you play a poker tournament, Griffin, for this kind of money.
Yeah, hard to find seven-figure payouts for the winner in poker, so very special when it happens.
Still most of the 6.1 million euro prize pool to be paid. And plenty more poker to be played. This is day 4. Tomorrow, the plan is to get from 9 to 4. I know we're doing things slightly differently here in Prague. We've explained why a few times. The key is on Sunday, when we start at the earlier time of 11 a.m. Central European time, we're looking for a very short final day, playing down from 4 to a winner, so that everything's done and dusted, and the festival is effectively over by 4 p.m. when the World Cup final begins.
Yeah. Now it's going to be quiet, I guess.
I think we are pretty much ready to get restarted. Time to get cards in the air once again.
Between 1.8 to...
And we are dealing.
Thank you. That used to be superstar. You do weights, or what you doing at the beginning?
Yeah, weights.
Beresford under the gun with Queen 9, folds.
I'll do like 2. I do like...
We go with Ace Jack of diamonds.
Some pros doing like 3, but...
Yeah, maybe too much.
It's too much.
7 raised 65,000.
Simon looks interested.
Ace 10 in the hijack.
Yeah, tough spot here. On 13 big blinds, this needs to play as a shove or a fold against this open. Probably think you're about breaking even with the range and with the players behind. I think also finding a fold is the right way to go for Simon.
So it's raise and take it for Bigot on the first hand back from break. First hand of the new level. VVVVV 777777 on Twitch asks, who the F is soccer? I think you mean what? And I will explain to you, it's a sport played both as a hobby by some people and professionally by others. And right now, it's having its World Championships in Qatar. And the final is on Sunday, with the 2 best soccer teams in the world competing on a soccer pitch to win the Soccer World Cup.
And the Soccer World Cup final will finish right around when football will start in the U.S. They play on Sunday quite regularly, so if you want to watch some soccer and then afterwards watch some football, you know, you got a great lined up for you right there. Voinia. Trying to decide about how to approach this king-queen. You kind of need to enter the pot here against a cutoff open, playing 30 bigs, I think. You know, whether that's as a flat or a 3-bet or even a shove. It does go for the shove, and to be honest with you, 9s is going to be too high up in the range, I think, to fold here. I think your opponent is often going to be shoving hands like 8s, 7s, you know, 10s, I think, sometimes, and then a lot of these kind of king, queen, ace, jack type hands. So I think you're a little too far ahead of the range. Tim Adams would, I think, prefer to not have to take a big spot like this, but he knows he needs to make this call and does make the correct call.
So we have a race underway at the feature table. Voynia, the at-risk player with the overcards. Tim Adams, slight favorite here with the pocket pair.
Look at that, 50-50. That's rare. Everyone loves the chopped odds.
Sure.
No, not catching on?
No. The flop is 5-5 deuce, 9's holding. Tim Adams now a 3-1 favorite.
Always comes on the turn, though.
It does indeed. That king gives Voynia the advantage, and Tim Adams is drawing to one card. The 9 of hearts was folded pre, so only the 9 of diamonds will see him win this pot and eliminate Voynia.
We still didn't figure out the name.
10 on the river. Voynia wins this race. He doubles up and survives. Tim now a short stack with 440k.
Maybe.
Yeah, 3 very talented, accomplished players now on this table, all with sub-15 big blind stacks. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they play them. I was noticing some play from Simon Matson in the sort of end of the last level on that short stack, finding some interesting raises with just 10 big blinds. So see how these players stick around in this tournament. They're going to be tough outs for sure. Never fun to lose races, even when you've seen it all, as Tim Adams surely has at the highest stakes. And yeah, on 13 big blinds, I think a lot of people would just be shoving here with this ace-king. But I think Simon Matson wants to be balanced sometimes with some min raises off this stack with hands that he'd be willing to fold. So he needs to be raising some of the super strong hands as well. So the ace-king is going to come in with a raise to 60,000.
Matson's raise gets through. Beresford on the button with king 6 of diamonds.
Should expect a shove here a lot of the time on these 11 big blinds, but Having seen what Simon Matson was doing in the last level, off 10 blinds with a similar hand, just min-raising the button. Be interested to see what Beresford elects to do and does go for the shove.
Counted.
Oh, that sounds like ace-8. Oh!
You only have 10 behind, right?
So this is a virtual all-in from Conor Beresford. Looks like he's left 10K behind.
Call.
Bigo calling.
It should be okay. But like I'm not all in now. Or I am.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, he's not all in. He's got chips. And Bigo just said call, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay.
I heard that the Serba in London, they let you keep just one chips. In London, they did the same, so they never said anything.
I just had the situation with that. Yeah. Okay, he's on virtual all-in.
A virtual all-in.
Sorry?
A virtual all-in.
Virtual all-in. When you're facing action, you're going to have 30 seconds plus a one-time bank to make a decision. On next street on, it's going to
So this came up in London, I only remember Griffin, but this is to stop players from tanking for a pay jump. So what will happen now is the tournament director will stand there, and Conor Beresford, if facing a decision, will have 30 seconds plus one time bank card, so 60 seconds total to act.
Okay.
Well, we didn't need to count him down. All in and a call. And it's Conor Beresford who is all in and is at risk here. With King 6 and ace high currently the best hand for Bigot, who's the covering stack. So Conor Beresford looking for a king or a 6 or running diamonds.
Yeah, a lot of good turn cards. There's some backdoor straights that can happen as well. So Beresford better than a 4-1 dog, despite not pairing here.
You think I'm gonna win, Charles? Yeah. I think so. Good.
He's online player. What does he know?
Well, there is a diamond on the turn, and Beresford picks up a lot more outs, has 14 in total. Diamonds, kings, and 6s all working for him. River card is the 8 of hearts, and that means we lose Conor Beresford. He is eliminated in 24th place.
Best of luck to you all.
Thank you.
And he cashes for 26,400 euros.
Another impressive deep run for Conor Beresford.
Get this off me now.
Constantly see him deep in these EPTs the last few years, as he jokingly says, "Get this thing off me."
Thank you.
And Fabrice, up to 57 big blinds. Nice to win those flips. Looks like we're down to 22 on the field board in the top right corner. After that, and one more elimination, presumably at one of the outer tables.
I'll have to check who he lost in 23rd.
$15 big blinds for Adams with King Queen suited.
400.
And Tim's going to do the virtual all-in thing now. 400,000, leaving himself 40K behind. So actually, Vyacheslav Czech went out in 24th, so Connor Beresford was actually the 23rd place finisher. So Czech out in 24th, Beresford out in 23rd, we're now at 22. That means Connor actually got more. Connor actually got 30,400 euros.
So he actually did get a pay jump.
He did.
So maybe the virtual then actually helped him. Even though he quickly put the rest of the chips in, he probably should have used that 30 seconds. It's funny.
Ace King for Tim Adams.
60.
Raise 60,000. It's 4 pass.
Voynia wisely folding the ace-5, but why
Oh,
do you go
gosh,
asking
look
for
at
a
your
count?
hand first.
And the big blind folds as well. So that's 2 in a row for Tim Adams. Now playing just shy of 600,000. Is there a reason, I'm trying to be kind, why you would ask for the stack to be verified before you look at your hand?
Because it's information that he wants about his stack in general. And, you know, if he had looked at the hand, maybe it's even more disingenuous. When you look at a 10-6 off and then you ask, it's like, but by asking, it's like, I don't know. There's no appropriate way to do it when you're not actually interested in the hand, but it's just a way of extracting info.
You go raising with King Jack from the hijack. Tim Adams in the big blind with 7 deuce suited. That's a raise and take it. So JFK asking if there's a place where you can see live chip counts of all players. Poker News are across it. PokerStars live app is across it. But remember, guys, we are on a 30-minute delay with the action we're showing you from the feature table. If you start looking for live updates, if you start looking at the live app, you will get spoilers. Now, if you can deal with that, fine. But don't then come back onto the stream and start sharing that information.
Spoiler zone.
Kalev has opened in the hijack. Gomez has 6-5 in the big blind.
There's a chance Gomez wants to play this as a 3-bet, which isn't going to have a good result.
Philip asking where the next EPT is. Well, this is the last stop of EPT 2022. EPT 2023 kicks off in Paris in February. 5 stops next season. Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus and Prague. But before the new season of the EPT, there's just the small matter of the PCA and the PSPC, which will be in late January.
A very small 4-bet from Kalev here. Quite prepared to play for stacks, of course, but doing it in such a way that gives Gomez the room to continue pre. But Gomez elects to just let it go.
Rubinho asks, are you guys commentating real time and recorded, or are you commentating to the delay? We're recording in real time and recorded, and what we do is we have this amazing device which is able to scan the live chat on Twitch and YouTube in the future, put that into a time machine and send it back to us 30 minutes in the past and interact with the audience.
It is an incredible technology.
That's right, guys. Finally, the technology is there. King Queen versus King Jack, and King Queen retains its dominance on this Queen high flop.
Yeah, and really extends it. 96 to 3%.
Kev says, Stapes is rubbing off on your James. I say. I mean, Joe does have a tendency to crank it every now and then. But I can assure you, he is nowhere near me right now.
Voinia actually attacking the small bet with a check raise. Ooh, okay. So this is getting very interesting here. I think this might be maybe a little too galaxy brainy for Kalev. We have seen him play some pretty impressive, aggressive hands, like yesterday with the King 5 suited against Gomez.
Yeah.
In this situation, you know, you don't have a lot of defense with the black King Jack when you get check raised on Deuce Deuce Queen, especially as we can see if your opponent is capable of value raising with just that queen against your very, very small bet. You never want to be calling check raises on flops, you know, as a 3% chance to win the hand.
That's right, Sonksaku. These are the final 22 of a starting field of 1,267. 3 tables remaining in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event.
Simon Matson back to his old short stack tricks. 13 big blind min raise with King Jack. Gomez on the button though might be tough to shake.
Raise 160,000.
Gomez re-raises and gets it through. Good point from Murstal, by the way. Not only is this Prague main event record breaking, it's also competing with another huge tournament across the Atlantic. It's incredible how many huge fields we're seeing all around the world, Griffin, and live poker right now. And I guess it's fueled by this desire to play live after a 2-year absence, but yeah, that's carried on. It started in the spring and it's carried on all the way through the year. It doesn't look like it's going to be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, people want to be playing poker, especially live. It's great to see. Two 7-figure tournaments going on at the same time. Pretty exciting.
Cuttlefish asks, will you also be covering the high roller? Nope, we will be covering just the main event here in Prague. Just to fast forward, as we're doing a lot of time traveling right now, to Paris in February. First leg of EPT 2023, we will cover the local tour. We'll have the FPS main event final table, have the super high roller final table, and then we'll have main event coverage.
I hope for Simon Matson's sake he gets away with this one, but I think this is a bit too ambitious. It's a very capable table, very strong players that have a lot of chips, and they're aware at this point that Simon Matson has a lot of raise folds off this stack. And you can see how weak this hand is. Queen Jack under the gun, starting the hand with just around 10 big blinds. Look, appears as though he is going to get away with it, though. Pretty awesome to be able to acquire chips in this way at this stage with this stack. But even Kalev with the 10-7 is just tough to get rid of.
Maybe you should considering playing curling.
Metal Face asks, why you high roller coverage? Stars can't afford your commentary fees. Hold on, it's going to run this through the translator of gobbledygook to English. If you're asking why we're not covering the high roller, it's because the high roller runs at exactly the same time as the main event. So you can't run both. It's one or t'other. And obviously we've been following the main event from day 2. It makes sense to follow that through to its conclusion. There was a time when the high roller would either conclude the next day or would be at the start of the schedule and we could factor it in, but now they're simultaneous. It makes it kind of hard.
So this is quite an interesting hand, even though not much has happened yet, because Gomez has sized up on the short stack big blind of Simon Matson. And the aim of this is to dissuade Matson from defending with, you know, something like let's say, queen 7 off and try to flop some equity off the short stack. Ace 5, though, is going to be a bit too strong, but also feels a bit too weak to just shove over a 2.5x. Pretty interesting flop. We can see that Gomez is ahead, but boy, does Mattsson have a lot of ways to improve. Those backdoor spades, any 9 or ace. Any turn card creates more outs as long as it's above a 3. But instead, Gomez is just going to put him in, effectively. The stack to pot ratio, you know, only Mattsson with only 295,000, 195,000 in there. And I think Simon's pretty aware. I think sometimes I'm good here. You know, you think about the queen 10, king queen, king 10 kind of combinations, and then all those pocket pairs that you're, you know, doing pretty well against with that ace high, 44% as we saw against the 3s. But you got to fold. It's great pressure from Javier Gomez, extending that chip lead up over 5.1 million chips. Yeah, I really like that shove from Gomez. It pushes out all those hands that have great equity, even like 7-8 off.
This one?
Yeah, thank you.
And Seaburn asking, does Mattsson still crush online like he did 10 years ago? Huh, not many, Benny. Yes, he has been very dominant in recent years. Gomez with aces.
And Simon Mattsson online is, of course. I'm teeing you up, James. You're supposed to tell everyone his screen name.
See Darwin too. Sorry,
yeah.
Griffin.
The Darwinian one. Bigot might be thinking about getting a little cheeky here. But I like that he decides to play this hand as a call. It's nice to kind of mix up your range with the flats in spots like this on these kind of stack sizes. You know, this is like 60 big blind range. You're thinking these flats are more often something like king queen off, maybe king jack suited, queen 10 suited. So your range becomes narrow-ish. Certainly going to be including 8s and 7s, 9s, those kind of hands too. So every once in a while, you want to have these 7-6 suiteds because your opponent, I think, is going to more put you on those Broadway kind of hands. But this is all Gomez here, and I think should get a quick fold from Bigot, especially without a diamond out there.
We've just ticked down to 21. Yannick Cardo eliminated in 22nd place. Ran ace-king into Jordan Zakuchi's aces. So Cardo cashing out for 30,400 euros. Whoever goes out in 21st will also get 30,400. There was then a pay jump when we get to 20. So 3 tables of 7 right now. Bigot has raised with king queen.
The most exciting hand in poker. Raise and take it.
and 49.
Raised to 60,000.
So it's going to be another raise and take it hand.
Probably not with Gomez in the big blind, and certainly not with the pretty strong Queen Jack.
So Gomez makes the call. All spades, and that...
It's just the nuts.
Yeah.
Just the almonds. Just the bag of cashews.
Bet of 50,000. Such a horrible position to be in, Griffin, where you're drawing to the straight, but you're actually drawing dead.
Yeah, especially when it comes in.
Oh.
Big trouble for Gomez here.
Gross.
I wouldn't worry too much about, you know, Gomez getting all the chips in here or anything. There's a lot of chips. But facing a big bet from the nuts here, I don't think Gomez is going to really necessarily be playing this as a check raise. So probably going to lose something close to pot here. And then that'll create a pot of around 700K. And we'll see how stiff of a bet we get from Voina. And maybe you're watching this and maybe it seems counterintuitive to you, thinking, well, what do you mean you have a straight? It's so strong, you want to protect it so a spade doesn't come. But the problem is that your opponent is probably going to fold a lot of the hands that you beat here, but only really continue with the hands you're losing against with the Queen Jack. So that's why Gomez is playing this so bluff catchy here.
Again, we'd need to check in with Jack Sinclair about the rules of 7-card Hold'em, but a 6-card straight versus a flush, is it at least a chop? I guess as it's the nut flush, probably not.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Gomez could certainly just be snapping this river regardless of the size, but he's not like super thrilled about it. You are really too high up in your range, but you're not beating any value hands. You know, pocket nines even, are they really going to be slight overbetting the river here super confidently when Gomez could have a lot of flushes? So you're really hoping to be up against something like ace-jack with one spade that's trying to bluff off a 10. This would be an extremely impressive fold, but I think too difficult of one to make. And Gomez is going to see the bad news and drop to just over 4 million, and that rises Voina to over 3 million. A huge, significant pot here with 21 left.
Yeah, a huge swing in his favor. More than 100 big blinds now for the qualifier in for 54 euros, a 27 euro satellite, but he rebought the cheeky chappy.
One pass. See take pass. 69 pass.
Hoffer in the cutoff with King, Queen of Hearts.
Been pretty quiet since the controversial 3-pair check raise against Gomez's aces.
Oh, yes.
Definitely one of, if not the most interesting hand of the day.
Still playing quite deep right now, by the way. 60 big blind average.
Yeah, this is going to be good enough price here for Voina. Going to be ahead sometimes with the ace high. And that's part of the reason, too. Still alive against that king. Hoffer sees the bad news. Just a spot of bad luck.
Voina. Momentum definitely with the qualifier right now. So this morning, before play began, our friend and colleague Nicholas Walks tweeted, if we don't get a Tonka and Conor Beresford final table, confirmed riot in Prague. Someone's going to have to break the news to him that Conor Beresford cannot make the final table anymore, having been eliminated in 23rd place. However, I see no signs of anyone rioting right now.
Redraw at 16. Redraw at 16.
Yeah.
There's still a chance for Tonka to make the FT, as he did in 2018. He's still in at one of the outer tables right now. Has about 1.2 million, so it's a below average stack, but still comfortable. How can you not be comfortable in that lovely green woolly hat?
Could be some fireworks here. I think Voina has every reason to 3-bet in this spot. So far ahead of the average opening range of Gomez on the button. But Gomez is well ahead of his opening range. So I think King-Queen is going to have to be played as a continue here, almost certainly.
No,
Question is,
tomorrow. Yeah.
at what capacity? And it is going to be as a call, which I think is the right way to do it. Advantage Gomez, which only seems a little fair after what Voina just did to him.
If you happy and you know it, asks, how did Gomez lose 3 million? You missed a key hand. He had a straight against a flush. Shipped a lot of chips over to Voina. Is he going to get some back here is the question.
Yeah, I would be very surprised to see a fold at this stage of the hand. Voinia playing this a little cautiously. Ooh, and that makes it less likely that Gomez has that king, but also less likely that he would bluff. So I wonder how Voinia is going to proceed here, whether a bet comes on both the turn and river or one of the two.
Okay.
250.
Bet 250,000.
And Gomez not getting greedy. This bet is about 20% of the pot. No, I have that wrong. 215 to 880. Like just over 30%.
Okay, well, this is looking good for Gomez right now.
And that is a great card for Voinia to get away here. Counterfeiting the pocket tens, only chopping against the... Well, your hand is effectively nines through kings now. So any bet, you're just going to be calling for a chop when your opponent has been representing the king, not just here on this river when the bet comes in, but every street of this hand. Now, Gomez needs to be aware of that too. And maybe not get too greedy, and doesn't get too greedy. Only 525 into 1.3. I love this bet.
So we just had a big swing in the direction of Voinia. A swing in the direction of Gomez. But how big will that swing be? I guess it's a case of whether Voinia calls here, not wanting to be bluffed off a chop.
It's just such a nice bet, you know. I think anything above 750, Voinia just maybe starts to really just believe. Oh, but it's still too smart, too good. You call this guy a qualifier? Really nice fold there.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate,
professional qualifier.
Voinia is an accomplished poker player. He just happened to qualify for this event for a total of 54 euros. Gomez back up to 4.8 million, has 160 big blinds right now. We are roughly midway through the level, Joe.
Halfway through the level, halfway to Chat Pro Saturday, which
oh no,
Curdy Mafia would have done really great tomorrow.
Can I just say that I'm grateful that tomorrow will be a shorter day? I'm glad that Saturday isn't one of the 12-hour days. Now, I know that we have certain license on Chat Pro Saturday for people to say whatever they want to say.
Well, they can't say whatever they want to say. It's just like Chat Pros can't be wrong.
Okay, that's good. By the way, guys, we talked about this earlier on. Full schedule of EPT 2023 available at PokerStarsLive.com. Those are the 5 stops next year. Paris satellites running now. And, of course, Paris satellite tickets added in all of the mini EPT Prague tournaments online. There is one starting right now. It is a $3.30 deep stack. So if you fire up the Stars client, you'll be able to buy into that one. I was just going to check. Chat Pro Saturday, we don't still give license to all the people who get unnecessarily triggered by the word soccer or Voinia's mask, right?
No, absolutely
they still get
not.
banned?
They're all banned.
Good,
yeah.
Good. Just checking.
Not today, everybody. I'm not to be messed with today. We've done 3 days of poker in a day and a half. 5 days of poker in 2.5 days. Mattson all in. You know, Darwin the Talking Dolphin sounded a lot like your robot voice back in the day. I don't know if you remember Sequest, Deep Sea Voyage.
No, I never watched it.
You were probably 4 years old when it was on. No action for Mattson, which is something that he has in common there with all the people that did watch Sequest Deep Sea Voyage. Olio says, less Sequest, more C-Lab. If you're looking for me, you better look under the sea. No, not a fan of Captain Murphy in the curve?
I don't know C-Lab.
C-Lab's legit. They did a C-Lab homage in Archer. Because the same guy that created Archer created C-Lab.
Okay.
And I believe they had John Hamm play Captain Murphy.
Are they on like season like 13 of that show suddenly?
It's up there.
Crazy. Has the quality remained? I think I stopped after 6 or 7.
There were a bunch of seasons I did not like, which were right around like 6 through 5 through 8, 6 through 9.
But then they found their stride again?
Then they found their stride again, I think, yeah. Zcat says they remember Sequest DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles. Quintessential one asks, is there a coverage schedule for the PCA, PSPC? Yeah.
Sure is.
Thank you for your question.
Isn't Sequest like a pattern put on like clothing?
I think you're thinking of Ryan Sequest, host of American Idol.
No, I was making a sequins joke.
Sequins.
You're supposed to.
I tried.
Do you mean sequins?
You mean numbers in a row?
Nice.
Queen at 10 offsuit for Bigot. This guy gets a lot of mentions online.
Bigot?
Yeah.
Yeah, always trending, this guy.
I think Stapes needs a joke book for Christmas. Well, someone should send you a book to read while you're banned.
You gotta admit that was a pretty sick burn, though.
That was pretty sweet.
Yeah. Too bad it cost you everything.
If you want to figure out what the broadcast schedule is for the PCA, what I would do is PSPC is January 30th to February 3rd. And we're doing every day of that. And then we're doing 5 days before that. So there you have it.
What if that person was just like had been watching the stream for years and was just finally ready to like make a little joke at your expense, and then you banned him?
They blew it.
And he's at like an internet cafe from the 90s, you know, walks out.
Sure.
His grandma's waiting outside. Did you make any friends, sweetie? Not really.
Not really. Ace Queen for Vornea. Hailing from Romania. Griff, I don't know if you know this or not, but it is the year of Romania.
And they're running out of time. There are very few tournaments left. This is the biggest one left of the year, some might say. And once the year turns over, I don't know how the year of Romania works, but who knows if next year it will be the year of Romania. I mean, it has been the year of Romania for years.
It is.
But once it resets, we don't know until the year starts.
Griffin.
Yeah.
It is currently the year of Romania, and that's all we need to know.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, this fella sent in a comment yesterday that I didn't read, and it's about me specifically, so I'm surprised I missed it. But
yeah. Wow, Nick Walsh really liked that one.
Tori says, I went to Joe Stapleton's stand-up comedy show in London a few years back, and he started the show off by making a joke about my name sounding like a medication his grandma takes every morning. I don't remember your name being Viagra.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your comment. Vornea with 6s this time around. 2.7 mil for this human. I like it. That's still a good stack at this point, I assume. Brian Slade asks, are commentators on site? Yes, twitch.tv/PokerStars. That's the site. Thank you for your question. Pocket sevens for Mattson.
Great
short
spot.
Stack.
Great spot if you can pull the trigger. And I think you might have to. You know, this is obviously under the gun to cut off, but when it's not, when it's nice and 7 or 8 handed like this, and the player opening has a lot of chips, sevens is going to be slightly ahead of the range, I'd say. You need all the help you can get with this 285K, 80K you're sitting with. And Mattson very pleased to see one of the few hands that he's dominating.
I think so, yes.
Doing the prepay. 280.
Domination situation as we get everything squared away. Run it, dealer. No 6s, no 7s.
But 3 hearts.
3 hearts? What?
3 hearts.
3 hearts total. And 2 4s, a little bit of hope for the 6s as well. Oh, that is a lot of hope for the 6s.
Oh, not the survival of the fittest.
Darwin
today.
Being eliminated from the textbooks in lieu of the 10 Commandments.
Removed from history.
River card. No miracle 7. Darwin extinct. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. I mean, obviously not for him, not that cool to go out in 21st place, 30,400 euros. But pretty cool to see the online legend contending here. Slumming it one table at a time.
Yeah.
Counting chips by hand.
It's nice to see these human just like us, though, you know? I didn't like seeing that 6. Couldn't hide it on his face. It's like, I was having fun.
Yeah.
Playing around here, doing my thing.
I think that's something we don't really talk enough about, is that there's many reasons to be sad about going broke in a poker tournament, but it's just fun, right?
It's
Being
super
this deep.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also he's such a grinder. He's just like, oh, great, I guess I'll go late reg the big 109 now. It's just like,
well, he's probably going to go play the 10K high roller, I would guess. Everyone in the high roller was rooting for a 7 also.
Yeah.
6, 7 fold. 8 folds. 2 folds.
Glad to see Pilhofer still in.
3 folds.
Ninja fold from Tim Adams also still in. Gomez giving a walk with the hammer.
This one's here.
That really is nice to give someone a walk with the hammer, because some folks are just going to, like, 5x it. Go,
I think you played too many celebrity cash games. Trying to one-up each other.
Do you think that any professional poker player would give me a walk in the small blind, no matter what their holding is?
Probably not.
Yeah.
But there are more layered reasons for that, you know? Like,
maybe because Vinaya can play post flop and I can't?
No, it's like if you for instance, if you give Joe Stapleton a particularly bad beat with some good table talk, you might end up in a comic, you know? You have
I
to,
see.
you have
I
to
see.
really,
There's future
yes,
EV
exactly.
if they
you
make
have
like
to,
a best of the EPT clip.
Like when you are Joe Stapleton, you experience things from inside the world, but when you see things from the outside, it's like there's
Right.
a lot of big things happening in the Joe Stapleton world that
I can wrap my head
people
around
are trying to interact with you. You know, that's why everyone's shouting your name in the chat.
People asking Zeddy to explain the comment of this is why poker is not profitable for good players. It's a meme, guys. Don't think too hard about it. It's from yesterday. It's an inside joke. You wouldn't get it. You had to be there. Gomez on the button facing a raise from Pillhofer.
I have like 1.8.
Big go with some big ideas for what might happen with this 10-7 offsuit. Should I ban this guy that said Joe Stapleton? Who cares?
It's kind of funny.
Kind of. Oh, because you said who cares about. Okay, it's a callback. That's fine.
Yeah.
Queen Jack Jack.
Pillhofer not thrilled with this flop, given Gomez's flatting range. But is going to put out a bet. Doesn't want to just concede the pot. And with Gomez's particular hand, might just have to fold it. Yep. Nice win for Pillhofer.
I had a girlfriend that was a Pillhofer. Istvan. Man, we've had some cool-ass names in this tournament. Remember Oddvar? Is he still in?
I think Prague brings out some pretty cool, like, Eastern European, Northern European names. Pretty damn cool.
$20 players remain. Trying to get down to 9 today. Pillhofer with pocket fours. UTG, I'm trying to get UTG changed to FTA.
Full-time assistant?
First to act.
God, you're so woke.
It's the mind virus. I can't really help it at this point. I tweeted that a bunch of people are here in Prague at the Prague Hilton, and I hope Elon doesn't ban me.
It's getting worse.
Oh my gosh, nice. I saw that just actually before we went on air.
I mean, I'm exposing the real-time location of
gotta be
giving
careful about
assassination coordinates.
Yeah.
Of James Hardigan.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend the rest of the day reporting anybody that tweets my location.
Taking care of the others. That's what matters.
I very much agree. Only if everybody would do it.
Yes, Archie, we would have an FTA +1.
Adams knows what he has to do. I know what I have to do. I just don't know if I can do it. Blinds are going to go up in 30 minutes. Got a pair. 12 big blinds. Why can't I just pull the trigger?
Presto, changeo.
I'm such a fraud.
Ooh, the king of diamonds and the what of whats. I'm going to go king queen.
I'm going to say king jack. Chat, if you guess the other card to the suit, I'll give you something. We'll never know.
It's so hard not to know.
Some guy says they know it's a spade on Twitch chat. Interesting. You've given me no reason not to trust you.
Mercedes says, stop whispering. It's cringe. You know what is the true cringe?
What?
The word cringe.
Yeah, who says cringe anymore?
So bad. You're banned, by the way.
Your cringy ass is banned.
Cringe. Such a cringe thing.
Oh my god, I'm so cringe.
For raise 75. 5 folds.
King 10 suited for Gomez.
8 folds. 2 folds.
Holds round to Timothy. Boo. He looks very sad, Tim Adams, and I don't like it.
No, I don't like it either.
Hey, N. Seaburn says, I watched the card counter yesterday. Enjoyed it. Shame you didn't get more airtime. That's nice. I'm glad you liked it. Not exactly the poker movie people were looking for, but it has its merits. Somebody gonna...
not least of which the sweet poker hand in it where Oscar Isaac, actually I don't want to spoil it. It's pretty sweet though.
C5 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 2 folds.
Ace King for Timothy. Come on, buddy. Perk up a little bit.
Such a sad boy.
Aww. I mean, he's got to keep looking sad now. He can't suddenly look happy.
I want to know what Tim Adams was like in like high school. Maybe he was just like some cute emo goth boy.
I think he
like
was-
Fall Out Boy fan or something.
I think he was a jock.
Linkin
I think
Park.
he was a soccer star.
Was he?
I don't know why I think that, but for some reason I feel like he was like a highly rated soccer player.
Yeah.
lot of-
Between rewatching Donnie Darko, he'd hit the pitch, live a double life.
Metal Face TV says card counter only gets a 6.2 in IMBD. I usually draw the line at 6.5, but I'll give it a go. Here's the thing.
Oh gosh, here comes an IMDb speech. This is gonna be great.
IMDb is
Here we go.
Is mob rule.
Buckle in.
Who are the people that are rating things in IMDb? Idiots.
Is that it's all user based?
Yeah,
right?
not bright people.
Yeah.
It's the same people that are leaving a Yelp review for Starbucks. These
Right.
are not normal, bright individuals. If you Google top 10 lists for 2021, you will find the card counter on many of them. Critical top 10 lists. Learned people.
Yes.
Not people who are like going on to IMDb and rating Pacific Rim 2.
So, first of all, be careful about your Pacific Rim talk because I'm a big Pacific Rim 1 fan. Guillermo del Toro's one of his best.
Thank you for the raid. Peace and love, Sebastian Huber. Thank you.
I will say, though, Joe, the problem with your theory, which I believe, I subscribe to what you're saying, is that I feel like the average person in our PokerStars chat is going to relate more to the people
To the
writing
idiots.
IMDb
Yeah, definitely. No, for
than
sure.
the critics list.
Absolutely.
Of Paul Schrader, deconstruction of freaking
Totally.
Oscar
You're not
Isaac's
wrong.
Stare, or whatever that movie was about.
Flush draw for Pillhofer, and the bet's going to get through. Nice little
King of hearts in the back.
semi-bluff with tons of equity.
Also, I found it an interesting choice to have the Tiffany Haddish character played by Tiffany Haddish and not like Harvey Keitel,
It was a little off-brand for Schrader.
Yeah.
To cast Haddish instead of
I mean, I thought she
instead
was
of Michael
good, but it was-
Imperioli.
Yeah, exactly, Instead of Giancarlo Esposito.
You can see the other one. In the light, you can see it.
There you go. John Delano gave the card counter a 7.5 on IMDb. It's more fair.
In a corner, I mean, there was a 10 of clubs that had a dent in the corner. That's
No, this
He
is
just followed up and said he hasn't seen it yet, but he wants to support Joe's theory.
I mean, you can see it in the light.
Oh, now I saw it. It's like if you,
If you just squeeze a little.
it's like guys manicures in the brain.
It's like we're
manicure,
Okay. Just put your nails.
discussing yet another deck change. Here we go.
You see? You're also taking care of all this.
Anyway, I'm
Ooh, I have a great. Sorry,
Yeah,
I got to
please.
answer this question.
Yeah.
What does card counting have to do with poker anyway? I'll tell you what. Counting blockers because they're real.
Is it?
He's trying to trigger me.
Is it working?
Which one? One?
It's weird. I know that card counting isn't really a thing in poker.
That much?
And they're not referencing poker. It's just the name of the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you know this, but the movie Band of Brothers wasn't about a band.
Right, and you know it's even more so. They weren't actually
brothers.
related. Yeah, no, that was
Crazy.
I noticed that.
But
they were of.
My other, there were of. There was definitely of. Of is
There
accurate.
was some of energy.
There was of something.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is that then people get rid of there's no card counting in poker. I'm like, well, what are you doing when you are figuring out how many outs you have?
When you're counting your outs, what is
Are
that?
you not counting cards?
You're not counting cards there? That's what you're doing? Counting the cards of how many outs you have?
Are you not saying, oh, I have one ace and there are three more in the deck?
Not
Is
to
that
be
not
a
counting?
Schrader apologist or anything, but...
All right, Pilhofer raising. FTA +1, ace-9 suited. Gomez with the domination situation.
Gomez.
Jesse says, "You band of brothers."
Oh, that's great. Don't ban that guy for that one. That's funny.
No, that's good. Big Go with a hand that you don't like to let go of, but when it goes early raise, button 3-bet, this is more like bingo. Go in the
Go
bin.
in the bin. Yeah, be gone.
Be gone. That's much better. Bonus Boys, who says that we are a tough listen. No problem.
You're an easy ban.
I've just freed up your day.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's doing it.
You banned. Wow.
I feel like it's the point of no return when you start grabbing the chips, you know? Like maybe you realize you shouldn't do it.
I've done that. I've definitely grabbed a huge stack of
and
chips.
then you're like, well, maybe I shouldn't do this.
Gets ace-9 to fold with the cold 4. The lukewarm 4 with the big blind out there. That's what I like to call it. And Gomez
looks like he runs poker simulations while working out.
It's powered by bench presses.
Yeah.
It's going to work. Well
Nice.
done. Very cool. It's a weird 4-bet bluff candidate, isn't it?
Well, it's not that weird because it blocks a lot of the best hands. I know you don't want to talk about blockers, but it makes it a bit less likely they have like kings and queens and that kind of hand. You're obviously a bit scared if a continue happens from Gomez, but you know Gomez might look down at ace-10 off, ace-jack off,
right?
Even as strong as ace-queen as we've seen off,
Yeah.
and 3-bet that for blocker / bluff / value, like in that mergey kind of range, and be very happy to fold it to a cold 4-bet, fourth guy in, you know?
Right.
So you're folding out some better hands, and actually almost all the hands you're folding out are going to be better, which is kind of nice, you know?
I'm going to try that. I'm going to try a cold 4 with king queen sometime. You may have noticed the field ticker drops down to numero 19 right now. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Ari Kleeper, who's met the Grim Reaper, not literally, figuratively in the tournament, jammed a short stack with 7-6 and lost to Simon Lofberg's ace-10. So we're in the teens.
See, and now prepared to just call with the king queen. So
yeah,
you put in some, you mix it for different reasons, right? I like the way that Bigot is playing. Here comes the bet. Gomez with that jack 10, 10 of spades. This isn't the worst flop, but it's also not the best. But you do want to bet to try to fold out some of those maybe small pocket pairs that might think they're ahead, but going to be tough to continue. Less likely that Bigot has an ace with the 2 out there. But sometimes you're going to run into these king-queen type hands that are certainly not going to fold.
Bigot makes the call, headed to the turn. It's a 5.
Cinco de Mayo.
Check.
Bigot checks again. Gomez not slowing down. And Bigot is going to be fairly pleased with this, I think.
Yeah, I think Gomez imagines that Bigot is going to have some of those queen jack, maybe queen 10 suited kind of combos that have to fold this turn. Let's just say Bigot had queen 10 of diamonds. Would be calling the flop, would be folding the turn, you know?
Yep.
All the queen jack combinations. So that's why Gomez...
It's kind of obligatory double barrel here.
Yeah, it's just like, I think that you're going to fold pocket 7s here. I think you're going to fold those broadways that are better than my jack 10. And I think it's really unlikely you have an ace because there's 2 out there. And maybe you do call with the king, but maybe on a spade, I just blast.
River card is the 9 of spades. Completes the potential flush. Mort's asks, is Gomez representing an ace? Sometimes also just sort of representing Bigot's hand, representing a king.
Yeah, more likely, I think, an ace, but I agree, like, king-queen would certainly sometimes bet this turn for value. Interesting to see how this queen of spades interacts with Bigot's thought process as a bluff catcher here, if Gomez does fire a big bet. Because when you have the queen of spades in your hand, you're therefore blocking some of the bluff combos that Gomez might have here, trying to represent this flush. And we see the big bet.
Gomez going for it. 6-2-5. Oh my God, Griffin, what do you do? I can see the cards, and I'm like, this is a crying call.
It's hard.
It's only because I can see the cards.
Only because you can see the cards. Yeah, this is, you know, there aren't a ton of hands Gomez is going to be 3-barrel bluffing here. It's just these kind of combos. You know, spades are going to bet twice on this flop and turn.
Little
and then
hand history.
Oh, very nice. And then get there on the river here. Certainly Gomez is going to have a lot of the aces. Would Gomez bet 625 on the 3rd spade is the question. Maybe not. Maybe he's just representing a flush.
What about this queen of spades blocker?
Well, that's the thing. I think it makes it. I think it makes it less likely Bigot thinks he's bluffing, because it means that Gomez doesn't have the queen of spades. Gomez doesn't have the queen 10 off with the queen of spades that might, would bet twice here and then bluff the river when the third spade came in.
So you think the queen of spades makes it more likely that Bigot's going to fold?
Yeah.
Oh.
But you could look at it the other way. See, this is why blockers can be confusing sometimes, because by having the queen of spades, that's also less flushes.
Spades. Queen of spades.
Spades, sorry. That's also less flushes that that Gomez can have, right? And we see a big call.
The one chip call is good for Bigot.
Nice.
Huge pot, 1.8 million. And that brings Bigot up to nearly 3 million. And that is nearly 100 big blinds. Not a bad spot to be with 19 players remaining. And I guess it's been a roller coaster day for Gomez, huh?
Yeah, a bit all over the place, but been playing pretty strong. Just some very interesting kind of hands with value where he's had to kind of fold. Think back to that aces hand or the ace-queen hand just a few hands ago.
Man, there's a lot of chat pro happening here. Cutoff will never have an ace there. Lol, dude sucks.
Oh, but
now
Gomez.
that the flush got there, it's a fold.
American Airlines.
AA. It's not that much of a hero if you play poker for a long time.
Oh. Well then.
Don't bluff with that board.
If you play poker a long time, you'll know.
So much chat proing going on. Save it for tomorrow, my babies. Chat pro Saturday.
Oh, no action for
Huge.
Gomez's aces.
D-Doc asks, Joe, how come you don't do analysis on stream when you used to do it on TV? Because there's people here who are better at it than I am. You don't bring sand to the beach.
I like it used in this way more than the other way.
When did I use it the other way?
No, not you, but people
Oh.
often use it in this like sort of misogynistic way, or they're just like, why didn't you bring your girlfriend this weekend? You don't bring sand to the beach.
I see.
You know?
Got it.
I like it better in the context of
Got it, yeah.
commentary.
Well, you're the beach in this case.
Yes.
Pocket knives for Vornea. Year of Romania.
Oh, wow. Zeddy says, well, maybe you should bring Sam to the beach. He could use some sun.
He gets plenty of sun.
Burn.
Dude spends half the year in Brazil. He's doing
It's
fine.
true. You're right.
Pocket sixes for Kalev. DJ Kalev. Does make the call.
DJ Kalev coming to you live here on day 4 of the main event. 19 players left. You've tuned in to Kalev Radio.
Full house.
Kalev.
DJ Kalev. 66677. Overpair for Vornea. That is not Kalev. That is Bigot. Hey, buddy. There we go. DJ Kalev.
The house is full.
Calling. Deuce of spades on the turn.
Call right now.
Oh, Mr. Greaves with the T-Tours. I miss T-Tours. Bonea slows down. Wisely.
200K over under. Go, Joe.
Over, but by like 4,000.
Wait for the drop.
It's going to be like 205,000. Under.
Oh, under.
Under. I take the under. River is a 4, so Bonea is still in a pretty weird spot here with an overpair to this board.
I'm very surprised by this check back from Kalev. I understand you have the stone nuts, but, you know, Voynia is going to apparently have some overpairs in his range here with this check on the turn. Some ace highs, probably going to call and do a small enough bet.
I think Kalev doesn't check back here.
Okay, so
I'm going to stick with my
over or under 204?
175. I think I'm going to go 175.
Okay, if he bets exactly 175, I don't know, going to buy you dinner.
Pretty smooth move after we agreed to go to McDonald's. 250. Oh, so close. And got called.
Yeah, snarped.
Snapped. Nice hand there for Kalev, picking up some of Vonea's newly minted chips.
Could have made 500, just saying.
Closing in on the end of this level as Petar Kalev skyrockets up to 67 big blinds. Griffin, I've got some good news for the audience, but I'm not sure they deserve it.
Do it. Give it to them. We'll never know if they deserve it until you do it. Just do it.
I'm just going to start with this, but you guys have to behave yourselves. Behave yourselves. After the break, there's going to be a new feature table.
Stop.
Just chill out. Chill out.
It's Spraggy, isn't it? He's back.
The bad news is that it is not Tonka's table.
Oh, wow. What a slow roll. I feel like you have a however loaded up.
When we are at 16.
Do you have a however loaded up?
The good news is...
Oh, here we go.
That I was lying, and it is
my God,
Tonka's
not
table.
a new future table. Oh, okay. Wow, very exciting. Let's go.
Not just Tonka's table, by the way. There are other players at it.
Oh, man.
Antoine Saout, Palius Vitakunis, Klaus Lofberg, Luigi Delterio, and Maxim Shornikov. But I guess to the delight
Sorry, just confusing.
of the internet,
I think I just read it. Yeah.
Parker Tonka Talbot will be playing on the main stage after the break.
Do you think people that have a more like subconscious connection to Tonka because his first name is Parker, like Peter Parker, like we all subconsciously of our generation love Spider-Man?
Maybe.
It's a bit too galaxy brain, isn't it? Sorry, it's too deep. Your kids are going to love that, though.
It is hashtag deep. Big go.
I'm just saying.
Ace 10, yes, sir.
Is Parker Talbot Spider-Man? That's all I'm saying.
Lamidas asks, when does break start? When the last hand is over? Thank you for your question.
Viggo Mortensen, the Open.
Bonea lets it go.
Let me do.
And if the player is getting up from their seats means anything, and I like to think it does.
Yeah, it means Parker's on the way.
We're going on break, and Parker's on the way. That's right.
No, but I mean no, because I wanted to play like the cheaper big line.
Hey, B, get out of here.
B go, big blind. These players are going to demic and leave the stage. Javier Gomez, once again, sitting pretty with nearly 100 bigs, 3.7 million. Fabrice Bigot had a big old level there, has 74 big blinds, almost 3 million. Bonea, 2.5 million. 50 bigs right about for Kalev and Pilhofer. And Tim Adams still clinging, hanging on by a thread with 7 big blinds. We'll have to keep one eye on them, but both eyes will be on the new featured table. Antoine Saut, Paulius Vaitikunis, Klaas Lofberg, Luigi Del Terrio, Maxim Shornikov, your friend and mine, Parker Tonka Talbot. We're taking a 12 to 13 to 13 to 14 minute break. Who knows? More from EPT Prague 2022 when we return.
Seven deuce game's on, right?
Oh, I forgot. I forgot.
What is a 7 deuce game? I have no idea.
So 300 for 7 deuce.
Okay, just win, you show it.
Yeah.
You win 300 from everyone? Or?
Yeah, from everyone. So you win 1,500.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that is big.
Wait, so is it on or is it not on?
Yeah, it's on, yeah.
Okay.
You know what the Jake Cody hand is, yeah?
No, I don't. What is it?
10-4.
10-4.
10-4.
Yeah.
Very playable hand.
This is how he won his EPT. He 5-bet all in with 10-4 off and cracked a man's kings. And there's an interview of the French guy, and I won't do the accent. You can do it you can do it with the accent. He's like, I don't know why he did it. I don't know. He went all in. I call, I have kings. 10-4.
Ooh, big hand for the challenger.
What did it come?
I just confidently showed as well, like, just like as if like it's the most standard thing of all time.
That's the key to winning it. What did it come, Jake? What was the flop?
It was 3, 5, 6.
Good start.
Ace, and then 7 from heaven on the river.
What a punk.
We'd be sitting here with Hugo Lemaire right now.
Actually, it's actually very possible.
What's the pot? Like, what's the maximum I can make it?
885.
Okay, I'll make it 885.
Sam and Alex have the same hand.
In future, I'll just be like, pot.
Gut check time. Hand numero uno for Alex.
It'll be interesting to see how he responds to this re-raise. I'm pretty sure Ali Reza will fold the Jack 5.
Raise.
All right.
He's repopped it. It's back on Sam.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Well, worst case scenario, Alex loses less than half a stack.
Bullying. Ah, right.
I'll show you my hand if it'll help you make your decision.
How much is it total?
Setting select was.
I don't mind to gamble if you want to gamble, and then you can decide to fold if you're crushed. I don't know. You might even be getting the right price even with a crushed hand.
I just have no idea how you play at all. That's a problem.
No one does.
Even I don't know how to play. If only there was some kind of strategy behind my... But when I go all in, I definitely have good hands in general. Like, that is the case.
Math is right.
Well, when I start with 100 big blinds, I have good hands.
I call. Yeah.
Good call.
Ace and a king.
Same.
A lot of dramatics.
Mate, the same suits as well.
Same
It's
suits.
hard for it to come 4 diamonds. I'm just saying, it's hard, but it's not impossible.
Come on.
Let's get a
No sweat. I just want. I'll take a chop.
Come on, hearts.
You've got everyone rooting for you anyway, Alex.
Thank you.
Split pot.
We chopped up Ali. How much did you put
No,
you chopped up
I
for-
chop. I get all. I have 5 jack of suited. Yeah.
We chopped up your 50 bucks.
That's a wholesome start. Everyone gets their money.
There we go.
Love that excitement for a second.
Having an edge of it there, I was like, no, not the aces.
Just your friendly neighborhood game. Chop it up.
And everyone loves a chop pot.
I think he heard us.
Well, hopefully that's calmed Alex's nerves. It's now on Jamie. Ali Reza on the button. Has 8-3 offsuit.
Everybody's just making up their own games now. 7 deuce, 10-4, 8-3. There is no prize for this, Ali Reza.
He's raised to 125 euros. Sam has small suited connectors in the big blind, 6-5 of spades. And he calls. The flop is Queen 4-3. So Sam has an open-ended straight draw, but Ali Reza is ahead for now with a pair of threes.
Ah, this classic matchup. Bottom pair versus the up and down draw.
Oh, man. Oh, sorry. 215, yeah. Well, I would have paid 275, so that's a tell.
215 euros apiece. The turn card is a deuce. That's the straight for Sam, but it is a diamond. Ali Reza has a flush draw. He bets again, 315 euros.
From bluffing to semi-bluffing.
And Sam, who is a 4-1 favourite, calls the bet, going to the river. The Queen of Spades pairing the board. Sam checks. Ali Reza did not get there, just a pair of threes. He bets 205.
Well, if this were a bluff, I'm not sure the sizing would work. I don't know who's folding for 205.
925.
Well, Sam check raises.
Raising a straight on a paired flushy board?
Raise.
What?
Ali, come on, mate. This isn't Baccarat. Come on, we'll play a poker now. Go easy on me. What do you even have?
I don't know, a couple of wavy lines.
I'm so bad at poker. It's unbelievable. And that, like, why would I go on... Like, people suspect I'm bad, but why would I go on TV and prove it to people? Ali, what do you have? What do you think I have? I could have a full house here. No, I could have, like, straight, a flush. Can you be a flush? Or do you just have, like...
He has just like.
Poor Sam is in a world of pain.
Did eye my chips on the turn. I don't really know what to do here. I'm not raising. I can't raise. It's a pretty good price.
That is true. He's getting better than 3-1. Will he have the winner often enough?
Sam folds the best hand.
Is good.
Shows the 3.
I mean, yeah. It could be good, yeah. Nice hand.
We have a friend.
And he shows the 8.
Oh, that's so sick.
What a bluff.
Sam Grafton, it's broken.
See, I'm so bad.
I think you have 4.
No, no, I didn't have 4. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
What happens?
As a bluff.
Bluff. Yep. Oh my God.
Monster
Can I
hand.
shake your hand?
Monster
That's
hand.
amazing. Whew.
So Ali Reza with pocket 4s. And that is a raise to 225. Selena's out. Ace-6 of hearts for Sam.
I doubt Sam's folding this, so I would expect a call here or a quote from Kierkegaard.
He's in position on the button.
675.
And he re-raises to 675 euros.
Not a call. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forward. Read a philosophy book.
Alex and Jake have folded the blinds. It's back on Ali Reza.
Call.
And we're going to see a flop.
Surprised Ali Reza isn't already too full from eating Sam's lunch.
1,485 euros in the pot already. And hello, a set of 4s for Ali Reza and a straight draw for Sam.
Ali Reza had Sam's number before, and this time Sam's number is 4.
825.
Sam continues. 825 euros.
If it were not for the fact that Ali Reza flopped the set, this would be the perfect board to continue on. Sometimes you win it with this bet, sometimes you make your straight and win a huge pot.
Are you sure?
I could bet 7 deuce for value, yeah? And then all my overbets, so I'm in a good spot on this board.
Burn.
10 raise.
This is
to
great.
keep my friend safe.
Really awful spot for Sam.
You do so much raising, Ali. So much.
It's my job.
Like, so little folding and so much raising. I'm all in.
I call.
Sounds bad.
Oh, big hand.
It's a good hand. It's good. You want to run it twice?
Let's see your hand. Twice.
Twice is good. Let's get there. Let's get there. Come on.
So they're going to run out the board twice, and each run will be worth 50% of the pot.
I would never run it twice. Also, I would never have the money to play in this game.
Run 1. Sam looking for a 3 or an 8. Boom!
That's good. That's a good start. I'll take the ace of clubs now.
One more 8.
Please don't do this to me.
A lot of things
like
can
an
be.
like an ace of clubs.
A lot
you
of
see,
things.
you see, he even knows what card to call for. Like, not even like a
Thank
specific...
you, thank you.
I mean, it could happen to what? Like, now, you know when your expectations are here? Like, you're just, like, begging for crumbs. And now, all of a
I
sudden...
don't even know what to do.
So 1-0 to Sam. And now run 2 for the other 4,770 euros. Again?
How is possible?
I feel his pain.
That's pretty sick.
Oh! Full house!
Oh, yes, another clue.
That's only fair.
So close. Now I feel like I've run so bad. Do you see how bad I ran?
Of course.
So it ends up being a chop pot, but it does not qualify for the song, Joe.
But everyone still loves it.
There we go. Was that from Made for TV? Is this some kind of... That was pretty good. It's pretty good dealing. By the way, you see why he gets the TV table? That was good dealing for the fans at home, yeah? That's pretty impressive. Oh, man. Nice doing business with you, Alex. Nice doing business with you. Nice work. No, I'll take that. I can't be greedy. I can't be greedy.
Just what everyone wants, a slow-acting, aggro Triple Crown winner.
Another new player at the table, Andreas Klatt, who won the national championship here in Monte Carlo just a few days ago. He's folded under the gun. Paul Tested also folds. Alexandru Papazian has ace-6.
This would be a pretty light raise from this position.
Makes it 20,000.
I will also fold.
This table's been pretty 3-bet happy.
Round to Sebastian Mallets in the big blind, who has ace-9.
Now let's go to the flop.
Sebastian has Alexandru dominated. But the flop is Jack 6-4. It's domination, rotation. Papazian has paired his 6. Mallets has checked. Papazian makes a continuation bet of 16,000.
It's a cool bet from a cool daddy-o. Don't want to let your opponent get a free card.
Mallets calls.
Interesting call. Even if you're ahead here, ace-9 doesn't play super well.
King of diamonds on the turn. Mallets checks again. Papazian checks behind. The river card is a 5, so the board is bricked out for Sebastian Mallets. He checks.
I like a check behind here. A value bet would be thinner than the walls of my last apartment. I'm sorry, 12G. I have an active dating life.
We do see a thin value bet from Papazian, 51,000 with just a pair of 6s. And Mallets is reaching for chips.
Yeah, he's not just calling.
A check raise from Mallets. He bluffs for 199,000.
And this is why I don't care for going for thin value here. This is an excellent bluff by Mallets. And unlike every automatic shuffler I've ever been given by a relative for Christmas, it is going to work.
The pain of Papazian. He folds the best hand.
Kid knows what he's doing.
Adds 99k to his stack.
Tough hand for the Romanian beatnik. Hey man, aren't they just like all of our chips?
And Mallets, now an above average stack.
You call it, it's over, baby.
Welcome to my world.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, the final event of EPT 2022. And this is the main event here at Kings Casino at the Hilton Prague. We are into day 4. We are playing down to the final table. We are just a couple of players away from being down to the final 2 tables. James Harshkin with Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, we're back.
And Nick, I hope that got you excited for EPT 2023, showcasing the stops for next year: Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, Prague. Full schedule at PokerStarsLive.com. Satellites for EPT Paris running now. And a reminder that we are giving away EPT Paris satellite tickets in our mini EPT Prague online series running on PokerStars right now, plus an EPT Paris package will be awarded to the winner of the mini main, which takes place on Sunday. That is the day that we play to a champion. That is the day we present the trophy and the first prize of €1 million. Still got the rest of today and tomorrow to play before we get to the final day. So trying to get down to 9, then tomorrow play down from 9 to 4, and then have that final day on Sunday. And as I said, we are coming back from break with 18 players. And as teased by my friend and colleague Joe Stapleton, we are going to have a new lineup on the main stage. By the way, Paris kicks off the season. The main event, 20th to the 26th of February. We will be streaming, Paris, Cards Up coverage on Twitch and YouTube, not just the main, but also the Super High Roller and the final table of the local tour, the FPS. Should also highlight that before that, we've got a 10-day live stream from the Bahamas. That's going to be running from the 25th of January to the 3rd of February. 5 days of live coverage of the PCA main event, 5 days of live coverage of the PSPC.
So you're saying that there's going to be some poker content made?
I'm saying we're going to be working hard in the coming weeks and months.
Okay.
We are here for it. So, Jun Obara is the chip leader right now with 4.65 million. Javier Gomez, who was one of the start of day chip leaders, sits in second place right now with 3.7 million. Qualifier, Yannick Flavius Voynier, sitting on 3 million. Delterio and Lofberg sandwiched between Voynier and Gomez right now. Everyone pretty equal. And yes, we are finally in a situation where we can get the man, the myth, the legend that is Tonka on the main stage.
Let's go. Very excited to see that. Now, I hear there was no riding after all. We did lose Connor Beresford, unfortunately.
We did.
But I feel like crisis may be averted if we get a Tonka final. So hype Tonka guys in the chat. Love to see one of our team pros taking it all the way this year. That'd be fantastic here in Prague.
Yeah, as far as losing big names is concerned, you highlighted Connor Beresford, Nick. We also lost Simon Matson, C. Darwin too, during that last level. But Antoine Sote is still in. Parker Talbot is still in. Tim Adams is still in. 16 players remaining, and these are the players we are watching. Sorry, 18 players remaining, and these are the players we're watching right now on our six-handed feature table with the blinds at 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. So Parker playing 1.5 million, a below average stack. He is on the shorter side, but reasonably comfortable, just shy of 40 big blinds.
Yeah, absolutely. 40 big blinds, definitely a playable stack. At this stage in the tournament, 40 big blinds, I would say, is still relatively deep. But anything can happen at these stack depths. If there is an encounter, if they have big hands, certainly we can see some chips going in. We can see some players eliminated.
And of course, we are seeing money jumps now with every few eliminations. Later today, tomorrow, we're going to see prize jumps with every elimination. 10th place getting nearly 75,000 euros, nearly 100K for 9th. And then 6 figures and more. 126 grand for 8th. Nearly 500,000 for 3rd. 658K for the runner-up. More than $1 million for the winner. A reminder that this tournament will conclude on Sunday, probably just before the World Cup final. The final table starting at the earlier hour of 11 AM CET. So make sure you're with us an hour and a half earlier on Sunday. Tomorrow we'll be here at the normal time, 12:30 PM. And just a quick shout out regarding the mini EPT Prague series. The $3.30 deep stack started just over an hour ago. Late registration still running on that one. There is a pot limit Omaha event later today. And that is a $11 buy-in with a 6K guarantee.
Get involved, you guys. Pull up a table. Play some cards, watch some cards. What could be better?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, you got one. Wow, congratulations. You won it. I bet you look great in it.
It might be a $5.50. Says 11 at the top, $5.50 below. Okay, so I'm going to say $5.50. I'm going to say it's a $5.50.
Are you in the rush?
When you go to buy-in, you'll find out.
Hand number 70 getting underway.
Pound chips. It's a splash.
Back in the action. Dale Terrio.
Huh?
Under the gun with the old queen jack off.
Oh my god, look at this rich guy.
No, we have a new budget of 100,000.
Holy shit.
6, 8, like 80,000. So 9 plus.
So the raise is to 80,000. Antoine Sote folding the 6-3.
3, 4? 4. 4
plus.
First time?
5. 5 plus.
Got the old big blind here, 8-5 suited for Lofberg, and a very probable defend. Does decide to make the call.
Is this the first time we've had Lofberg at a feature table? I feel like I haven't seen this guy before.
Yeah, it could be.
Somebody use one of those to just.
And very interesting flop. Lofberg with middle pair. Obviously, D'Alterio with that earlier open from earlier position. Quite comfortable, probably repping an ace 8-6 board, trying to represent ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. That kind of jazz. Queen of diamonds might be useful on later streets if he wants to turn his hand into a continued bluff, turn, and river. Does also give him some backdoor draws directly as well.
And the short stack. I have lots of chips.
So there's 220K in the middle, guys.
A bit, yeah, it's fine.
Quite deep here.
I know I will have to get it all in soon, you know, so I'm stressed already.
105,000. 6-7 call, 105,000.
That's true.
So I believe there's a bet and a call on the flop.
And still looking good for Lofberg.
6-7 check.
Is that mine?
I'm going to go ahead, check.
Yeah, I think you just continue here a lot on the turn. Like this a lot. We don't know the exact size.
285,000.
285,000 is what she said. And a pass. Nice second barrel there from the queen jack. That's exactly what you want to be doing. You want to use your perceived range on those ace high textures and bully your opponents. You want to apply pressure in situations where you know that they are capped, and you can have all of it. You can have all the jewels.
Oh, we're getting rich. 42,000. Huh?
Yeah.
We will redraw.
No, I'll redraw.
Redraw at 16, Instead of 24, because we redrew a new day at 30. Yeah, exactly.
Where is Tonka? He's on the featured table, for heaven's sake. Can't win. He's on an outer table. People want to know where he is. If he's on the feature table, people want to know where he is.
That's very annoying. C2 into C4. Only one missing there, see? 7, 8, 9.
Does Lofberg know it's his go?
He's waiting for the card graphics to show up so he knows what to do. Yeah, I mean, at this stage, should we just have like one little sort of miniature screen top left, which is camera on Tonka at all times? Tonka cam, dedicated Tonka cam, mini cam. So there was early open, and there it is. 3 bets to 395K from Lofberg with the pocket eights and the small blind.
So Shornikov deciding what to do with sixes, playing a time bank card to buy himself additional thinking time.
It is quite shallow here, guys. He's got 490K behind. So this is an effective all-in at this stage in the tournament, I believe. It's a huge portion of Shornikov's stack.
Yeah, I was in at Spraggy's house in UK before for like a little over a month.
Makes the fold. Gets away from the worst hand. Fair play. Lofberg with a well-timed 3-bet there, picking up a few chippies.
I'm going to need you to fold your hand.
It's a powerful move to use the blacks.
Looks very dangerous.
Super strong.
Yeah. Not gonna get rid of them.
Yeah, no.
You have to share.
You were trying there.
Antoine Saut under the gun. Okay, we're going to see Tonka play a hand. Are you happy now? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? You beat me to it.
Oh, Lofberg with 9s after Tonka opened with queens.
Yeah, and I will note, we did just see him 3-betting those 8s just now, James. Obviously, the stack depths were considerably different, a very different setup, so I'm not suggesting he's always going to take that line against the much deeper stacked Parker Talbot. However, pocket 9's very strong combination. He might just pull the trigger again. Looks like a call to me, though. Oh, never mind. It was a raise after all. 200,000 to go.
Yeah, 2 of the red and black chips, which are worth 100K each.
Yeah, I really think this one could go either way with Parker being stacked that way. Under 30 big blinds effective. Pocket queens at this stage in the tournament, I believe, will just be a 4-bet right now. I don't think there's any slow playing at all. He is all in. And a quick call.
Lofberg calls the all-in, and Parker gets it in good.
This is a true set hand, you know that.
Tonka, huge favorite with queens against 9s.
He does have, I hate to say it, James, he does have the stars nuts.
It's fine. Send me into oblivion.
Get your holds in the chat now for our boy Parker Talbot, Team Pro extraordinaire.
I don't even think I have
Huge spot to remain in this tournament. 88% equity.
Meanwhile, you'll just see we've dropped down to 17 players. Tim Adams is out. Tim shoved Queen 10 into Javier Gomez's jacks and did not improve. So Tim Adams has just busted in 17th place. That means if something goes wrong here for Parker, if he gets unlucky and queens get cracked, we will be down to 16. We will be down to 2 tables. But there is a queen on the flop, and it's looking good for a Tonka double up.
Stars Pro versus Stars Nuts.
If you need some outs,
The ultimate showdown.
Jack.
Or a knight.
Sure.
Parker, 97% on the flop.
Could be 100% on the turn.
1 million exactly.
Absolutely. So that is a big double up for Parker Talbot. So 1 Canadian gets there on the feature table. On one of the outer tables, we lost another Canadian favorite. Tim Adams is gone in 18th place. We are at 17 right now, 1 away from the redraw for the final 2 tables. Parker's got 3.1 million now.
Let's go. I want to see him on the final. I want to see him take this one down. That would be an absolutely sensational moment.
Thank you.
And I want to be part of that winner's photo, too.
You know how Parker somehow finaled the only EPT that we haven't live streamed in recent memory?
Right.
How about if he makes the final table, we don't stream it?
I mean, it is the World Cup final day after all. Why not? Oh, you know what, guys? Just take the day off. It's all right.
We stop?
Stop, yeah? Yeah, stop.
Team, take the day off. It's all right. Parker's on the final.
Yeah, redraw.
Absolutely beautiful spot there. Queens and a 9s. Bit of a setup, really. I don't think anyone did much wrong there. 9's very strong from that position against the open from Tonka.
And I fucking have, haven't I? Yeah.
I can't help but notice that we're not dealing.
All right, back to almost what I started the day with.
And you'll see we have dropped down to 16. Set over set sickness in the field.
That's how I was feeling.
Rui Milhamens had a set of queens, however, ran into a set of aces. Jordan Sakuchi KO'd Milhamens, and that has taken us down to the final 16. So I know we've just come back from break, Nick, but I think we're going to have another break while they conduct the redraw.
I understand. Needs must. Got to do what you got to do.
New seat assignments will be decided for the final 16 players. We are down to 2 tables of 8. We have just lost Tim Adams and Rui Milhamens, but Tonka just got a double up.
Powerful chips. Lucky Swedish chips.
Hopefully I'm not gonna sit with you, so when I see you again I have like 3 million.
So that means a new feature table when we return.
How much you have, sir?
Let's check on the stacks of the players that we have at our current short-handed feature table. And confirmation that Tonka is now up to 3.1 million, 77 bigs, not that far behind Luigi Del Terrio, who's playing 79 bigs. A comfortable stack for Antoine Sote with 54 big blinds. Simon Lofberg, having doubled up Tonka, is down to 40 bigs. Paulius Batakunas playing 21 bigs, and Maxim Shornikov, more like Shortikov, 10 big blinds. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And obviously we still have most of this level still to play. 20,000, 40,000 blinds with a 40k big blind ante. We are going to be 8-handed again on the main stage when we return from break. So they will conduct the redraw. They will decide the seating assignments of the final 16 players, 2 tables of 8. And when we come back, we'll continue to play down to 9 here at the Prague leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Tell you what, guys, while they're doing the redraw, while the players are taking their new seats, a chance to hear our interview with Steve O'Dwyer from a recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. Enjoy, and we'll be back in 10 minutes' time.
Remember earlier on in that final table, I called him down with bottom pair in a blind versus blind spot where he had a full house, and you guys were like, oh, what the hell was that?
Obviously, we highlighted earlier on that this is our 2nd trip to Prague this year. And during our first live stream back in March, you were a notable participant in the conversation on that stream, highlighting why you have not come to Prague for many years, because you are not prepared, or were not prepared, to hashtag embrace the squeak, which is why I told Toby Stone, EPT TD, to email you to let you know that it seems they have hashtag eliminated the squeak.
I heard that, yeah. I didn't, I need to correct the record here. I didn't miss Prague because I couldn't handle it anymore. I missed Prague back in, what was it, March or February, because I had COVID. I couldn't come. That's always been my biggest complaint with Prague here, is the chairs causing psychic damage. Because it's not a squeak. It's the loudest, most painful screech you could possibly imagine, with those bare metal bottoms of the chairs ripping into the tile floor every time one of the 500 people in the room slightly shifts their weight a little bit. And it's been a crusade of mine since 2011, the first time I ever came here for Prague, to get this fixed. I looked up carpet retailers or rental places.
Well,
I considered buying things to put over the bottoms of the chairs and just going down there one night at 3 a.m. when all the tournaments were over for the day and turning all the chairs upside down to fix them. But I was holding out hope that someday someone would hear my pleas and fix it themselves.
So, James, do we know what happened, how it actually got fixed?
They've looked at numerous options over the years. And look, I think, to be honest, I don't think anyone realized just how big a problem this was and how much torture it was causing, not just to the players in the room, but to the live stream audience
the
as
staff,
well.
The dealers, the foremen. They hated it too.
The floor people, that's right.
Anyway, the solution, and I apologize that it has taken 11 years from you first highlighting it, Steve, for this to be implemented. I believe a little socks. It's basically a little kind of like clear gel plastic sleeve, and then on the bottom of that is like a felt base. So they don't come off. Like if you just stick those felt bases to the ends of chairs, they fall off. That's the problem. Whereas if they're actually kind of like sliding on like little socks, they stay on. And so far, word on the ground seems to be that it's working. But interestingly, Steve, some people have complained that there is no longer a squeak.
I don't care. Those people probably aren't here there are probably some people in your audience that just enjoyed memeing the hashtag. But they don't realize the psychic damage it was causing to everybody that had to spend time in that room. And thankfully, a few years ago, the high rollers, we got to play upstairs on the mezzanine level in one of the quiet carpeted ballrooms, which is lovely.
Yes.
Because it's also nice because you don't have to go through the long security line to get into that big room in the first place. So the high roller players, we get the luxury of no screeching chairs most of the days we're here.
I think if I have a standout Steve O'Dwyer moment, and I apologize for the fact that the PokerStars content machine has basically kind of really got its maximum value out of this one, it is the hero call against Roger Sipple in the PCA Super High Roller. And I just think it's also the novelty value of it, right? Because the final hand, the winning hand, is so often an all-in pre-flop. It's so often a race. So for it to end with a really good hero call, it's something a bit different, especially for those stakes. And also against a player who you're not going to be expecting to make a move like that.
Well, I think there was a bit of a misconception about Roger's tendencies. I think most people just look at him and be like, oh, that's not the kind of guy you want to be making that hero call with. But I had never played with Roger, but I knew people who had, and they were like, watch out.
Good advice.
I mean, there was, if you remember earlier on in that final table, I called him down with bottom pair in a blind versus blind spot where he had a full house, and you guys were like, oh, what the hell is that? Whoops. And it was the same thing. Like I had heard, like, you just watch out, be willing to make some loose calls against this guy. And in that hand, it was the first hand back from break, and right before that, he had just lost a big pot. And just my thinking was, like, he's going to go on break, he's going to kind of psych himself up and be like, I got to win those chips back. I was ready to make a big hero call going into that hand, or those first few hands after break ended, because I thought he was going to be like, I need to get back to even. I gotta win some pots here.
The atmosphere here is just incredible.
It's race day. We're super excited to be here. We're hoping for a great race, and we can't wait for it. Go, Check, go!
Hallelujah. It's a miracle.
How about that, Glenn?
Bang, 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 bang! Yeah!
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
The PokerStars Championship! Let's go!
The reason we're here is because of him.
Vamos, Hilario Viejo, nomás!
Platinum passes for your asses.
Helmuth, baby.
He's poker famous, right?
This is my game. Welcome to my court.
Believe me, bro, you weren't winning this hand.
Oh my God. You guys sit down over there.
In it to win it, boys. Let's go. Let's get it.
It's time!
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. They have just conducted the redraw for the final two tables. That's right, we are down to 16 players in the main event here on day 4. James Huskin with Nick Walsh.
Hello, we're back.
And I can tell you, Nick, that at the feature table, we have still got Tonka. Parker Talbot sat right in the middle, center stage. Alongside him, Simon Lofberg.
He bet very big on the river, and I had bottom pair. So I had to
Obviously, many players we've come to know and love over the last few days.
I think, actually. He legit
Jordan
would've told me
Sakuchi.
one hand somehow. Being a cheeky bastard.
Istvan Pilhofer.
But he had it. He had it. He had to have it. He had it. He had it. He had it. He had it. Jordan's had it. He had
Benjamin Labor in the 1 seat.
Big on the river and you called him.
No, I
Maxim Shornikov, the short stack, in the 2 seat. Peter Kalev, Fabrice Bigot. These are the 8 players we'll be watching. There are 8 players on the outer table. And we are going to pick up the action just a few minutes into the 20-40 blind level. We were back for what, like 5 minutes? And we lost 2 players in quick succession, taking us down to 16, necessitating that short break, necessitating that redraw.
Bet, river, 8.
Oh, wow.
Guy lost 1.9 million to this guy here.
Oh, you won the plan.
The girls are smiling at him.
So everyone pretty comfortable in chips, with the exception of Shornikov right now. And I guess that speaks to how quickly we've lost players today, Nick. It has to even out at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. We see these dynamics all the time, both online and live when we're doing our coverage. And at some point, it's got to start slowing down. We have lost quite a few in quick succession here, down to 16, as you can see top right. And that's what they're playing for. Shiny, shiny trophy.
You could be cooler, though. Let's see.
Very cool. You know, last time I was on this thing in Barcelona, it was so hot.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah, these seats are hot, too.
cooler here. Nicer.
Because people are cold in this room. It's cold in this room.
This one?
Yeah.
I love
like
it.
Downstairs, I think it's cooler. It's nice, though. I prefer it to hot.
He was saying the seats are hot because like people are sweating.
The Canadian prefers the cold to the hot. Who'da thunk it?
Me and you both, my friend.
Well, here's another Canadian, Jordan Sakuchi, opening out of a 4.5 million stack with 3s, makes it 80K.
These cards feel thicker.
They are thicker. Yeah.
The cards are no good, but they're thick enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last time we were on Table TV, we had to use like 3 decks.
Oh, really? Because someone kept fucking them up?
I don't know. What is it? Because you peel the way you peel it, maybe?
If you bend them, they're like easier to like bend and be permanently bent, you know?
Yeah.
Pocket trays coming in with a raise, UTG +1. Mr. Talbot.
He's got ace-10 in the big blind.
What a flop for Sakuchi. Bet 75k gets a call.
Bet 160,000. Bet 400,000.
So Tonka facing this value bet from Sakuchi, 400,000 with the full house. He has got a 10 here.
Obviously a pretty spicy flop for the trays here, flopping the boat. I mean, Tonka seems to feel like he's behind, right? He's agonizing over this. He's not a player that really takes a lot of time in these situations, so he must really hate it. Does make the call.
Oh,
yeah, he knew he was losing.
You're cooler. You're cool. I like you.
Okay, so I think we can provide some clarification on the stack size of Mr. Talbot. We had him on a stack of 1.5 million at the feature table when he first came.
Yep.
And we had him doubling up from 1.5 million to 3.
I see.
In fact, he had closer to 1 million.
Right.
And doubled up to 2.
Okay.
So the current chip count we have is correct. The previous chip count was wrong.
I see.
We will find who is responsible. And they will be forced to listen to the Prague squeak in a dark room for a week.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that was what the pause was for there as well. I was a bit confused to see the stacks, but we're all in line now. Onwards and upwards. Yeah, it is good to see that Tonka had the right vibe there, though. He didn't felt like he had to call, felt like he didn't want to be exploited, but also was pretty confident he didn't have the best hand based on his body language there. As we see Labor opening here. Ace Jack off, repping that GB flag.
Shornikov, the short stack with ace 4 suited. Going to wait for a better opportunity, lets it go.
Yeah, he's definitely on the shallower side there. Wouldn't be that wild to see him commit, but that is quite an early open. Still lots of players to act behind him. I think I'd probably fold there as well. Bigo on the dealer button with the option to call and or raise and or fold. He does make the call in position, Queen Jack off.
Gabby on YouTube asking about the lineup at the other table. The good news, guys, is that the live updates team from Poker News are now synced with the stream. Now we're down to 2 tables. The live updates being provided on Poker News are observing the 30-minute stream delay. So you can be across Poker News, be across the stream, follow the action from both tables simultaneously with no danger of spoilers. Celebrate good times. Come on.
145. Yeah. I like my 5s.
Looks like a bet and a call on the flop. And stacking up them chippies.
So again, just to clarify one last time, and it's funny, Nick, at the point that Tonka was all in, you noted that he said exactly 1 million and we thought he was mistaken.
Right.
Tonka's double up was from 1 million to 2 million, not to 3. He had 2 million at the start of this session coming back from the redraw, then lost a significant pot to Jordan Sakuchi.
What did you have?
Be patient. You'll see it at some point.
So. Oh. Piece of rubbish.
Shornikau, again, with that shorter stack, doesn't quite find the hand to continue to put in that shove, commit the rest. Obviously, these luxury blind levels, meaning he does have a little bit more time to be patient. Will not blind out as quickly as if we were playing a turbo, for example. Bigot here in the cutoff, Jack 9 off. So far, really impressed with this guy. He's been playing very, very solid. Seems to be very composed, not afraid to have a bit of a wider open here as well. Love to see Jack 9 off in the mix here once in a while.
90?
Big blind, 10-8 suited, easiest defend of all time. Absolutely love this hand. These are the moments you get to play some of these more speculative drawing hands, and the flop is ace queen 4. I think that's pretty much it. I would pretty much always expect to see a check from the 10-8 suited, a continue from the Jack 9 as a bluff, and a fold from the 10 high on the flop. Oh, wow. In fact, we do see a check on the flop from the Jack 9 off. Pretty unconventional line on the ace queen 4 flop, but I do believe that the delayed c-bet will be just as effective here, unless Sakuchi decides to take action first. Does make the check.
Queens are easy here. Not easy at all.
I mean, once he's checked the flop, he might even consider trying to take Jack high to showdown once in a while, but I do think we will just see the continue on the turn, the delayed continue. There it is, 240K, small bet, and a take it. The continuation size on the turn there, guys, about half pot, something like that.
Great bluff. Great bluff.
Good bluff.
Stefan says, nobody wearing a nice watch at Prague. Jack Sinclair was here earlier on. He's wearing a very nice watch. Definitely has upgraded, shall we say, since we saw him in London.
Ah, what was it, Joe? What was it, James?
It was by, I don't want to kind of like make him a target.
Okay, well then, a nice watch. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Maybe the French. Different bag of tricks.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way, it's the kind of watch you don't wear in London right now if you don't want to be mugged / robbed.
Love it.
That's obvious, I guess.
If I knew that, I might have played it different.
Baby pink children's G-Shock.
Can't go wrong with a G-Shock.
When the French are betting that they're scared.
All right, so under the gun here, 6-7 suited for Labor. How are we pronouncing that? If this is if he's repping Team GB, do you think it's Leiba? Or do you think it is Labor?
I would go with Labor.
Okay. Parker, pocket force here, going to open the action. Opens from the cutoff with the sailboats. A little bit of a small blind hand here. Ace-10 suited for Sakuchi.
Million and change, roughly.
1.3.
Does decide to flat this one. Hillhofer, King 7 off in the big blind, is also going to come along as well. King 7 off. Bit of a tricky hand to play multi-way, but Hillhofer feels as though he has a decent enough price just to call and see how it comes. And the board is 3 ace queen. Best hand now for Sakuchi with top pair 10 kicker. So a small continue from Talbot. Quick call from the ace-10 of hearts, of course. Hillhofer absolutely not going to get out of the way. 9 of hearts, no change. Ace-10 still the best of it. is an interesting spot because I'm not sure if Parker would anticipate that many combos of ace-x flatting the small blind here. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I think maybe might have expected hands such as ace-10 of hearts to maybe 3-bet pre-flop once in a while, so might be capping his range to a certain degree. Regardless, it goes check-check on the turn. Seems good.
And Tonka about to lose another pot to Jordan Sakuchi. Value bet on the river, 125,000. Tonka folds the fours. Playing less than 1.2 million right now.
Big hand again?
Yeah, you're going to see it anyway. It's 10 of hearts.
So just to reiterate the plan for the next 2 days, which is slightly different to most EPTs. Today, try to get to 9. Might not get there. We'll play 6 full levels if we don't. But if we lose 7 players today, we'll stop and come back with 9 tomorrow. Which I guess you could say is the final table, but we're only going to play half of it. We'll get down to 4, and then we'll come back on Sunday and play from 4 to a winner. No, Arvid, he didn't have 3.1 million. That was a mistake. Apologies. He actually had 2 million and he lost a lot of it.
Have a look.
One's busted. The other take. On the other table, yeah.
You get all my chips.
The ball folds the big blind to Pillhofer's raise in the small blind.
Second tile with the 2. Good neck. I could have played it. Then I re-raise. Okay. Four would have played that, probably.
Yeah, to respond to Naught the Fish, it is standard that a final table is +1 to whatever the normal max is per table. So, for example, if it's 8 max, which EPT main events are, the final table will be 9. If it were a 6 max event, the final table will be 7. You don't really want to have an odd number of players when you're on the final table bubble. Just to say, you don't have a table of 5 and a table of 4.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of an unfair advantage at that stage. Want to keep them balanced. Better to have an unofficial final with 1 more.
Sorry.
Kalov has opened under the gun with 7s. Round to the short stack in the big blind. 9-6 of hearts for Shonikov. I note, Nicholas, that the field ticker has dropped down from 16 to 15. It appears that we have lost a player from the other table. Details to follow.
Super short. I don't see him, yeah. He could be in one seat, but I can't see him.
I don't see him. I think he busted.
Who? Timothy?
I think Gabby must be watching another stream. John, please say it. It's not soccer, it's football. Do we have a John? Hold up, where's John Staples?
Where's that John? Get out of it. Ace-3 suited here for Pillhofer in the cutoff. I really like this hand. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of this hand. Dealer 6-7 off. Oi, Mr. Leiber. Cheeky smile. And a fold, all right. Coming around now to the small blind, Shornikau, again, very, very short at this stage in the tournament. Less than 10 big blinds. Goes in the bin.
Details now available courtesy of the live reporting team at Poker News. Paulius Vaitakunas was the player eliminated in 16th place. Cashes out for 43,400 euros. He was eliminated by Luigi Del Terrio. It was a classic race, ace-queen against sevens. Sevens didn't just hold. There was a 7 on the flop because the 7 is always coming.
Hello, John Edwards in the chat. How you doing? Welcome. Pleasure to have you here as we round into hand number 80.
Fold.
Gabby says, John, I'm watching the right stream. I'll make sure that John knows.
Need a napkin.
90,000.
You got one. Stick from coffee this morning. Clean? Yeah, I took it from the coffee cup.
Key question, Gabby, is are you excited about the soccer championship tomorrow? It's the big soccer showdown between France and Argentina.
Hope to see a lot of field goals.
How much?
Hot, man. Holy.
Hot?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, it's okay. Usually I'm really warm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Swear, usually I'm cold.
Damn.
Yeah.
So Shornikov
6 million chips, you know?
is all in. Will get called in at least one spot.
DJ Kalev.
Of course, it's not Soccer Saturday this week, it's Soccer Sunday. So it's not tomorrow, it's Sunday.
Oh, I see.
The moment that Kalev reshoves, Shornikov knows it's not good news, right?
Yeah. However, in terms of equity, actually not too bad. 2 live cards. Potential to make a diamond flush. There is 1 missing, of course, in Kalev's hand. This is almost certainly some Hollywood.
Missing 400. Missing 400.
Nicholas says, do you watch all the World Cup, James? I could not give a. Shornikov is at risk here with Queen 10 against Ace King.
Racist. Live, very live.
Very live, very live. Those are the words I would use to describe this. Queen 10 off, Queen 10 of diamonds, excuse me. 2 live cards, not dominated. Going to be like a 60-40, 70-30 kind of situation here.
I mean, at some point, probably right there in the live.
I think you get a few more percents
at some point.
in situations where you have 2 diamonds and your opponent has none,
Big
of course.
as well, right here. Yeah, the 3K is really nice. And the 1650 today, too.
Isn't PokerStars like only Canada now or something?
No. Well, Ontario and Canada just got like segregated from the market. Maybe.
And there it is, live card coming clean, 10 high board.
Like,
nice.
In Ontario, you can only put
Shornikau now a 76% favorite.
Not Canada, Ontario. Sorry, yeah.
So you can play on PokerStars
Here?
No, you can play on PokerStars.com.
Yeah, because I have a residence in the UK. Well, not just in the UK.
Oh, nice.
2 of hearts, no help for the ace-king. He's going to need to see an ace or a king on this river to win this pot.
Doesn't make a difference though.
Barry Greenstein. Nope. 9 pairs the board. Shonikov doubles up through Kalev, and we are still at 15 players.
Nice time to run good to remain here in Prague, EPT 2022.
My timing was not very good with
I have to say though, James, you know I'm not a big football fan, but I am quite looking forward to the final. I have been getting into World Cup a little bit. There's something about the World Cup in particular that I'm like, I kind of get it. Otherwise, y'all know I'm not a big football fan. Nice double up there for the Queen 10 suited. Cards are in the air for hand number 81 of our feature table here in Prague. Sakuchi opening the action. Sorry, second act here, of course, UTG +1. Makes the fold. Pillhofer, pocket nines, UTG +2.
6-9 raise, 85,000.
Moose Mini in the chat says, Nick, who are you betting on for the World Cup so I can take the opposite? That is a fantastic strategy. Those of you that know me know that my sports betting career is never quite took off. Short account now freshly doubled up to 790K. King 4 suited not good enough. Style in the chat. Sure, buddy. I'll let you know. They might not be live, but I'll try my best.
5 call.
Tonka calling as well out of the big blind. 3-way to the flop.
Yeah, King at a diamond's really nice hand to peel here when you got such a good price pre-flop. Just try and get lucky. A couple ochos, couple diamonds, you know, see what happens. Flop is deuce, deuce, 4, B-go with the absolute boat. As far as flops go, guys, this is probably almost as good as it gets. Aside from flopping the Del Boy, which it is now called, James, after yesterday. Okay, no help for the nines in the turn. Pillhofer now 3%. Needs to find a 9 on the river to stay in this pot and win it. Another check. Now, he is in the small blind here. Pillhofer's probably thinking he's getting value from hands like pocket 3s, pocket 5s, pocket 6s, those kinds of things that might still have a flat from this position. Little does he know, he is barreling into a 97% favorite, having flopped the boat. Oh, this is such a critical part of the hand as well, James, right? If he flats here, I think very frequently he has to check again on the river and hope for a third barrel. How do you extract max value at this point when you flop this hard? I think I like the check raise. But he might think it looks too strong, might opt for a call instead. There it is. Love to see it. Love to see this. It is not huge, but it is enough to put them in range to play for stacks for less than SPR1.
Use the time they can make the right decision. It's okay.
We saw a lot of hands play out like this yesterday, guys. A lot of players finding a call turn, out of position, check river, and just not enough ways to win an entire stack. I think Bigo is making a great play here. This might look too strong. This might put Pillhofer off the pot, but I think if you want to try and win the entire stack, this is the time on the turn, and I really, really like this line.
Oh, wow.
Ho, 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 ho.
Pillhofer calls. And this hand is going to the river. 1.4 million in the middle.
Yeah.
And Pillhofer, the effective stack with 1.5 behind, does not improve on the river.
Guys, you see how he did that? You see how SPR is like one now? Now it's easy for him just to put it in on the river. He can just commit the rest. This is a perfect spot.
How Bigo will he go?
Don't take too long. Timing. You know, James, he's been...
750.
750,000 bet 6-5.
450,000. He doesn't go for the entire stack. Fair enough. That's still a very, very sizable amount of chips to try and win on the river here. And I feel like he's actually timed this really well. If he thinks his opponent has nines, this might be the best way to get value. A shove might have actually put the nines off, given the board texture here with the queen overcard, but it really felt like he was queuing up for that river jam. Then again, is the smaller size looking too much like a value bet, James? Maybe the best way to make this look like a bluff was to just go for all of it, the slight overbet effective jam.
Cool.
Makes the call.
Oh.
Shows him the bad news.
And Pillhofer loses a big one. That was half his remaining chips on that last betting street. And Pillhofer will now be playing 785K. Meanwhile, a huge stack for Bigo.
Yes, indeed. Huge pot there. Love the way you played that hand. And again, that river sizing, such an interesting thing to study, such an interesting thing to debate later on. I think there's a chance he might have picked the better size. I think maybe going smaller was the right play at this stage. And Istvan down to just 19 big blinds after running into that flopped boat.
That's what I thought. I had fours a few hands ago. It came ace, queen, 7. Nice hand. Thank you.
Eight players at the feature table, 7 players on the outer table, 15 remaining.
You raise 80,000.
80.
The board's opened with ace-jack. Tonka with ace-5 suited in the small blind. Calls. Lofberg in the big.
Does decide to call.
Jack 7 deuce.
150.
Laborde with top. Continues.
2 quick folds.
You got a pair. A suited ace. I had a pair, so I apologize. I told you that I might be able to oversell. Greedy fucker.
Sakuchi is the table chip leader, 5.45 million. Bigot playing 4.19 million after that huge pot against Pilhofer, who's now the shortest stack at the table, has 5,000 left and Shornikov.
Have many chips now. My rush is coming.
Tonka says his rash is coming. Can we get him some cream? Tonka is in London, I believe. No, he is definitely in Prague. I have visual evidence.
Can confirm.
And when he's in the UK, he is a long way from London, because he lives in Spraggy's bathroom, and Spraggy lives in the sticks.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. Raise 80.
I mean, we did have a debate yesterday about what city EPT Prague was taking place in. Of course, were it taking place in London, Tonka would be in London. But controversially, EPT Prague is in Prague.
7 call.
I'll be in it.
Little dealer versus small blind action here. Interesting flop now. Lofberg does pull out ahead with a pair of 5s. Mr. Talbot, though, with a pretty well-disguised gutter ball here. Check, check. Seems good. You got a gut shot. You got queen high. Clubs on the turn gives Parker an additional set of outs here. The clubs will give him the best hand, as well as the 6, queen, or 7. Lofberg is going to try and protect his hand now. 80,000 into a pot of 240. That's a 1/3 pot sizing. I think I prefer a larger lead on the turn if there's no action on the flop. I think at this stage you really want to start protecting from the hearts or the clubs, etc., etc. So it's a bet and a call, of course. Parker going absolutely nowhere with the combination draw. And what could very well just be the best hand, right? He could be up against hands like Jack 10 here, no problem. 3 of hearts, no change though. Brick City for Parker. Lofberg, I imagine, is trying to get to showdown net now for as cheaply as possible. Maybe he might have kind of like a cool little like small blocker, semi value bet against some ace high kind of situations. Decides to go for the very passive route instead. Checks.
I'm gonna go ahead. Check.
I really think there's value to small betting or checking here. I think both are totally good, totally solid.
Juice Man says, "Come on, punt it, Parker."
All right, 220K is the bet.
I will respect Lofberg if he can make this call with just a 5.
I think this is a very, very reasonable call. I would go so far as to say I'm not even sure if this is a hero call. I'm not saying it's an easy call to make, but I think given the flop action and given that run out, I think you're just beating a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
It does make the call. Very good.
Tonka loses another one, down to 590k. Woof.
Queen 6. He had 5. That's what I call a player.
That's what I call a player, says Labor. Well, this is what I call a commentator. Joe Stapleton, welcome back.
It's the nicest thing he's ever said about me.
Super play.
Is Parker sad, sick, tired, embarrassed? What's going on?
All of the above.
Yeah.
2-9. So.
I think it's probably extra embarrassing. I think he and Lofberg are quite tight
GTO wizard.
He knows
as friends.
He does, yeah.
You know each other well.
Unfortunately, yes.
Man of straw. Just give it, I don't know, 12 hours. It'll be Chat Pro Saturday. Not that hard of a call. Not that hard of a call.
It's almost Chat Pro Saturday, guys.
As he writes exclamation mark giveaway into the chat.
You bloody bastard.
I don't understand why so many people have a problem with Labor.
90.
Which one's Labor?
The English guy in seat 1.
Oh, well. I mean, that explains a lot. I can think of one reason.
High pursuit as well. You're going to fucking fall before the fall.
Griffin was trying to tell me that Labor was a... Well, I guess we can't do bad lookalikes for other people,
It's just about thing with
poker
EPT,
players. But
no one gives up anything. Ay. Oh.
Trophy looking lit.
Started off.
Quite literally, it's the light
Like
shining out.
actually lit.
the
Yeah,
light shining out.
absolutely. Okay, that makes sense.
DJ Kalev.
DJ Kalev. Boy, 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 boy. Lofberg, very pretty hand here. 9-7 suited. Absolutely stunning combination of cards.
Seti asks, what is Lofberg's star's name? Cassiopeia.
Ace-5 off, all in from the small blinds.
That was a constellation joke, but I see.
What's up with
There's
these
no astronomers
blinds?
here.
35K for him.
Yeah. Terrible math.
First time dealer, don't worry, it's his fault.
Right. So my Hungarian friend is all in, yeah?
Little Bob Hoskins going on, huh?
Good to talk.
Mr. Smee.
Smee.
Respect.
What about me?
At least fucking call and get me a laugh.
So, Sarajevo 43 watching on Twitch asks, when is the Winter Series schedule coming out, PokerStars? My follow-up question to you, Sarajevo, is where are you in the world? Because if you are in Southern Europe, if you play on PokerStars France, Spain or Portugal, the Winter Series returns on Christmas Day. If, however, you are part of what we like to call our global shared liquidity platform, really snappy title. There is a brand new online series called the New Year Series. That
New Year, New You.
on Christmas Day and is inviting players to see in 2023 with a $40 million guaranteed online series with a main event on Sunday, January the 15th.
Imagine just spiking a nice juicy payout right in January, right off the bat. Set yourself up for a great year. Sounds good to me. Lofberg again with some pretty cards. Jack 10 suited here in the hijack.
Should be getting through the small blind. Labor's shirt reminds me of my dad at Christmas dinner. He would always just wear an undershirt so he wouldn't get spaghetti sauce on his clothes. It's really making me homesick right now. He's got, my dad looks like that too, with like a beard and glasses.
Doesn't make a difference, does it? You still fucking put the chips as your fucking can't help yourself.
Never win pot says maybe this tanking is why people have an issue with him, Lamau.
I know.
If that was some young
7 or 8 seconds
Nordic
give me to like
wizard tanking with 9 deuce and taking like 6 seconds, people would have no problem with it.
You know, he just didn't want to beat me in the pot and make me feel bad.
But because he looks like your loud uncle.
I think I might fold.
5 fold, 6 folds. But I'm not going to push it too hard, not going to use time anyway.
Got no patience.
So I call it.
Guys, if you're complaining about them tanking, don't forget that we do have shot clocks in play. We do have the time cards in play. If they are sincerely and genuinely taking advantage of the system or taking too long, they will be penalized for it at some stage. That's how it works. I think they're doing just fine.
I'm going to fuck you up, buddy. Remember those DMs that you said I was going to get? That you were going to get if you won the 9? Yeah, you're going to get them. Windbreak, half an hour. Can we get service, please? I just want a beer.
This could end in tears. Pillhofer in the cutoff with ace-king off. Shornikow waking up with ace-jack off in the small blinds. Pillhofer definitely would love to see some action here. Does he decide just to rip it?
So it doesn't matter.
He is all in as expected. What else are you going to do with that chip stack? Seems like a very standard play. Snapping it off for the ace-king. No chance of a fold here.
Good luck.
Ace-king.
Domination situation.
Seems like it was closely against your...
Pillhofer has got
looks like it.
Hearts.
I need this.
Sharnikov's got spades and diamonds. There really is nothing quite like a Sharnikov totem.
An ace on the river. Are you happy with that?
A king on the flop and an ace on the river? Feeling like a queen 10 ace flop. Ooh, spicy. Fair fight. A fair fight.
Flop. King, queen, 9, 2 hearts.
Great
Some
flop.
ways for Sharnikov to straighten eyes.
It's spot, you come to 10.
Pillhofer does have to sweat it out a bit. Turn card. Cinco. Sharnikov has to hit the straight to win. Two 10s in the deck. River card coming. Trip Kings for Pillhofer. Sharnikov
Yeah, he does.
exits in 15th place.
Yeah.
Handling it well. Maxim Sharnikov, that is. 52,050 euros.
Love it. You're supposed to bust 2 before and then bust back with 2.
7 and 10.
Yeah, that's more than 800.
6, 7.
Oh,
Yep. Solid score. That means we are down to 14 players as we see Istvan Pillhofer stacking up his 41 big blinds, now 1.655 million chips.
That 50K score is nothing to comb over, is it? Sakuchi leading here at the feature table. 5.3 million.
With a prize for second flop.
Jux T is heartbroken for Sharnikov.
Yeah. That's what you do, huh? 6 folds. Quad 7 folds. 8 folds.
Two nines for Pillhofer. Let's go. Play the rush. Ride the wave. Do the do. Other brands of soft drink are available for rotting out your teeth.
How much do you have now, please?
1.65.
Thank you. Doesn't matter.
Do you know that Big O's name was originally Bigfoot, but they had to cut out the other FO? Causing too many problems at airports.
Do you already know every place you go in Paris? Place you have to visit in Paris?
No, where do I have to visit?
I would start like very touristic, so I would say go out of like the usual hours. Just go to Montmartre.
Okay.
Very fancy one, and you
Okay.
have the view over Paris, so you can like.
Oh, very nice.
What
is it called? What is it called?
Montmartre.
Montmartre.
There's a place in France
Like it's basically on the top
where
of
the naked ladies
you have the
dance.
access to, like,
Montmartre.
it's very touristic, so if you go like at mid, when it's
7 folds.
Yeah.
too
Busy,
much
busy.
people,
Yeah.
But of tourism, but besides that, it's quite nice.
We will be on the Champs-Élysées, my friend.
You know, some artists doing stuff that you can watch. It's a very good one.
Is it at the Aviation Club? Is that a thing again?
The Aviation Club no longer exists.
Okay.
It is going to be at the...
I thought they were bringing it back for our triumphant premiere.
That would be cool. It's going to be at the Hyatt on the
The Hyatt.
Champs-Élysées.
Ooh.
The Champs-Élysées.
Pocket sevens for Labor. Gets DJ Kalev to fold the King 10. Ace 8 for Bigfoot. And Bigfoot is not just calling. I haven't seen these chips before. Red and black. 325. And really can put the pressure on Labor. I've not.
Here we go. A big raise. We've got marginal.
Ooh.
Labor just indicating he's aware he's been 3-bet from this position once before. Maybe a few times before.
When you got the flight back home Monday.
I feel like once you announce you think your opponent has a marginal hand, and then if you like shipped it or something, you don't always get. You might get a call from a marginal hand. There go the sevens. The moral victory in that situation isn't the same as winning the chips.
A nice pair.
Like if you're like, I think you're bluffing me, and then you fold.
You have a pair?
No.
Ace king, ace queen.
You see it on stream.
Ace king, ace queen. No ace jack, ace 10. King queen.
Ace deuce of clubs, sir.
Okay, king queen suited. Yeah? What do you think?
I
No
don't know.
idea?
I'll let you know when I see the
So I
stream.
told you the raise was rather big. That's why I would rather.
8 folds, 9 folds.
Not happy.
Action folds around to Kalev, folds to King 5.
On the button now.
Keep losing more than the blinds.
Bigot, fresh off.
What do you recommend? What do I do?
That 3 that pot he just took down.
If I knew, I'd tell you.
Folding queen 6 off.
Sorry?
Position.
I said if I knew, I'd tell you.
Mr. Talbot. Now 490K, guys. He is quite shallow at this stage. He's going to play it as a call. And look at this big blind. Lofberg with the aces.
Hachi Machi. Doesn't he look kind of like the bully from A Christmas Story with that hat on?
Absolutely, he does. That's a great shout. These two have a lot of history, obviously. This is a spot where he's going to raise Tonka's limp a ton, so I really feel like this could get messy. I don't believe Parker has limp jack 4 suited to fold to a raise. That doesn't seem like a very solid strategy.
You bastard.
He does, in fact, fold, though, and manages to fade the aces. Does he show?
So you get the same treatment.
Should have just raised.
Should have just raised, he said.
Parker Talbot will definitely shoot his eye out.
In fairness, though, guys, he was actually exceedingly short there. I forgot how short he was going into it, so it does seem like a pretty reasonable limp fold after all.
2.5.
I was thinking he was closer to 20 bigs, but closer to 10 there, in fact.
Sure. No.
I didn't see that. You can switch if you want. It's random.
14 players.
Change everything.
5 more eliminations before we wrap it up for the day.
Labor weighing up his options here. I would argue a 7 off is a little bit too wide from this position. Plenty of shorties as well around to try and get you a little bit closer to another ladder. Hello, my guy wakes up with another playable hand here. Bigot now in the cutoff pocket jacks. I want to make it 80,000. Makes it 90 instead, 90K to go.
Lofberg with a foldable hand in the small blind, and the big blind, Sikuchi, not going to defend. Not going to defend Queen 9. I like it. I like not defending Queen 9, but apparently I'm an idiot.
Joe Stapleton approved.
I mean, the guy's got jacks. Man of straw, chat prone it up. 5 more eliminations won't take 7 hours, like Ed said. Have you ever watched one of these before? You ever been here before? You ever seen a 10-handed play at one of these events? Even to get from 10 to 9 can take 4 hours sometimes.
Oh, what was it, Monte Carlo 2019? All-night affair, where you ended up running into Manning Loiser at the airport.
Reapers.
That was a long one. We're not playing Queen Jack off there. Sorry, excuse me. Queen Jack is being played after all by Labor.
Very good stuff to like take breakfast. And when you're on top, you can actually see there's 2 really good stuff to actually reasonable late at night.
Okay.
And you can actually see the sun going down on the
That sounds nice. That sounds really nice.
Very early.
Late at night.
Ace Jack versus Queen Jack. Domination situation. Headed to the flop. But it's domination, a rotation.
At times, instead of here, you have to check the ace of spades, shop on top right. You are doing one of the best. Like
Quick check, check. 8 on the turn. Pairs the 8.
Yeah.
We will have to find that.
Yeah, you definitely have to go there.
Yeah. I feel like the quick check on the flop, to me, usually indicates that your opponent has something they like a lot of the time.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I like that read.
Queen 8-4, you just snap check the flop. I mean, you're going to have at least like pocket fives or something like that, right? You're going to have at least, you know, ace-4 suited. And even a lot of people prefer just to bet that right on the flop anyway, right? So I think the check immediately makes it quite strong, and I think you're very willing just to get away at that stage. There was a little bit of a grin there from Pillhofer as well, as if to say, I know what Nick would say in the booth about this.
Peaky Blinders remembers that. I do. Oh, he top pair, right?
Peaky Blinder.
Oh, Peaky Blinders reference.
Thank you.
No problem.
DJ Kalev under the gun. Queen 10. No. Says no.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Folds around the Lofberg with the Snowmen's. Nom nom. Very fitting for the Christmas Story reference. Makes it 80,000 with the pocket eights. It's right there. He's telling you guys. Labor in the big blind with ace-8 suited, and he's going to re-raise.
275.
275 confidently.
Wow, that's a big 3-bet too.
That is a huge 3-bet.
How cold is it in February? How cold is it?
It's probably not that bad.
I do like this size, though. I mean, I feel like at this stack depth, you do want to have a bigger 3-bet. For sure.
With climate change, I don't know. You never know.
You never know, yeah.
I think from a theoretical standpoint, you're still calling with 8s here. A lot of the time. Does make the call.
All right, Labor, now you're going to have to navigate post-flop against a very competent youngin'. 9-5 tray, 1 heart. Not exactly the flop ace-8 of hearts is looking for. And certainly a favorable flop for pocket eights. Whoa, shouting. 325, 425.
Very, very chunky continuation here.
Would you be reading into this demonstration of strength a little bit, Nick, if you were at the table?
See, I don't know, because he kind of had the same sort of approach to the 3-bet pre-flop, and I wouldn't say that ace-8 suited is exactly like a 3-bet bluff, you know what I mean?
It's not?
He kind of like announced that with the same level of energy.
Nice hand.
Does convince the 8s to fold. Very nice.
You folded against Baby. What's going on?
You said earlier you only bet top pair.
Oh no, this time it's over. Come on, I keep giving you so much information. Next time you've got to give me what you've got, okay? It's a one-sided. It's a one-sided relationship, isn't it? One-sided.
But I didn't tell what's telling you information.
It's totally one-sided.
That was scary, yeah. I believe. I was a believer as well. Could be ace king though. It's a crazy guy.
I'm here for it. That was fantastic.
Yeah, worked out just great.
Unbelievable now, Paul.
1 overcard.
So what's happening now? Small
All he
blind
needed.
for me? Still blinding away.
5 folds, 6 folds. Buddy, half my stack's gone in the big blind in a second.
Don't worry. With guys like you, you'll be doubling up no time.
Oof, I hope so.
Lofberg with a significantly better holding this time around, pocket 10s.
You're going to double up before.
Before the break, for sure, at least one.
No relate.
The last person he said that to got knocked out, though.
Oh, here we go again.
He did.
Nice,
He said the same exact speech.
So we got an 80 raise.
He's dizzy right now. He's like, fuck.
Okay. 20, 80.
10.
Is he going to do it again?
He's probably on tilt. That's why he's betting.
What a character. Love to see it.
That's fun. What's funny is that Griffin saw him and thought it might have been John DeBella.
You like that one, yeah?
And I'm getting kind of John DeBella, sort of amateur but having the time of his life type of vibes.
Honest guy.
Right?
Mr. Lofberg, 54 big blinds, 2.16 million.
Probably worse. marginal, you know, like Jack 9, something like that. Suited, maybe. Jack 10. Jack 10 suited.
Right now, he means. Right now. I'm better, actually. Better.
Queen 10.
He likes his combos.
It is better.
Parker folding, 5-4 suited under the gun.
7 folds.
Lofberg out. Sakuchi, no thanks. Pilhofer, El Foldo.
Oh, that's more like it.
Labor.
Make a raise.
Thought I made a set.
King, Queen.
This time, I'll make it 95.
Makes it 95.
95.
Seems reasonable. 40K big line, right?
DJ Khalif.
Whoa. Well, this is a slam dunk 3-bet.
Yeah.
And for 1.64 million, how many big blinds is that? 40?
Yeah, it's around 40.
There's no respect.
Not 3-betting. Interesting. Okay. Maybe he doesn't think Labor is going to get too out of line even on the button, right? Maybe he thinks Labor is not going to be raising a much wider range on the button than he usually does.
You know, honestly, not sure. I feel like the 3-bet would have been fine. I feel like the flat probably be okay as well.
40 big blinds is kind of an awkward stack, so you know
that's definitely playing into this as well for sure.
And yeah, I would say third stuff.
Ace Queen faring well, check. 6 on the turn. Ace Queen still faring well.
Again, and then I will ask you again when you can take me, or I will ask you again. But there's no way I'm remembering these things right now. You can tell Antoine.
Checks.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We have a nice party.
Labor checks. River is an 8. Ace high is good.
Yeah, given the action, I mean, Ace Queen's got to feel pretty confident they're winning at this point.
Yes.
175.
Wow.
And Labor is going to throw up the Hail Mary. Trying to steal this on the river.
Oh, man. DJ Khalif can definitely hero call here. A bit of a glance. That glance really says it all. He's like, bro, what are you really trying to represent here, for real?
I love my top pairs.
Your what? There is no top pair here.
I'm calling this all day long.
Yeah.
10.
Does make the call. Ace high.
Ace high is good. DJ Khalif. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Bam, 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 bam.
Ace high is good.
As soon as he said that, he grabbed the chip.
Yeah.
No, when he said you love your top pairs, he grabbed the chip right away.
Big one. I knew he didn't have it. Still, I couldn't get him off.
Yeah. Sticky player.
Aggressive.
DJ Khalif.
Bam, 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 bam. Up to 50 big blinds.
To my hand. I was attached to my hand. It was
strong. Awesome.
Ace Queen.
Cheers.
Ace Jack, I fall.
But I kept pushing you, and you still played it.
Big one.
Oh, back to square one.
Caffeine is life says, this guy is so bad. How TF is he here? How TF are you here? Oh, wait, you're not. You're banned. Thank you for your comment.
DJ Khalif's warm-up act. DJ Banhammer.
90.
Joe the Banhammer.
Sakuchi's turn with King Queen.
You have like 5 million.
We go with the old ace tray. Suited.
Oh, not a nice feeling when that happens, knowing that I was right.
How much you have?
Not a nice feeling.
You have about 3, 4.
4, 3. 4, 4 maybe now.
Parker. Some pot odds. Bigo and Talbo.
chunks committed now.
Parks McGurks. Relative short stack, actual short stack, under 10 bigs, looking to flop some equity here. Hold on to your butts, Tonka fans. Nope, this ain't the one. Ace, king, queen, 2 spades. Pretty nice flop for Sakooch. You got Sakooch. Yeah. Twoper for Sakooch.
340 there.
340.
Is that an overbet to 340? Put Tonka all in? Oh, 130. I don't know why I heard 340. This makes way more sense.
Such a nice bet size here from Sakoochi.
And Bigo's going to have to make the call at top pair, 1 heart. Tonka's out. I love the cognitive dissonance of the Tonka fans. Zane writes, 2 9s or 7s would save him. That's where their thought process goes in the ace, queen, king flop. Well, he can still hit running 7s or running 9s. Are you nuts? Sakoochi now picks up a flush draw to go with his 2 pair. Checks to Sakoochi again.
Queen of spades here, very significant card to hold. Blocking some spades. You know, your opponent isn't going to have a ton of Queen X here either.
Sakooch checks it back and makes the flush on the rib.
I think that's what they call the nuts.
It is the nuts, you're right.
Oh.
Didn't even notice that.
Interesting. A bit of a blocker bet here for Bigo. Gucci looks down, just checking he's got that queen of spades, and then he's like, how do I get max value? Now, when your opponent blocker bets on this river, we'll have 2 pairs, we'll have weaker spades, that kind of stuff. The 2 pairs probably don't call any raise of any variety, so at this point you probably just want to target the other spades. If you think they might have the 10 of spades here, that kind of thing, you just want to probably pump it up to like 400 or 500K. Yeah, love it. 500K to go. That's exactly the size I was thinking. Probably don't get a lot of action from hands like ace 3 of hearts, but of course when they do have, you know, queen jack with the jack of spades or queen 10 with the 10 of spades. I'm not saying these are hands that Bigo always calls with in this particular position given the preflop action, but you know where my head is at.
And Bigo lets it go. Will Meister asks, will we be getting the recreational views of Maria anytime soon? Yes, in fact, we will.
Probably if I had betted a bit more. My bet was too small.
In 30 minutes' time, you're going to hear from the commentary team's top non-pro, Maria Ho.
Not like round 12, Benji.
Gave me that option. Gave me a couple of 415 would have been the correct. Correct?
That's right.
You have to think a bit harder.
Kuchi going to kick things off here with the Grafton. 10-9 of spades. Did you say 10-9 of spades or 9-10 of spades?
8 raise 80. 9
You always lead with the high card usually.
They say that, but I don't think that's true. 6-7 of spades. 8-9 of spades. 9-8 you'd say. Okay, 9-8.
Maybe it's more natural to read it when they're like the low cards. You
Low
just read them in the
cards,
order they
yeah.
come.
It's all over the shop. Anyway, that hand's over. Just 400 or 500 more of those conversations, and we'll be done for the day. finally get this direct message from Griffin. Let's check it out. Oh, is it about video games? It's from IGN. High on Life. Not all of High on Life's jokes find their punchline, but with memorable boss fights, unique alt-fire abilities, and exploration, and way more terrible movies to watch than expected, this wacky journey is definitely worth your time. Our review. Thank you, Griffin. It's getting an 8.
9 raise 90.
Ace-10 offsuit from Pillhofer. Ace-6 for Bagot. I was going to say, I feel like you can fold that one. The flat tire for Lothberg.
How much? 90?
90.
King 7 suited for Sakuchi. That seems like a defendo.
Oh.
Defendo.
Pillhofer, reasonably short. Not reasonably short, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Well covered by Sakuchi, we'll say. Ace, 7, deuce, 3 clubs. Pair of 7s for Sakuchi. Top pair for Pillhofer. Sakuchi checks to the razor.
Will carry me.
C-bet from Pillhofer.
I think so.
Stable.
And Sakuchi just gets out of the way. No reason to get cute, even with the pair of 7s.
Yeah, a couple tighter folds we've seen from Sakuchi so far in the big blinds. Just straight up folding that queen-9 off earlier. The opportunity to defend against one opponent. Straight up folding that middle pair there with the king-7 as well. Just doesn't want to continue on that monotone board, I guess, with the ace overcard.
Like I said at the time, that was an Antoine Saoud classic.
Yeah.
It was clean.
Too sweet for value.
Of course.
And you check and you win. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Tonka definitely getting real shallow now.
All right.
Hopefully wakes with a hand to get all in again and try and get back in this game soon.
It's time for a double up, and then I will really invest it in the right way.
Labor under the gun with 9 high. Yes. I guess I'll fold. Yes. Yeah.
Look at your own chips, idiot.
Pulls around to idiot. Lothberg.
Said with love.
I was just repeating what Tonka said. I have no opinion.
I know, I'm just joking.
4, 3 of spades? No, it's 3, 4 of spades.
Yeah, you might have a point, Joe.
Ace, ace, deuce. That's a straight draw for Sakuchi. King high. Leading for now. Ooh, drills it on the turn. Flicks 50K in there. King high is going to be the best hand here a reasonable amount of the time. And on the double paired board, Sakuchi checks.
Yeah, concerned about that boat now, I guess.
Oh, it's going to get the.
It's going to go to showdown.
A little bit there, yeah.
Yeah. If your opponent is calling with king high on that turn, I think they have the best hand a lot on that river. So seems pretty standard.
I did?
Yes.
Yes!
Oh, wow.
I'm
nice.
rich. You are? I am rich. 10,000 euros in my own pocket. That's big. Big, honestly, huge.
That's huge.
What are they celebrating?
Yeah, but he's going to outlast me.
I think he
Last longer?
He might have won his last longer.
Hopefully.
Did we lose someone in 14th?
Why is it every one person now?
Why you need
No, I
so
can't
much
see.
money?
Oh, it's
Donation. Random donation.
Donation.
Sounds like we might have lost somebody from the outer tables.
Come on, feel the noise. Girls rock.
Quiet riot, all right.
Parker not waking up with a hand to put in here, unfortunately.
Can't do this for too much longer.
Lofberg, queen nine off in the cutoff. Now 2.06 million at the start of this hand is going to open up the pot here.
5-4 suited. Imagine flatting your friend in the small blind with fucking 5-4 suited.
Milking you on the turn.
Making a fucking milking me on the turn as well. A little fucking 80k dinker on fucking 9, 8, 5. What a 9! Like what the? What a cunt, man. And I was gonna raise the turn too, and then I was like, I'll just call.
I wish I could take my losses that well. Queen 6-4, 2 hearts, 2 pair for Pillhofer, top pair for Lofberg.
Yeah, beautiful flop here for the 6-4, but if there is going to be some aggressive action,
sorry, what's first?
and I imagine there will, especially with Lofberg making top pair on this texture.
Not about the money.
I think most people like to play these bottom two fast, Joe, right? Lots of weird things can happen. Bottom two, not that well protected.
How could he have a good hand?
Labor checks his nothing. Lofberg with the opportunity to value bet top pair.
I predict a C-bet. I predict a check raise from Pillhofer. 1.5 million, guys.
Nope. Checks around.
Oh, wow, wow.
What a read, and it's a heart on the turn.
Absolutely got it wrong here.
Not
Lofberg.
great news for Pillhofer. A straight card and a heart card.
Yeah, just opts for the pot control instead. Really interesting to see. Fantastic
And now
stuff.
it's Labor betting now that he's picked up a gut shot. Not going to fold out better this time. Now Pillhofer, what do you do? Just calls. Huh.
Very interesting.
River is an ace. That doesn't change
But they're gonna what?
anything about this hand, literally.
Oh no, they did lots of 2 in a row.
That
though.
ace could be a not great card for 2 pair.
They did.
Absolutely.
It's only 2 tables anyway.
And from the cutoff, plenty of ace-6, ace-4.
Labor is missed.
Yeah, ace-8 of hearts might be in there once in a while too, but I think that might just C-bet the flop.
Nice 2 pair. Very good.
Checks around, and somehow Pillhofer's 2 pair gets min value, but at least does win in showdown.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. See you soon.
Well, we just went down to 13. Okay, so that elimination, we finally caught up graphically with it. And it was Laurent Sessi who fell in 14th place. Another 52,000 euro score.
I wanted to re-raise him, but he checked behind. And after you bet, then it's the point group. I didn't like it, Benjamin. I was scared of you, Benjamin. Next time.
Yeah, he's just recounting. He was expecting the C-bet and the Chiefs planning to check raise, and then it got a bit messy multi-way. Let's take a look at the chip counts here.
Someone was just asking, can we get a recap of the biggest chip counts? We can at this table, at least. Jordan Sakuchi cruising. Fabrice Bigot doing just fine. Labor, great. We start getting into the awkward stacks. Kalev, Pillhofer at Lofberg, but living on borrowed time is your boy Tonka P. Parker Talbot. Just 6 big blinds and not much longer left on this level. Or is that it? That is it for the level. We're at a break right now.
Yep.
Time just flies sometimes. So Tonka will be coming back. We'll be on Tonka Death Watch. At least he won his last longer. And 13 players remain here at EPT Prague 2022. We are going to take a brief break. Usual time, 10 to 12 minutes. Back after this.
The blinds are up. 8,000 and 16,000. Running ante of 2,000.
That means there's 32,000 in the pot before the hand starts.
Here comes Elke again, raising it up.
At this point, Elke's going to just be putting the pedal to the metal. He's going to be raising with any two cards he finds. He doesn't care.
Tangling with Richard Toth again, who's called his raise. And what's this? Aces again for Theo Jorgensen?
This side is so rigged. Theo's deciding if he goes all in, will he get called? He thinks he will.
Not by Elke.
Not by Elke. Remember, Toth is still smarting from that last hand. I don't think his mental facilities are at their peak right now.
Well, how does Queen 9 actually rate as a hand, four-handed?
It's a perfectly fine raise calling hand, but now Theo, behind a raiser and him calling, has moved all in.
How much is it in total?
Well, he's asked for a count of Theo's chips, so he's giving it some serious consideration.
I don't think he thinks he's in front, but he very correctly is thinking it's not a question of whether I'm in front. The question is whether I am getting the right price to call here. Of course he's not, but if Theo's in there with something like Ace-3, then he is getting the right price. And that's what he's trying to work out right now. And again, we need to emphasize that he is still recovering from the most spectacularly hand gone wrong of the entire tournament. He wants to get a bunch of chips back right now. It's really hurting him.
So much to take in. Working out the percentages of this hand. Still thinking about the last hand.
Theo is a complete cipher. He's not showing a single thing.
Theo, I think I have to trust in my instincts. And it says you've got nothing.
He's making the call, and he's going to see his instincts were wrong. Theo Jorgensen has the aces. He has Queen 9.
His instincts were very wrong. He's a 4-1 underdog behind Theo.
Listen to the crowd applaud. The Danes want to see the homeboy win this pot.
Wrong instinct this time, but it happens to me.
Yep, sometimes you just can't guess what your opponent's got, and this is one of those occasions.
That's just about all Theo at this point.
Theo in great position to double up here.
Oh my goodness. That is the best card that Toth could have hoped for. Now suddenly it's only a 2-1 race. He's got a straight draw and a flush draw.
Looking for a heart.
Or an 8 or a king.
And there's the 10 of hearts. And that means on the river, Theo Jorgensen has been defeated. Richard Toth has made a flush and has actually knocked Theo Jorgensen out of the tournament.
This is absolutely amazing. And in fact, Theo had said pair the board, and it did, but he didn't think about pairing and making a heart simultaneously. What an awful, awful river card for him.
Sven Reichardt has kings. He raises to 160k. Olivier Busquet is on the button. With ace-deuce suited, he has fewer than 20 big blinds.
For Olivier's sake, I hope he's just thinking about flatting.
All in.
He shoves.
He wasn't just thinking about flatting.
Klein folds the small blind. Trickett folds the big, and Reichardt's calling.
That's bad.
And Olivier Busquet is at risk. Reichardt's Kings, a 68% favourite.
Is Olivier Busquet going to finish 8th in a super high roller again?
That would be brutal. Reichard almost flops him dead.
More than almost. He's got less than 1%.
8-8, you win.
Ace-ace.
8-8.
8-8. Or ace-ace.
Oh, boy.
Busquet now has 2 outs.
It'd be great television. Is that what you would think? If it happened, you'd be like, well, at least it was good television?
That'd be so sick.
Sick doesn't cover it.
Busquet needs another ace to survive. And it is another ace!
So you're saying there's a chance?
Unbelievable! Less than 1% on the flop. And runner to make a better full house.
You're taking photos of this?
I've never seen that.
Yeah, obviously.
They put the kings away.
Olivier runs ace-deuce into kings and gets there in incredible fashion.
All-in. All-in call.
All-in call. E assim, o Santana provavelmente tem uma mão como um ás e dama, um ás e valete, e... Uou!
Uau!
Ai!
Oh, meu Deus do céu! Olha o começo dessa transmissão, começo dessa mesa final de main event do BSOP Milhos. O que acontece, Felipe Moraes e público de casa? Vamos ao River, será? River Card, o rei do River!
Uau!
O rei do River!
Meu Deus!
Impressionante!
O que é isso, Vitão?
Estão todos atordoados no salão. Quadra contra full. Seu Ciro acerta um rei no River.
Uau.
When I raised 50, I called him and he's like, oh, you don't need my $25,000 anymore. I'm like, no. The van's like $85,000. Like, I need your $25,000 now.
Well, look, congratulations, and I think the best place to start is that for anyone who doesn't know the story, please tell the tale of KL and the van.
Yeah, I had KL on my podcast. We got connected on Twitter, had him on my podcast and was interviewing him, just this young, entrepreneur playing poker online. And then he just let it slip that he can't go anywhere. And then I started questioning him about it. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean you can't go anywhere? You
the
can't
wheelchair
go to
wasn't a giveaway?
Well, I assumed he had a van. And he told me the van that his family used for him had broken down like a couple years prior, and he basically had been stuck at home. And I was just in shock. So I started a GoFundMe. I linked it to his parents' bank account, and I tried doing some fundraising. I think we got up to like $5,000 initially, and it was probably all Ryan LaPlante. So I started this kind of, I guess, like, not an advertisement, but I started saying, like, look, let's raise some money so we can all get KL to World Series of Poker so we can stack him. So it was just kind of a funny kind of twist on it. And I made this, like, parody video, like all of us talking about how we just need to stack KL and how good it's going to be once we get him to Vegas to stack him. So that's how it started. And then the pandemic hit and really lost momentum. The economy went downhill. And then when I heard that the World Series of Poker was going to be held in 21, I thought I need to do something. We need to get this ball rolling again. So that's when
you were like, cough it up, you cheap. You're going to come up with money to go play the World Series. You can come up with a little cash for the van.
Oh, this is the type of podcast we're on? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I said, yeah, you cheap. Yeah, so I decided to do a fundraiser, and before the fundraiser, Bill Perkins had been helping me with my legal fees because my counsel sued me. Yeah, but the money that he gave, it went to a trust. I never had the money, but I know that there was some extra sitting in that trust, and I thought, you know, I could get him to give 25,000 to KL. And I thought, okay, well, you've got like, you know, this much left. Do you think you could send some to KL before I send it all back to you? But yeah, so I sat in the parking lot of my job on my lunch break, talking to Bill Perkins, trying to convince him to match 25,000 of what I raise. So when I raised 50, I called him. And he's like, oh, you don't need my 25,000 anymore. I'm like, no. The van's like $85,000. Like, I need your 25,000 now. So he's like, okay. So he sent it over to KL. So that was cool.
That is cool. And Joe, you've talked about KL before on the podcast, and he does have a very dark sense of humor and kind of wants to be roasted, wants to be mocked all the time.
Yeah, he does, and I'm glad you brought that up because I'm always afraid that I'm going to do what he wants me to do and roast him, and someone's going to take that out of context, be like, holy shit, it's like Stave's making fun of this kid in a wheelchair. That is what he has requested of me. It's the least I can do, and he gives as good as he gets, to be fair. Veronica... Also, like, so Bill was like sort of an angel in the outfield for this sort of thing, but he wasn't the only one, right? There were a couple people who also were like big contributing factors to this other than Bill Perkins, right?
Let's talk about a drunk tweet by Johnny Vibes.
That's the one. That's what I was aiming at. Yeah.
Yeah, so I basically reached out to every single poker celebrity out there, and I was like, hey, can you be part of the fundraiser? Because I was going to do like a 5-hour fundraiser. And I said, if you can't be a part of the fundraiser, can you at least record a video? Johnny Vibes was like, you know what? I'll record a video. I'm at a wedding in Mexico. A bunch of people were at some famous poker player's wedding in Mexico that day. And I was like, sure, I'll take the video. Apparently, he got the feels while he was in Mexico, and he got drunk, and he tweeted, for every retweet, I will give $5. And we ended up getting about $10,000 worth of retweets. Doug Polk retweeted him and said, this is a good cause. And I know he was like needling him because
it's 50-50 for Doug, right? Like he could do something good and someone at the same time.
And if he can get those two things done at the same time, he'll love it. He's on
Absolutely.
it. So yeah, and it just gained a lot of momentum, and here we are. We got that $10,000, and Johnny Vibes was a good sport about it.
Back at our main TV table. Action's been folded to Philip Gruesome. He'll give up the 3 deuce. Robert Hydorn folds. 10-5 for Jan Heitmann. That'll go in the muck. Andreas Kaufeld also has garbage. So action on Max Lemansky. Jack King of Diamonds.
You know, now that I think about it, Lemansky's little photo there bears a striking resemblance to Austin Powers.
Behave.
Speaking of behaving, Lemansky is just limped. Odd.
16. 1-6.
Barry Greenstein with Jack 3 suited on the button is raising, makes it 1,600.
Barry's attacking that weak play. Stoshko has finally got a pair.
And he lets it go.
Seemed like a pretty nice spot for a squeeze, but what do I know? I can see the whole cards.
And Tommy Nord will give up the big blind. So back on Lemansky.
This was a pretty weird spot to limp to begin with, but if the button decides to attack you, I don't think you can just fold it.
Lemansky does make the call. Let's see a flop. Eight, 8-6. Ha! Stashko would have flopped a full house.
That awkward moment where you realize you would have flopped a boat. I'm pretty sure if Monkey C-bet, Monkey do win this pot, and we all know what Barry's going to do.
Greenstein continues the bluff, makes it 2,200.
Assume Lemansky's going to fold any second. His reaching for chips is all right. If Lemansky's floating, he probably does have a decent shot at getting Barry off jack high.
9 of clubs on the turn.
So all kinds of stuff just came in. If Barry had any kind of hand, Lemansky would have a hard time repping anything since A, he limped pre-flop, and B, big draws are going to raise that flop pretty often. Luckily for him, Barry's got just jack high.
Lemansky bets 4,325.
Now Barry hasn't insta-folded, so we're looking at a rare Hollywood from Greenstein.
Maybe Barry has a plan. The plan is to call?
What? Now Barry's floating him. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of lost here.
Interesting to see how this plays out on the river, which pairs the board again. Lemansky's hand is good, 8s and 9s with a king kicker.
He probably thinks his only shot to win this hand is to bet at it, and usually he'd be right.
He's counting out the bet. 7,600.
This is a fairly small bet relative to the size of the pot.
And look at that, Barry raises to 20K.
Barry is bluffing this river like a boss. It's a great bluff based on a great read. Lemansky limp called pre, called the flop, then led the turn, made a tiny bet on the river. His line makes less sense than the plot to Battleship.
Lemansky mulling it over and then letting it go. Barry takes it down. A pot of nearly 45,000. Barry adding nearly 17K to his stack.
Obviously quads over quads, but he got away.
Poker legend Barry Greenstein, everybody.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 4 of the main event continues. We have got down to 2 tables. Now we need to get down to the last table, the final table. It's James Harskin alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And we are coming back from break, Griffin, with 13 players. We lost Laurent Sessi towards the end of that last session, so we have a table of 6, a table of 7, keeping the same lineup on the main stage as we count down to the second PSPC. That's right. The PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship returns, having been announced in the summer of 2019, originally due to take place in the summer of 2020. Long postponed, long delayed, but it's finally happening. Kicks off January the 30th with around 400 Platinum Pass winners coming to compete against the pros at the Bahama Resort in Nassau, with all 5 days streamed live on Twitch and YouTube. Now, Griffin, obviously, you will be part of our broadcast team at PCA 2023, but you're going to be playing the PSPC. You're going to be trying to go better than a 14th place finish.
Oh, I can't wait. Maybe I'll even get on a feature table.
You're on the feature table. You're in a promo video. So, yes, make sure you join us in January for PCA 2023 and the PSPC before we kick off EPT 2023 starting in Paris. So at the start of this next level, it is still Junabara who has the chip lead with close to 6.3 million. Jordan Sakuchi playing 5.8 million right now. Javier Gomez remains a top 5 stack, having started the day as one of the top 2 stacks. We'll return to the feature table in just a moment. Have to say, Griffin, a very interesting story has emerged during the break. Credit to Nick Walsh for unearthing an article from the PokerStars blog that was written during EPT Malta in 2015 about Benjamin Labor, the British player who's in the 1 seat at our feature table. Benjamin Labor was born with a condition, a severe nerve injury in his ears, and 99% of the people who have that severity of deafness never learn to speak. He is one of the 1%.
Wow, amazing.
He said he overcame the problem with a lot of speech therapy, a lot of stamina, a lot of work. In 2014, he had surgery, a cochlear implant, and now has 85 to 90% of what's considered normal hearing. And he is playing 2.6 million right now. He is third in chips at the feature table. Tonka, I mean, we have to highlight the obvious. He is in the hyper danger zone.
Yeah, very short.
Just 6 big blinds right now as we go to 25.50, 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante.
You know, I did kind of thought he looked like John DeBello in disguise, but that's a heck of an alibi.
So another 90 minutes of poker to be played before the dinner break.
Let's do this.
And obviously, there are 6 levels on the agenda for the day, but if we do get to 9, we will stop there and come back tomorrow as we see Bigot open under the gun with deuces. Tonka with jacks.
Oh. No hesitation, no little action for the camera. Knows that the opponent is going to be completely committed.
Maybe I don't need it. Still get fold.
He looked at you like, no shot. He's cold. He just looked at you like, no, I'm not happening.
Oh, good. Oh, you folding? Oh, no, you calling.
Bro, folding? Come on, show some respect even for the French.
You could help me.
I'm helping you.
That's true. Maybe.
Oh,
We'll see.
Bigot does not
I have
like
good
losing
suits.
pots.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't raise deuces under the gun then. Although ducks do tend to fly together.
It makes me nervous though when kid loses this.
Ooh.
2 deep ones.
So Tonka's tournament life on the line. He is a 9-1 favorite post-flop. Has to fade deuces. I don't hear any of your ducks flying as a group.
Well, I don't want us to lose 95% of our viewership.
Just one more.
No more.
And
Just one more.
Bigot is drawing dead for a win here, but he got an 8% chance for a little tune.
He's like, oh shit.
Here at the office.
Oh. Let's watch.
Lady luck.
Nothing.
Or a 3.
Nothing at all. 320.
So
Okay.
Tonka
Here we go.
lives to die another day. 765,000. Don't call it a comeback, but it could be a comeback.
Massive.
Has to start somewhere, right?
Fuck, does it ever. I'm on a roll now. Every roll has to start somewhere. 755.
15 big blinds.
That'll
Back
do.
to the standard danger zone now.
You have full equity now, but I don't know if it's a good thing or not.
Still not enough chips to play that. Sakuchi. What's that dope little thing around his chest? More like Saguchi.
Here is Benjamin Labor. Pocket sevens on the button.
Sunglasses. So bright, dude, without my glasses. Yeah, I can't. How are you not wearing your glasses? I'm not blind.
About 37 big blinds here for Kalev.
Light contacts more.
Certainly an argument for 3-bet and be prepared
Yeah, you're
to
not that
play
blind.
for stacks off this depth.
See better in them?
Yes.
Or maybe something you'd be more inclined to do against.
It's not nice. One of the dealers let me use his glasses, and they were like,
sort of
almost exactly my
regular professional. Instead, just shoves it and doesn't want to face a 4-bet shove from something like ace-jack and have to flip. Obviously some ICM considerations now with just 13 players left.
So crazy, you know? The swings. I'm feeling so good right now, obviously. But when I had like 1.1 million from like 2 million even, you know, I was like, oh, ready to go.
But now you feel better.
You know, but now I have 700K from 300K,
like,
and I'm like,
crazy.
oh, good game.
Players in the background discussing the phenomenon that is momentum in tournament poker. Talking about how, going from 2 million to 1.1, you feel like the sky is falling, but when you go from 300 to 765, you're on top of the world. Very relatable.
No discount.
Made it, Ma. Top of the world.
Shame.
Jesse just joined us on YouTube and said, I missed Tonki's double. You did. Tonki got more than a double up. And Tonki now has around 15 big blinds. Sakuchi has raised to 115,000. Labor in the cutoff with sixes.
Yeah, I think this is okay on 50 big blinds for Labor. Might be made a little difficult with some of these talented regs on his left.
You go in the small blind with threes. Decides to let it go. Tonka in the big blind folds 8-7 off. So heads up to the flop.
Okay, if there's a 3 on the flop, I'm going to need the cameras to pan over to the guy's face with pocket threes.
Instead it's 7-5-4. Pretty decent flop for the sixes. 4, 5, 6.
Almost a straight.
Almost. And with Sakuchi checking, Labor bets 300,000.
From far.
Yeah, I think the strategy here with ace queen when you play it as a check would often be to check call. You don't want to just get bluffed off by hands like, king jack, that kind of situation. But facing a near pot size bet, I like Sakuchi's discipline there. I don't need to win this pot, fight for it against someone that is playing it so aggressively.
Griffin, we are not alone. Joining us live via hologram. Pleased to welcome Maria Ho from Las Vegas. Hello, Maria.
Hello, hologram. That is new, very fancy.
I was just remembering when CNN debuted hologram technology in their coverage of the presidential election in 2008 and used it for a couple of interviews, one of which was Will I Am. And just, it's a standout moment in my mind. CNN, Wolf Blitzer, in all sincerity, saying, now joining us live via hologram, it's Will I Am. One of the ridiculous moments in news history. But if we were going to utilize that technology, Maria, it would be for you. Sadly, we can't see you. We do not have a holographic version of Maria displayed on our desk.
Well, you know what I always like to say is Maria Ho is the Will I Am of poker.
I've heard that before. I'm not sure you came up with that one.
No, I took it. I stole it from Joe.
So down to 2 tables, Maria. 13 players remaining. Sadly, Conor Beresford out. Tim Adams out. But we still have Tonka, albeit a short stack, on the feature table right now.
Yes, but all of chat are going to give Tonka their energy, and he will spin it up.
That was said with confidence. That wasn't just a bold prediction. That was like, I know what's going to happen.
I'm not crazy about this open from Pilhover here, playing these 37 or so bigs. Early position with the deuces. Tough opponents here in the blinds, and Talbot deciding to call with the ace-6 suited. I'm a little surprised by this hand selection. Playing 13 big blinds or whatever it is. But it is a fair fight against these pairs.
Lothberg in as well, so 3-way to the flop.
Ooh, they always fly. They fly together.
Oh, God.
Oh, gosh. We said that at the same time.
Proof is in the pudding.
I think I kind of have the same attitude towards that as most people do towards the chop pot. It's like I never want to see a set of deuces when Griffin's in the booth.
And yet they always come. I'm like the Pied Piper for ducks. Talbot with a little frustration. Why went those clubs? Why didn't I just flop an ace? Ooh.
Shit, 50? God damn.
Wow. The trophy is looking particularly shiny right now when you consider how kind of...
It's got some dust on the bottom.
Yeah, but I can deal with that as long as the main section of the trophy is like a mirror.
It's got a dusty bottom.
I mean, during London, it did look like someone had sneezed on it for most of the event.
I'm liking the way that Labor's balanced timing pre-flop is just utter disgust at these stupid hands he's being dealt. Unbelievable. All right, time for Shovskis. No.
Okay, well, maybe the cutoff. Maybe the cutoff is where it's going to be at.
Oh, popping a few back. Maybe Parker should be cut off.
We want service?
Yeah, I would.
They'll tell them.
Yeah, they'll bring us service.
Awesome. Trying to help our friend here.
Sakuchi with some options here. Yes, you do.
Excuse me. Can I just ask for a bottle of water?
You're welcome.
Get your drinks orders in, guys.
You're wearing the hat right now, if you could. Yeah. For sure. Good luck.
Sakuchi playing a very healthy 115 big blind stack.
Yeah. Going to be top 2 or top 3 with a stack like that. 2 Canadians on this feature table.
So, gentlemen, I don't know if this has already been discussed and I just missed it, but, you know, aside from the really long days you guys are having out there, can we talk about how I just found out that there's such a thing as a third place game for the World Cup? Who cares?
I don't care about the final, Maria, so you're going to get absolutely no argument from me about the third place playoff.
Okay, so I have a personal gripe with this comment, Maria, because my dad took me to the World Cup in 1998 and in France, and he could only afford getting a single ticket from a scalper, so he got me a ticket to the third place game between Holland. So I actually have been, the only soccer game I've ever seen, the only football World Cup game I've seen was a consolation final, and I gotta admit it was a pretty special memory. So I fight against this.
Okay, I mean, fair. I see a little bit of dissent from chat as well, but I mean, I don't know. We don't need to get into this debate. I know how James feels about.
I'm just kidding. I tend to agree with what you're saying. It's just the 13-year-old in me was just like, oh, what do you mean the thing I went to was meaningless?
I peel small blind.
A pretty good board for some pretty good hands. Both players holding over pairs to this particular board.
5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 2, so close.
I think the biggest takeaway of that conversation is that the unlucky losers game is just an opportunity for people to get rid of their kids for the afternoon.
Trying to slide in there, you know.
The key question is, do the teams want to play that game?
I think there is something, I can't speak for, obviously I'm not too familiar, but I will say that, you know, the medaling, right? Third place is a medal, no? It's like you get a bronze medal. It's like a thing.
No lies.
You
That's
know?
the Olympics, Griff.
No, you don't get a medal for third?
No.
You don't get nothing? You get money. Okay. So there you go. Apparently no medals. It's just money.
I've heard from some reliable sources that there's a lot of players that don't care. I mean, the truth be told, you know, once you know you're not in the finals anymore, it's really hard to say, okay, well, you know, of course there's pride for your country. I'm not saying that that's not important, but the morale is really down to play a game where you're like, okay, well, the best place you're going to finish is third or fourth, and
you're gonna raise some crazy.
Truthfully, if you're out of the running to win the whole thing at that point, it's really tough to put your whole heart into that game.
And caught in the cookie jar.
I don't know what you're drinking this morning, but since
2 star Promens, and I would like another, actually. Where's our service?
Give this man a beer.
It's a call, I guess.
Oops. How embarrassing. Everyone saw that Bigot, and I'm not letting it go. Hey, chat, did you guys see that? He meant to raise, and then he blew it. He messed it up. 13 left. EPT. Embarrassing. And you can see how the dynamic of the hand shifts because of the accidental limp. Had this been raised by Bigot, maybe Lofberg finds some folds with this ace-10 in the cutoff. Maybe he still finds 3-bets and actually would force folds pre-flop from Bigot. But instead, I think Bigot's probably going to find some calls here to this 4x, having put in this 50,000. This is effectively just a raise now.
Apparently, a lot of people claim they do get medals.
Oh. Producer's now feverishly looking it up, doesn't believe it.
I mean, I seem to remember like seeing a World Cup game where like the players get like individual medals in addition to the World Cup because they can't all get the trophy. So they're going to be medals like for whoever finishes third, I guess, as well. You have to give them something, otherwise it's even more pointless than it already is.
Yeah.
A little bit of a dangerous board for Bigot. Feeling like, you know, that gut shot straight draw is looking pretty good. Some backdoor flush draw possibilities, but up against top 2.
Okay, this question I can handle because it's not related to soccer. Sreiberg says, if a player announces raise but puts in chips equating to a limp, what happens? They would be forced to raise the minimum. Verbal declaration is binding.
And Lofberg is so thrilled by this situation. You know, hoping that Bigot is going to have something like the ace-jack, maybe even the ace-queen. Not the case, though.
Yeah, if you look at the SPR, you know, you certainly want to size up a little bit on this turn, but you also want to make this a 3-street hand. I think it's just so strong. You certainly don't want to be betting a size where on the river you're not necessarily giving your opponent a chance to call with worse.
And to be a race pre-flop.
He wishes it was.
Maybe. Probably, actually. Just.
Can I have one beer, please?
We get it, Parker. Jeez.
Liquid energy required for Tonka.
2 more levels after this. Dinner break after this. Okay.
Small blind?
Yes, please. Five pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass.
Or folds a small blind, gives Calev a walk.
What do you think is the percentage of people that look at their hand when they get a walk versus people that just fold? If you're not normally a player that looks at your hand before it gets to your turn.
I look 100% of the time. I know some people are superstitious and don't look, but it doesn't really tilt me or affect me. It's more of just like a funny thing to look at, you know? What about you?
I never look until, I almost never look until it's my turn, period. So if I get a walk, I just fold.
Wow, you don't want to look at those aces, huh?
I don't think it would tilt me either, but yeah, I mean, I haven't encountered that just because I haven't allowed myself to.
So you'll never know. So it's just like
I will never know unless I'm on a stream, I guess, because the RFID will still know.
Give me blues.
Another walk. I think the weird part of the walk was showing the Jack-6. It's like, you know, sometimes he shows like, oh yeah, nice way to fold. I had a big hand, or oh, I'll show you. I had ace-3. You know, I had an ace. Oh, king-10, pretty good. No, it's just like, oh, this is just the cards I had here.
Quick update from the other table and a reminder that the live updates on Poker News are now observing the 30-minute delay. So no spoilers if you're following the action over on Poker News now. Looks like Javier Gomez has closed the gap between himself and Jun Ibarra. Pot which saw Gomez take $1 million off his opponent, move up to 4.8. Ibarra now on 5.4. We are round to the blinds. Vigo's got the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
And this will play as a shove. pretty much all the time here against the stack size of Parker Talbot. So Parker's going to have to hope to pick up something that's worthy of a call. Going to be in that sort of Queen 9+ kind of range. Ooh, and the deuces are so obnoxious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Tonka taking the race here, and I've just thought of the irony of Tonka losing here and being eliminated by the Spraggy.
I see the irony of ducks not flying together and Spraggy winning, yes. I'd say that the ducks flying is more iconic than the Spraggy at this point.
Yeah.
Chat, take a vote.
So Tonka needs deuces to hold.
This is such a sit and go snap. Oh.
No ace on the desk.
Five for a sweat. Just pair the board.
Now he needs to fade aces, 8s, and 7s.
Yes!
The board does pair on the turn, and now
all the way.
There are 13 cards that Tonka's going to have to fade on the river.
Will he still be here when his beer gets here?
Queen of hearts.
River card is a queen.
Not bad.
So deuces hold, and Tonka doubles up.
Yeah.
He defeats the Spraggy.
Quack, quack.
Like the chicken I gave you. Finn. Like I said, I did say it. I didn't want to say it in the hand. I didn't want to jinx it.
Looks like he's still going to be here when his beer comes, Maria.
Most importantly.
I mean, we've seen so many horrible situations where players have ordered food or drink and then been eliminated. We all remember Sad Sushi Guy.
Yes.
Sad Sushi Guy.
That's the best. I've definitely been at that awkward stack size where I'm like, I don't think I can order food. I'm really not so sure I'll still be here. But the drink thing, you know, usually it still feels pretty safe, but then you never know.
Go on the button, 10-8 of spades.
But go for it.
Hoffberg folds the 4 deuce.
Whoa, watch where you're going, Parker. Gave him a real shot there.
One more space. And the 10.
Be sick if that was some intentional metagame stuff. You know, you win a big flip, blind on blind, then you're just adjusting and you just elbow the guy next to you afterwards. It's like, oh, sorry, man. Just marking my territory.
I dare you to shove into my big
Yeah. I will literally shove into you.
Well, do you remember on day 2, our first feature table, we started off with an empty seat, and Sam Grafton was kind of laxed, stretched out, using it as an armrest, and then the moment that someone took that seat, he was slightly annoyed that suddenly he had to confine his body to one seat.
It says a lot about entitlement. It says a lot about privilege.
Yes. Something you may know a thing or two about.
Oh,
Griffin.
no.
Pelhoffer's opened under the gun with queens. Labor's got kings.
He gets so mad.
You're going too far now.
Yeah, he gets so mad. So greedy.
Yeah, just take the lucky ride.
I don't see how this doesn't become a ridiculously huge pot of around 4 million with Pelhoffer's tournament life on the line.
3 levels or something. He got it all in.
Re-raise from Labor is to 245,000.
I do wonder if there is a version of this hand playing 40 bigs.
Wow.
Oh my
Oh
goodness!
my gosh. No, this
Shut
is up,
the front
guys.
door.
Sakuchi
Seriously.
picking up aces in the big blind.
He can't even believe it.
Unbelievable. What is happening?
So now the question is, can anyone get away from their hand?
No, not with these stack sizes. Like, it's absurd.
I
It
think
would be
Pillhofer
absurd.
has an opportunity to.
I think he does. I think he does, but also, I just think, I don't know.
So what?
We'll have to
Are we
see.
6 or 7-handed? We're 7
We're
here?
7-handed at this table.
We're 7-handed.
Yeah, we're 7-handed. You got the chip. I mean, one of the big chip stacks at the table. Just coming in for the cold 4 from the big blind, but
I wonder if Labor ever gets away.
No.
I mean, look, they're probably all getting all in, but I'd say there's a slight chance that Pillhofer gets away, and a much slighter, but a non-zero chance
Right.
Labor folds kings.
Well, this is the moment where we
That's all
see
I'm saying.
if Pillhofer can fold, because his natural response to this 4-bet would probably be to go all in.
Yeah, listen, no-
675,000.
nobody's saying it's going to be a snap here with queens to and it's very hard to conceive of, you know, potentially finding a better spot off of that stack. But and yes, you're hoping you're up against ace king, obviously, but
I think it's important to
If
think
you-
about, too, like, sorry to cut you off there, Maria, is just
No,
the
no.
dynamics we've seen over the last few levels with this feature table as we see the massive fold. And this is why I
Wow.
suggested it was possible. This is very unorthodox from what we've been seeing from this table. Not a lot of pre-flop leveling, a lot of kind of honest pre-flop play. And then suddenly, you know, the tightest player at the table in Labor, 3 bets, which probably hasn't been seen much of. And then Sakuchi, no real reason to attack this tight. This is, of
Look at
course,
this.
going...
And it's not all going in.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 2 incredible moves there. Great fold by Pillhofer, and now just the flat from Labor.
I mean, definitely, as Griffin mentioned, you know, some of those dynamics with table image comes into play, you know, something that I definitely might have missed just hopping on now, but really interesting so far.
Oh, the
my
queen high
gosh.
flop.
You guys!
Pillhofer throwing up in his mouth right now, and a board that neither of these players is going to get away from. And by players, I mean player, I mean Labor.
Unbelievable.
And Sakuchi is not absolutely in love with this flop. When you break down Labor's range, queens are actually going to be a good percentage of it. You'd think kings would go in.
I look at Pillhofer speaks for all of us right now.
Yeah, you know, Sakuchi...
Obviously, when... Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go. This is crazy.
No. This is just crazy. I'm just saying that, you know, you make the right fold when you have queens here, but you immediately are filled with regret.
Bet of 900,000 from Sakuchi into a pot of 1.5 million. Labor, the effective stack here, just shy of 2.7 million.
And this spot
Yeah, I'm sure he's thinking,
Sorry, Maria, go ahead.
today is that day. You know, do you want to commit a third of your stack and then basically have, you know, less than pot back for the turn? What do you want to do with this overpair that you've already been very cautiously proceeding with?
You know, Sakuchi hasn't been a bullying, you know, chip leader at this table. Hasn't been someone that's been cold 4-betting and having a lot of, like, big bluffy lines. It's just been kind of chilling for much of the day, getting all these chips up. So this is, I think, coming a bit out of nowhere for Laborde. And seeing a 900,000 chip bet, like, this doesn't appear to be bluffy to Laborde, you know? So this, I mean, I obviously don't think that he's going to fold, but I think that he's really considering it.
Played a lot of time bank cards and then moves all in. Sakuchi calls and tables aces. Pillhofer says, I had queens. I folded queens pre.
Clubs? You had queens. Wow. Holy shit.
I was so close to just strip it to the full four.
It's not over yet.
Yeah.
It's not over yet, but right now, Sakuchi is an 85% favorite to eliminate Benjamin Laborde.
Oh, holy shit. I mean, nice fold. I wouldn't fold.
You were just talking here.
Yeah, I'm just sitting talking to your queens, kings, and aces, telling some dumb stories. Of your dumb ass, actually.
I know he's a bad spot now.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Let's see. Oh.
10 of clubs on the turn. So Laborde does pick up the club draw. A club or a king on the river saves him. Any other card, and he's gone. And Sakuchi wins a 6.9 million chip pot and is going to have a huge chip lead in this tournament. The river is the 7 of spades, and we lose Benjamin Laborde, and I don't think he can quite believe it. He looks utterly shell-shocked by what's just happened.
Is that bad?
What do you mean? Yeah,
Not a bad player. Set up.
Just, yeah.
Should I let it go?
No.
Unlucky.
There's nothing you can do there.
No way.
He knows he has to leave, but he can't.
I would have been in with his queens. He folded queens. I would have put the queens
I
in
was so
for
like,
sure.
Well, I thought he had the queens.
He cashes for 62,450 euros, but that's a horrible way to lose, Maria.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking to watch, you know, and just to have him ask his table mates, could he have folded there in a spot where nobody would have folded? And, you know, sometimes you just are really hard on yourselves when you think you can potentially avoid a very unavoidable situation.
Jordan Sakuchi now playing 8.6 million, nearly 175 big blinds. Laborde finally leaving the table.
Damn. 3 people used time banks on that hand, too. That was the longest fucking hand of the time bank stage, for sure.
Well, that's going to take us down to 12 players. 2 tables of 6 now.
Wow, sick. You would have so many.
I kind of naively thought that we'd see a little bit more sympathy from some people in the audience toward Benjamin Laborde. But it seems there are some real a-holes out there.
Yeah.
I would have been harder for.
We got a couple of people saying give him another chance, let him rebuy. But
redo.
Yeah, a little redo.
Ace king of clubs or queens, yeah.
Wild. That was a big pot. That was a big pot.
Yeah.
I think there's a new chip leader, if you were not already.
I think he was already.
I think you were
Sakuchi definitely chip leader right now with 12 players remaining.
8 million or some shit?
I think someone has 6 or 5.5 to 6.
No, I don't
Now
think
you have 9.
Maybe, but I'm
Very cool.
Oh.
Raise 100,000.
Yes, Parker. Yes.
Oh. Can't deal with another big hand after that last one.
7 plus.
When you almost say the word, and you just don't want to do it, and you don't want to move to your checks, and then you want to take both.
Oh.
Brad on Twitch saying, I've never seen aces versus kings versus queens before. The last time I remember seeing it was in Monte Carlo. A player by the name of Adrian Mateos had the queens, and guess what happened?
Yep.
Queen on the board. So if you ever find yourself in a situation where you have queens and you think the other players may have aces and kings, get your chips in.
Lady luck.
There is, based on a sample size of 2 hands, there are always going to be a call on the flop. Yes. So there's a pretty strong chance that this is going to end in a chop.
Oh, lordy lord.
I
don't know what the timing's going to be. I'm just going to go for it, guys.
Yeah.
Might as well make it a quartet.
Yeah. I want 2 clubs and a diamond on the flop.
Come on.
Are we bringing in Joe to, like, drown out Maria?
Yes, I'll definitely sing a little softer than
We'll just
usual.
shoot for the moon.
No, just go
with
for
all
it,
4
Maria.
of us.
Just, like, really
And if
try
we
to
fail,
do it.
We'll hit the stars.
I think you should just go like a full 1.2 seconds before.
All right, now we'll take a sweat. Fuck it, you know? Why not, man?
Or
Fuck
after? Wait, who's in the time delay? She's... I don't know how this works.
We just have to do it our normal way, and Maria, good luck to you.
Okay.
We're all counting on
Thank you.
Yeah.
Live a little.
Could be a diamond on the turn.
I need luck.
That's true. We could see a sweat.
Diamond for the streamers. For the people watching at home.
Ooh.
A diamond.
Chat.
Oh, yeah.
Give Tonka your energy.
You like a little sweat, don't you, Twitch?
I won't even lie, I was sweating when the clock came.
Diamonds are chat's best friend.
Is Pillhoffer going to get bad beat 2 hands in a row?
Should have played those queens, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so this does end in a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh, Jesus.
Can we... What are we going to do with her? What do we do?
You guys did amazing.
Yeah, you've yeah, all in the same room.
You guys were amazing. Never better. Never better.
Whatever you say, Echo.
You know you're supposed
It's not
to
really
go
her
to
fault.
punish after the queens though too, right? Like
I'm gonna go to bat for Maria on this one. What can she do?
What can she do?
Not only did we all make eye contact for that, but we held hands.
Yes.
I counted those chips. Like those, that was. I had a million
And
more.
then has to go
I'm
back
missing
say,
a million.
why did I fold queens? Yeah.
Oy, oy, oy.
When he said I have queens, I had the queens. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, what a gift.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
So, guys, this whole hologram thing's not really working out, so I'm going to have to dip out a little early. Thank you for having me.
Bye. Bye.
7.8 million or something. No. Yeah, he had 1.5 in green, and then he had over $1 million in black on a stack, and he put 625 in pre, and he put 300 in blinds. It was like 7 million. 7-ish. A little over 7, I think. 4, 5, 6.
8 points.
Still doing the post-mortem on the aces versus kings versus queens hand.
Yeah, I see.
Just sort of laying out, letting the
Hey, you would still be in if I take one with you.
letting the experts chat about it.
Yeah, you got you. Thanks, man.
Where the fuck is my million?
Yeah, who just told Maria that they ruined the night? Oh, they're getting banned.
Oh, this is my burner.
You banned.
Ah!
Peter K.
How much risk do I get if one more person busts?
Griffin's burner. Thanks.
11,500 more.
I do think
Oh,
Hardigan could
go.
have given a slightly longer pause.
I like
Maria
you,
to
so I
catch
don't
up.
mind you.
Yeah.
All right.
And you're Canadian, right?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Are you American? Or
No, I'm
Oh, you're
Canadian.
Canadian too. Where?
Toronto.
Oh, shit.
Mississauga.
I'm from Sauga too.
Are you really?
Yeah.
What school did you-
What school did you go to?
Arendelle.
Joe's.
Okay.
Well, I went to a couple, but Joe's mainly.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I went
I
to
love it when the Canadians talk about what school they went to.
Well, listen, the commentator right here is from Toronto as well. Toronto connection.
Do you feel left out in this conversation?
A little
right
bit, yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I can't reach into the past.
now? Is it 98% of Canada from Toronto?
That's where it started.
96, but yeah.
You live in Toronto now?
No, I actually moved out to Innisfil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Canadians kind of like living in America. It's like living in America's.
How about you?
Yeah, I live downtown.
Like
Yeah,
ADU.
downtown. It's too busy for me downtown.
ADU?
Like an AD, like the garage unit. Like Canada is like the outside unit. Like America's the house.
Oh, I got you. Oh,
and Canada's like just outside, like 3 feet.
Yeah, we're like the basement. Yeah.
Yeah, the basement, sure. The attic, more like it, I guess.
It's good for morale. It's good for morale. Like 1 million.
I had an interesting conversation actually with a Swedish poker player. I won't call him out and say who it was, but
1,045,000.
when I explained that people from Montreal speak French, he didn't understand why. So he ended up giving them this whole history lesson about colonization and all this sort of. It was like a whole thing, and he's just like, "I'm sorry, I never went to school." Like, okay, no problem.
He never went to school?
Well, that's what he said. I mean, I guess he maybe didn't finish high school or whatever. And
I can understand now why he wouldn't call his player out.
Race. 150, race 150.
he couldn't believe that they would travel that far from Europe. He's like, I don't understand why they would go by boat from France all the way to Quebec. Parker, yes.
Picking up chips a little bit at a time. Weren't they chasing raccoon pelts?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that? It was fur. The fur trade, I think, is what brought people up to Canada.
Huh?
If I remember correctly.
No, this was easy.
Wow, look at that. Just fade to oblivion on the Canadian Maple Leaf there.
I had a 4.
You had a 4?
I had a 4.
Beavers, that's what it was, not raccoons.
Of course.
I was thinking, I'm not going to agree with this. That sounds wrong. I don't think this is right.
And if it's not winning?
Who amongst us hasn't traveled thousands of miles for beaver?
Okay, all right.
You don't have a sweat.
Always.
Be go. King 7 suited. Merstell says actually the poutine miners that forged their way into Canada.
I'm dying.
What year are you? 91.
Oh, B got him. Is the pot on the button?
That was what was so cool about that movie Prey. Because you had that scene where there was like a massacre, and I was like, that's not a predator massacre. And then it turns out it was those dang French furriers.
Correct. Or else we play 2 more levels after this one.
9 sounds cooler.
Yeah, that movie was awesome.
I agree.
That sounds what?
I thought
That 9 sounds cooler.
I thought today would end with 12, so.
Oh, Parker.
Impressed with how many people are busted. I guess when you deal aces, 2 queens, 3 queens,
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I was gonna
things
say.
are going to happen.
Do you think the job is going to end 1 hour earlier?
Yeah.
DJ Khaled.
DJ Khaled. Bam, 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 bam.
Coming at you. 96.9.
Man, he was sad to bust, that guy.
He was.
He didn't want to leave. He didn't want to
He
leave.
is.
Yeah, I know.
Sour.
Take it down, DJ Khaled.
Take it down.
Yeah, he's good.
All the hits.
Always a bit of struggle. Like you've been playing 4 days, the same guy, same people around, and then suddenly just stop.
It's sad to bust with kings, the aces, obviously, but it's even sadder if you think you can fold, which, like, he definitely thought he could have, you know? So he's going to, like, beat himself up over it now, too, on top of fucking getting dealt kings versus aces.
Couple of hands over there probably played a role, though.
Yeah, played a little bit of a role, yeah, fair enough.
So that's why he probably couldn't.
I don't know what would hurt the most. The money I would lose out on from going broke from the Kings there, or seeing how much fun everyone's having after I left.
Yeah. Are we having fun yet?
Hey, all right. Nice Party Down reference.
Did you see the little teaser
Of course
yesterday?
I did, yeah.
You a party down guy?
Love Party Down.
So good. I need to rewatch that actually. In my entire relationship with my
What's
girlfriend, I haven't
crazy
shown
about
to
it
her.
is how accurate it is. I mean, I worked the catering scene in
Right.
Los Angeles, and it is, I mean, it is almost a documentary.
Okay, awesome.
1-9. Thank you.
Queen Jack versus Queen 7. We'll offer defending in the big blind. Decent flop for Bigot.
After the folding three.
We'll offer checks it on over to the free flop raiser.
It's supposed to happen like that. You're supposed to just get absolutely buried and then just hate yourself. Hate yourself for playing well and folding queens.
Parker can't get over that hand. You know, the entirety of it going on. He was telling some story to other people at the table.
Queen high.
I mean,
and then the ace on the river, you won that part. Yeah.
that one.
It made him money, didn't it?
Sick one too. So you're getting aces v fucking queens and kings quite a bit, huh? It's not bad.
Not bad.
Are there 3 official languages in Canada? English, French, and swearing?
That's a top set as well. And you winning?
We're werewolves, Parker, not swearwolves.
I'll say it now, but this is your tournament to lose, my friend.
Nice. That's a good chirp. Getting his head a little bit. Everyone's watching you now. You're expected to win. You just got to get through all these mega sharks.
Bigot with 9-8 under the gun. 9-8 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah. It's coming in for a raise. Oh, yeah.
6-5 raise, 110. 6 folds.
Parker folds Queen Jack off suit. Lothberg out. Sakuchi likely to be folding the button. Yes. Pilhofer, Queen 4, a bye-bye. DJ Kalev. Defending. Nope. Folds.
Sometimes you just gotta let it go, DJ Kalev.
Now, I know it hasn't been that long since Sakuchi got in aces versus kings and now has a pretty big stack. But I remember, Griffin, you were saying that you felt like Sakuchi was playing a little bit on the tight side before that, maybe, and just generally this table is playing a little bit more tight. And I think I would like to see Sakuchi start to wield his big stack and push some people around a little bit more. He hasn't really had the right spots, you know, it's been only an orbit or two, but I think that that is definitely an adjustment that I would like to see, especially if you have a pretty good table image, you got a lot of chips. It's a very high pressure situation nearing the final table.
Yeah, but if you're doing...
Yeah, I mean, my exposure to Sakuchi in particular, you know, I've played quite a couple times with him back in Canada, and you know, when it's been in sort of 1K buy-ins, he's usually been willing to, you know, kind of jab with me for table captaincy and really get involved. I do wonder at this stage, you know, with the amount of chips that he's been able to accrue through some pretty good fortune and some good solid play, that if maybe it's going to be difficult for him to stray from that, you know, sort of strategy when it's going so well. But I definitely think it would be nice to see him, you know, use these chips to his advantage, put some pressure on players like Bigot, who have been, I think, opening quite liberally and feeling pretty comfortable with the short stack Parker Talbot on his direct left.
Finnish guy, like here in Prague, like many years ago, before they even had like shot clocks or anything, that stalled so much that they did like the floor. They had to like walk over.
Jack 8, I think, is going to be right on the line as far as whether to play this as a limp call or limp fold.
Wow, apparently that guy was...
You know, Jack 9, Jack 10, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable about limp calling, but Jack 8 is going to be pretty close, but instead it's going to play it as a limp raise. You love to see it.
Well,
what now? A limp 3-bet.
I waited the whole thing.
I might like that better than calling.
Yeah, that plays nice and clean.
Limp 3-bet? Raise 3-bet. 3-bet. 3-raise.
Stalling just means you're looking for the min cash.
Hey, that's what I'm looking for.
12 players remaining. Looking to get to 9 today.
You're not stalling, though.
Got a real breakfast club shaping up down at that end of the table. Bunch of miscreants and ne'er-do-wells.
Okay.
Ne'er-do-wells.
A walk is good for morale. One down.
Like you want
How often do they do well?
No,
Nair.
Nair.
I thought
think that's a Gary Coleman joke.
You're like a walk? You don't want to go for a walk.
3 down, 2 to go.
To be honest, you deserve.
Yeah.
You deserve the joke.
It's not happening.
Oh. I thought I deserved the walk. I thought you were saying I deserved the walk.
DJ Khaled, one card poker. Pocket 8s for Bigot. Small blind facing a button raise.
I wonder if Bigot ever considers shoving here. It's probably too much. 40 big blinds, but you don't really want to have to 3-bet call off pocket 8s for
very cautious route.
So many chips, and I think that's why this. Oh wow, this is a huge cooler for Parker Talbot. Oh my God, this is such a good spot for Parker. I mean, I think Bigot is so under-repped here with the 8s, is going to have to call these 20 big blinds.
Yeah, definitely.
Parks McGurk's all in for 1.1. There's the snap call from Bigot. Has he even seen the 10s yet?
And a massive spot for Parker to get back in this event with just 12 left.
It's wintry outside. Will we see the snowmen's?
Nom nom.
Or will the best hand win for once?
The snowmen's are hungry. Nom nom.
Dinner after this?
The wheels really come off when James isn't here.
You should. I wish everyone of those at home was able to see James' just head slowly turn towards me as I did that.
Here's your flop, Jack. King trade. Looking real good for 10s. 2 cards to fade. No backdoors that I can immediately see.
No backdoors.
Turn card is an ace. 1 card to come.
Oh, Parker's eyes just went big. 1 more card, man.
2 outs to fade. Otherwise, it's going to be a double up for Parker Talbot. Tonka does indeed
3 sides.
double up.
That's what I was thinking.
Double up. Double up.
DJ double up.
3 in a row.
50 big blinds.
Pushmad.
How to get to 50? That's amazing. Had 6 to start the level.
Hey, Maria, I'm just going to... it's just going to be you and Griff for the next little while, I think.
Oh.
I don't know what I can really add
So we can
to the conversation
talk over each other and interrupt each other.
I just, yeah.
No, you go, Maria. It's okay, you go.
Not sure. I'm really needed here. Never happen if James was here.
The greedy man gets. Nice hand, nice hand.
Okay, you're from Saga. You know, so good there.
I played those 10s so sick.
That's so funny. Be like Toronto, and then you know him from Canada, so you have to be like Saga. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to, right?
I had a friend, my old roommate's girlfriend, from Toronto.
Yeah.
And every time I would tell a friend or something, the person we met, that I'm from Toronto, she'd be like, "No, you're not." You know, like.
Yeah, you're from Saga.
Yeah, so you're from Saga. I'm like, okay.
I like this Il Professor comment here. See that?
Go ahead, Griffin.
It's on your Twitch here.
Caso continui.
No. Commentatore de Colo.
Ridicolo, yeah. He's talking about you, buddy.
115.
Sakuchi makes it 115 under the gun with Queen 10. Or as I like to call it, first to act, FTA. And folds around to Lofberg in the big blind, also suited. The Motown.
I will say Lofberg isn't the Swedish gentleman that didn't know about Montreal, but he was there.
Wow, he's really narrowing it down. Lofberg does defend. And I see a jack in the window.
Very interesting flop.
Please talk for a little while, Maria, so Griffin can't.
I just assumed he was going to chime in somehow, so that's why I just laid out right after I said my piece.
Up and down for Sakuchi. Top pair for Lofberg.
So I thought you had less. You're still really rich, though.
Lofberg bets 100. Sakuchi calls.
That's okay. I take someone.
Ricky turn.
My Saga friend is going to give me a nice.
Yeah, it does feel like sometimes, you know, with the straight draw, you want to try to barrel your opponent off of some of their weaker one pair holdings, but he does go for the check back and gets there on the river, although the flush comes in as well.
I might give him a little more chips to knock you out.
Stop that.
Okay, 100.
Lofberg checks.
Just makes some nuts and bets
1/5 pot?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Some pretty casual poker happening.
Yeah. This is like your friend's home game. Like, I didn't even want to bet on you there. You're my buddy. I got there against you, but I had to, you know.
Well, this is an interesting stat. Jordan Sakuchi up 7.9 million from the start of the day. That feels like it's pretty good. That seems good.
I have a question. That's obviously tobacco, but do you guys smoke?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
DJ double up here.
Sakuchi up 8.9 million. What a great start to the day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah.
So it's hard to do. So I always make him bring me some.
Okay, so actions on Pilhofer and Ace Jack offsuit. Yeah, Maria, feel free to get involved here.
I might just break out into the chop pot song. Let's so really switch the topic. Oh my goodness. All right. I think it's.
We ate in California, everybody.
Philip
Okay.
Seymour Hofer.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say Philip though, or did you say Pillup?
I said Pillup. Check call. Philip Seymour Hofer.
Sakuchi defends the big blind. Dominated. King 5.
I don't know. Like, Sakuchi just not even really thinking about it, though, with ace high. I'm not saying that necessarily you should be calling against an under-the-gun opener that's been playing fairly tight. I'm just saying, like, you've got a lot of chips. Give it a second. You know, I don't know. We'll have to see how he continues to pick his spots and play with the table chip lead.
I mean, when Jack Sinclair was in here in level 1, someone had a 4.9 million chip stack, and he was like, oh, that's average for final table.
Get us paid a couple bits.
So 8 million, you really don't have to fight that hard, I don't think.
Yeah, but these are still the places where you can acquire, right?
I get it.
There's so much more pressure on these middling stacks. I mean, look at Talbot should not be this comfortable. You know, I appreciate that he has 50 big blinds now and he wants to start playing some hands, but this is way too comfortable to have 50 big blinds and raise 10-6 suited the cutoff with the chip leaders in the small blind. And it's because
and that's because he's not getting pressure to his left.
Yeah.
That's plain and simple. I mean, yeah, like this is Stapes. This is not a satellite. You know, it's not like, oh, once you reach a certain number of chips, you could just sit back.
Maria,
keep the pressure
This is going
on.
to seem like it's a... I'm being told that we have to say goodbye to you, and not just because you're making a fool of me.
The voice
on my own
agrees.
broadcast.
No, but I will be back.
Good.
Maria's going
very
to come
shortly
back after the dinner break.
break.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll say goodbye after this hand. You can make it one more hand, I think. Hopefully. Unless you're gone already. Hello?
Surprise, I'm still here.
Well played. Lofberg opening with the 3 clubs. And that's going to do it. And that's going to do it for Miss Maria Ho, but just for a little while. We are going to speak to Maria again later on, assuming we make it that far.
Well, I think if everyone's playing like a huge net, we will. Okay, all right, I'm done.
Okay, bye.
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 Andrea Sapel says, Maria, awesome as always. Disagree, but whatever.
What do they say when I leave?
I think everyone just tunes out.
Yeah, they just leave. Stop watching.
6 folds, 7 folds. Will we go hand for hand at 10? No, right? Only if someone's stalling or something like that. Yeah.
8 raise 120. 9 folds, 4 folds.
Cucci raising with the 4 of hearts. Hey, maybe this is what Maria's talking about. Can't be that strong of a hand.
Could be ace-4 suited. Could be pocket 4s. I hope to think it's also king 4 and queen 4 suited. And 4-5, 4-6, 4-7 suited with this chip lead.
Bigot is going to defend.
6-5 call.
That feels like a decent flop for 10-9. King 4 suited, unlikely for Sakuchi.
Oh, why? Why do you say that?
Just a gut feeling.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It's not like the suited king 4 might be, I don't know.
It seems
blocked
unlikely.
in some way.
Blocking is the right word for it. Cucci continuing for 1-2-5.
Okay, whoever correctly guesses the other card for Sakuchi gets a platinum. No, I can't do that anymore.
You cannot do that anymore.
Got a stern warning. Problem is we may never see the other card, right? Or does it sometimes reveal?
We have not been seeing the other card.
Yeah. People are still doing it in the chat. Maybe this is the time I'm serious.
Sakuchi.
If we get to a river, we'll see it.
Does get called by Bigot. Board pairs 8. Classic open-ender. Or gut shot in this case. Or open-ender.
I mean, if Bigot doesn't lead the turn, there's a decent chance this goes to showdown, but of course he does, and there's no card that Sakuchi could have where I think he would call this turn, except the 8 of hearts, which could possibly have been a raise. But every other card that he's going to have there, I think, finds its way into the fold pile for Jordan Sakuchi.
Well, Bigot has fired.
If I wasn't on this table, I'd probably raise my friend, but because I am, I'm going to...
I was going to say the camaraderie, I think, has a little bit to do with the lack of fighting over these pots.
There is definitely just happy to be here energy that Jordan Sakuchi that I'm not used to seeing from him, because my experience of playing with Sakuchi is, you know, battling it out in local 1Ks where he's just, you know, a bit more of like a table boss and willing to battle it out. Here, though, he's just...
So you're saying he has more respect for these guys than he does with you?
That's one way to look at it, Joe. That's so funny. There's Lofberg, the Lofbergian one, Hofberg.
Seven fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Still waiting for the walk. 2.5.
Actions folded around to the small blind, who gives Parker Talbot a walk with queen. I'm walking here.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite nice. Well played.
Nice fold. Good timing.
I mean, yeah, that's an incredible fold.
Yeah, I have to admit, kind of happy about it.
Yeah. I can't wait to see, like, fucking Jack 10 offsuit now or some crazy shit, you know? Just sized me up before I looked at my cards or something.
Sure.
Whoa. Sir.
Kuchi folding under the gun, king 9.
9 raise, 110.
King queen for Pilhofer. Do you think he's recovered from folding those queens yet?
1.7.
Yeah.
Around you.
Probably not.
I would be freaking out because I like the one time in my life I did the right thing and made the right fold and didn't just go, well, if I'm beat, I'm beat. The one time. Raise and take it for Pilhofer.
That's what you said. It is. Have I lied?
What headset asking the important questions on Twitch? Like if Tonka wins, will he give away a chair like he did last time?
Ooh, yeah, that's smart.
Who knows?
Lost the deuces.
The deuces aren't that. The deuces is kind of loose, yeah. I was going to say really good hands, but deuce is not a good hand, is it?
Would you have 10 bigs though?
10 blinds, yeah. 10.
It's 50, so you had 300,000.
That's but when I called him deuces against his A7, I had 500K. But yeah, no, when I came back to break, I had 320, yeah.
Yeah, Parker has really been chipping and tearing this for the last level. 6 big blinds. Now is around 50. Pilhofer raising under the gun, A7.
Bit on the loose side here, 6-handed.
Is it loose 6-handed?
Under the gun, yeah.
Good to know. I'm going to put that in my notes. King 8 suited.
Call.
Or as Griffin likes to call it, Kate.
Dude.
That got me somehow. The worst oldest joke in the book, but somehow
it's so funny.
I mean, it's so, I didn't expect it, I think.
Yeah, that's what it was. I just looked at him like, really, bro?
What a flop here for King 8 suited.
Oh, man.
6 of it might have been yours.
It's like a 50-year-old man joke at like...
Pilhofer bets.
No.
And Sakuchi sort of nonchalantly putting too many chips out there.
Oh, really? Yeah. You can call a floor.
No, it's half of the...
It's
more than
you can call floor.
The floor was told me.
So was he trying to raise or trying to call?
He was trying to call, but he put too much out. And now they're trying to decide whether that's going to be a forced raise or not.
Floor?
Floor on 1?
There's no floor for EPT main.
There's 2 floors there. I see them.
Take back 25 because that was 100.
Yeah.
That was the...
What did I put, 100 in originally?
Yeah, you put 100, just like this, yeah.
Yeah, so Pilhofer
That's how you call the floor?
bet 60.
And 8 would drop 25,000.
That's just a 4, right? 3 times.
How much did you bet?
60, and you put 100 in.
60, yeah, you put 160 to 90, so that would be a minimum. Sorry?
No,
It's a raise.
To you. I know it's a
It would
raise,
be a
yeah.
minimum raise, because if I take away 125K chip, it covers your bet, so that becomes a minimum raise.
Because some of you from the floor told us if it's not a full raise, it doesn't mean a full raise. That 50% doesn't apply anymore. But I'm just asking, just to clarify it.
No, the 50% applies to know whether it's going to be a raise or not going to be a raise.
There's been no rule
But the question is it 60 or do I have to min raise to 120?
Yeah, you have to 120.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yes, 120. Min raise is 120.
I really...
Raise 120.
We all learned something here. Sort of.
Yeah, and it does open up the action for Pilhofer, but
Yeah, I mean, if a floor
It's tough to play.
It's super weird. And
third bet.
That's why I said
Bluff pairs is 7.
I was pretty sure that it was the way it was, but like if you hear that, then you hear that, you know.
That's what I was told. Because if
Sakuchi nonchalantly checking every draw imaginable.
Wow, what a run out.
Huge run out. Trip 7s for Pilloffer, but it is a flush for Sakuchi.
Dealing and stuff. Yeah. But still, you could just be a new floor or something. I don't know.
225. And Pilloffer is going to be compelled to call.
The man of the good hands.
That was a great flop raise.
I wouldn't. Oh my God.
I mean, sometimes it's just your day, right?
Yeah.
Like, Sakuchi literally making mistakes and backing his way
into 9 million chips.
Into massive coolers. And Pilloffer's not in great shape after that hand.
You're a bad player, you'd be chip leader.
You're a bad player.
Yeah, right? Pilloffer.
I mean, do you think that Queen Jack...
Almost like you should have folded the ace-7 under the gun.
I would have fucking put queens in. I still would have 100%.
Wow, nice callback.
And I promise you, I would have put queens in.
But then you have to...
That was so good, it was almost 5 shadowing.
For sure, yeah.
And everyone would say, Tonka is
a fucking idiot son runner. Yeah. Huh?
6.5.
Is that what I sound like when I say the F word?
2.2.
Why don't you find out?
I mean, yeah, maybe you get a little bit less.
Sounds trashy.
Why do you think you sound like that? Just because he's
like when he says the F word, I'm like, ooh, F word. But I know I say the F word pretty regularly.
Probably not if you.
Well, why don't you say it and I'll tell you?
No,
first act.
not now.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, I think I'll be.
So you probably bet, and then you probably.
How much did he have?
Yeah.
No. If I go.
But we're allowed to swear, right? We shouldn't, but he's an adult.
I'm not allowed to swear.
You're not allowed? Am I allowed?
I thought he's talking about what kind of poker you playing?
A different fucking planet poker or something, I think. I don't know.
I mean, I should have called now.
You thought he just watched you?
Yeah, no. Doesn't matter.
Is this all part of a metagame by Parker, by the way, to like slowly chip away at Pilloffer's psyche by bringing up the Queen's fold again?
A little bit, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Like, oh, no.
I think one of Parker's strengths is that he has a good sort of like social game, good social like dynamic amongst the table, and this is kind of like the bit at the table, right? Like this is the thing. This is the event.
Can almost like dismantle
like,
your mental
like,
game without seeming like that's what
like
he's doing.
Yeah, it's like we're all buddies here. This is the most important thing that's happened. I'm gonna bust your balls because we're buddies. But really, you're just bringing up the worst thing that's ever happened to him, this player in the history of poker, when they're just trying to focus on the next hand.
Still thinking about that.
And he's just constantly making references. Oh, you just lost that pot there? Oh, wow. Should have put those queens in, right? Good fold, really.
Really pretty genius on Taka's part, all of it. He just got it all. Sakuchi raising from the button with 2 9s, Jack 7 for Kalev. DJ Kalev. King 8 deuce, 2 clubs. Really nothing for Kalev. C-bet gets it done.
I did, yeah.
Sir Mixstar says, I'm having major Davs Jew with this. Don't think that's the way the word goes, man. Just thought I'd let you know.
Maybe Davju is something else.
Yeah, maybe.
6 folds. 7 folds.
They're standing.
Yeah, there wasn't all.
They just banged the table. I think someone buffed.
Yeah, looks like it.
Get us paid, baby.
8 raised. 1 softy. 1 not softy.
Sakuchi now with ace jack.
4 folds.
Over to the big blind, suited. They tell me you're supposed to defend anything suited in the big blind. Vigo does not want to risk it with that stack.
I can't min quick no more.
Juice it up a little bit.
Yeah, a little splash on top.
Oh, that was rude.
Playing at a pretty good pace here. Petrov says that trophy is nice.
Oh, super sick. Have you seen it?
Thank you for your comment.
You slide it through?
Yeah, he slid over the chips and.
Oh, I'll let pop right in there.
Yeah,
It would have been cooler if it went right through.
Sometimes he gets lucky, you know?
I don't think
Just
it's lucky.
Pilhofer, Queen Jack suited.
9 raise, 1 and 10, sorry. Top fold. Five folds. And 6 folds.
Big hand.
Thank you.
Oh, 11. 11 page on Brett.
Oh, yeah, we're down to 11.
Getting
Elimination
my case money, bro.
on the other table.
What?
Ionut Flavius Vornea in the year of Romania, eliminated in 12th place for $62,450.
You're like, I'll fucking beat it. What do I give a shit?
No, I just, shouldn't be thinking that.
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck, I think it's too late, honestly.
No shot. No shot, my friend.
I think I will have 10 million in a couple hours.
For me, maybe 20 minutes.
Not even.
You have like
So we're 2 away from being done for the day.
Something like that.
3 times 9.
1 million, 1.5, 1 6, 1 7.
You're gonna be in.
Yeah, I can afford $1 million loss, maybe too. Like, no.
We go raising from the button, Queen 8 off. Lofberg in the big blind with one of those suited big blind hands I'm talking about. These are 2 relatively short stacks at this point, right? 30-something big blinds. Three deuce, big whiff for both these players.
Yeah, I think Lofberg can find a call on some bets on this flop. Would like to have a club in the hand.
Might make 9 the next level. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, maybe. I really didn't think it would play down the final tonight.
It really depends on the sizing, you know. If Bigot really sizes up here, it's tough for Lofberg to defend, because you also have to consider how you're going to approach future streets. You're so sort of low in your bluff catching range.
4.
Oh, 4.
They said 4.
Right. But I mean, all of that is like subject to change, depending on how long things go. Like if it's super quick or whatever, if the players really want to play, and it's fine with it, you know. But yeah, usually goes how they say it's going to go.
Yeah.
Actually, the final table from 9 is 2 day.
Is what? 2 day. Yeah.
So they would literally go to 9 and then literally just play to 4 and then final table.
See you there?
See you there. Be pretty cool. 2 guys from Saga, you know, first.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
Right.
We lost our other Canadian brother, Timothy busted.
Timothy busted, yeah.
Toronto as well.
Toronto, yeah.
Real Toronto, though, not like us.
Fake guys, yeah. We're from Toronto. No, 905.
Or the fucking 647 now.
Oh, 647. 437 too.
437 too, yeah.
365.
I already know that one.
Yeah, there's 365.
Oh, wow. I mean, Mississauga just keeps on getting bigger somehow.
Right. 105. 5 folds.
DJ Kalev.
Fold. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Ace jack off, and Sakuchi is going to flick it in and defend with 5-4 off now. Queen 10 tray, 2 diamonds.
8 check.
Magic song.
Magic song.
Teach me the same.
I hope they move us up the feature so I can listen to my magic songs again.
Sit 4 bet 100.
Kalev bets 100K, and Sakuchi's going to let that one go.
You're supposed to make the 60-year-old man joke where it's coming that way anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I thought he was going to say it.
I thought you were our dad joke guy. Come on, man.
I miss Benjamin actually.
Glad they're all having so much fun.
Hey, it was fun. And then you got back from break and he was just a mute for like...
No, but I think he took his thing off because I'm talking over and he's like...
Oh,
yeah.
his hearing
I told
aid.
him that he's giving away information and he was mute.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Yeah.
Right.
Well, like when I would say something to him and he didn't even acknowledge me, but he had to turn his hearing aid, his hearing aid on and off, right?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'd be like 1 second and then turn it on. He's good though. I like them.
Parker raising Queen 8 suited. Pilhofer going to defend. King 9 offer. Ace, King, and Jack, monotone board, all hearts. Pilhofer checks to Talbot.
Oh,
who
smelt it, dealt it, buddy.
Bets 50,000.
9 gold. Check.
Trey on the turn.
6 check.
Ace on the river. This king's going to be good.
Okay.
It goes check,
King's
check.
good.
Seems like the dinner break being in sight has caused things to rein in a little bit. Look at the chip counts.
We're not going to switch tables. We're going to stay.
Lofberg somehow actually shorter than Pilhofer.
Just for the stream.
Just above the 30 big blind mark for both of them.
Okay. Makes sense.
Vigo folds under the gun. Parker's out with 10-9. 9 deuce also folding. Sakuchi out.
Oh, God, that's hot.
Pilhofer, King 8, small versus big.
1.67. 1.6.
Kalev trying to get a read on Pilhofer's stack.
10. 350. 6 for re-raise 350. 9 folds.
Kalev attacking the raise and times it well. Steals some chips with 5 high. MJ asks, next break, Joe? Yes.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question. Gucci gonna stretch his legs a little bit. Don't worry, you're gonna get a dinner break in just a couple of minutes. 5 minutes away from break. DJ Kalev. DJJ Kalev. DJ Pocket Jacks. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should always bomb that queen 8.
Oh, boy.
Maybe. Yeah, I think so.
About time.
Pocket tens.
I love
Bigo.
I love that Parker is just always finds a way to be the main character. It's just like
let's go back to that
like
hand
a
from
big cooler happening right now
like,
for
maybe I
like
should have
40
played
bigs.
queen 8 harder.
Maybe I just at the bottom of my range there with the queen 8, and I just need to bet. Oh, such a cooler for Bigot. Two very talented, aggressive players. And Bigot might be thinking, what are we, we're at 50K still?
Yeah.
40 bigs. Probably wants to play as an induce, but could just play it as a shove with ICM to consider. You don't want to 3-bet and get 4-bet shoved by ace-jack or something here and
Not
lose a
quite.
massive flip, but it's just probably a bit too strong, and I think...
Yeah, not quite an all-in, but a large re-raise, 450,000.
Poor Bigot. I wish I could just reach through time and shake him. Sorry, man.
Yeah, it's a little pat on the head, maybe.
Yeah. But this happened 30 minutes ago, and you're probably getting coolered. That's just the way she blows.
10.
There's the all-in from Kalev. And Bigot makes the call. Now, these stacks are very, very close, so we're probably going to have to hand verify them. The system's pretty good here. We've got the slight edge, 10,000 more for Kalev. But sometimes along the way, the chip counts can be a little off. So we're gonna manually count them down. And I wonder if this will be the last hand before the break.
It's rare to get a manual countdown. It's so old school.
I mean, that's what you got to do when the stacks are this close.
First one is 2,105,215.
That's right, Shad. They are just about even stacks.
Ding, ding.
We believe Bigot is both behind and at risk, but we will confirm.
That was my even Stevens animation sound, by the way.
Boing, boing,
Boing,
boing.
boing. Yeah.
There goes J Razor, got it.
Oh, the real ones will know.
Good luck.
And it looks like maybe we did lose the... Like, did everyone go to dinner? Like, they don't even want to see what happens here? I think Parker's out of there.
One of these Super Sharks are going to be basically out. Or out.
Right. It looks like we did have the stacks correct, so we have headed to the flop. No 10.
6 for a straight. Or 6 for a sweat.
6 for a sweat, 8 for a sweat. Jack for a sweat. No, well, sort of.
I think he'll have the most outs with a 6, right? Because then the 10 is still alive. 2 plus 4.
That is none of those cards. So 1 card to come, 2 outs to save Bigot. Otherwise, Bigot is going to be our 11th place finisher. River card is a 5. No miracle for Bigot. Bigot, be gone.
Does he have to come back from dinner with 10,000?
No, he was covered.
Okay.
He was the one that was covered. Out in 11th place for 74,950. And we are on dinner break with 10 players. 1 elimination to go. Pitar Kalev, DJ Kalev, with a double up there.
Yeah.
Up to 4.28 million. And we are on the cusp of the unofficial final table.
Great word, cusp.
I like a good cusp. And now's a good time to be late for dinner, counting those chips. Here are the 5 remaining stacks at this table. We'll be playing 5 and 5 when we get back. Jordan Sakuchi having a banger of a day, not a bender of a day, but a banger of a day, up to 150 big blinds. Kalev also quite healthy. Parker, living on borrowed time, worked his way up to 50 bigs, hovering around 40 now, and at 25 and 26 big blinds for Pilhofer and Lofberg, respectively. When we get back, blinds will be 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. We are going to continue play after the dinner break. 10 players remain, calling it quits for the day at 9. But that aforementioned dinner break starts now. Back for more from EPT Prague in just over an hour's time.
What will give you the edge at the final table? Experience?
J'ai fait pratiquement tout le circuit français. Je fais pas mal de tournois européens aussi. Mais ça risque de prendre beaucoup plus d'ampleur quand même.
I've been doing this for 6 years, and I know that this is a chance to get the big one.
Perseverance.
I play final table 3 times. I won a one-time win.
Barcelona stop, I made the final table there. I always knew that I'll make it again.
Talent.
When I was close to 18, I won a very big score in Moscow. I thought that I'm the chosen one.
A €1 million challenge from Full Tilt was my first big live tournament, and I got 30K. That was basically my start bankroll, and I grinded it up from there.
Leave nothing to chance. Find your edge. We've come to the beautiful Czech Republic for one of the most eagerly anticipated stops on the PokerStars.com EPT. Players came in their hordes to compete in the ultimate clash of wits for a share of the €5 million prize pool and the coveted trophy. The Chip Daddy brings a stack of 10 million to the final table.
It's like a dream, of course. I was expecting once in my life to come to final table or something like that, but to be in this position, yeah, that's a real chance. And look forward to using it.
Hussein Ensan has gained a reputation over the last couple of seasons for being a bit of a wild card.
I don't play tight. I am aggressive. You can win one tournament when you aggro.
Ensan came third in the EPT 100 main event in 2014. The 8th place finisher in that tournament was Slaven Popov.
I feel a little bit more confident. I done the table before. Now I just want to play to win.
Thomas Butzhammer is also haunted by the ghosts of EPT's past.
I'm really glad I made the final table. Last year I finished 16 in the same tournament and I was a bit disappointed, and so I'm even more happy that I made it this year.
Gleb Tremsin is a young online pro with a lot of faith in his own abilities.
I'm feeling 100% confident about my game, about my experience. I will play my best game.
And finally, short-stacked Olivier Ferrero will be looking for an early double-up.
Actuellement, je suis en table finale. Actuellement, j'ai 1 700 000. Je suis short stack, mais ça va, je me sens bien. Pas de pression pour le moment.
All 6 players have taken their seats. Time to get this final table underway.
Let's light this candle.
Blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. An action on chip leader Ilkin Amarov, a recreational player who likes to combine his holidays with major poker tournaments.
He's 43 years old, but he also looks 11.
So he's raised it with Jack-9. Slaven Popov has pocket 8s. He calls the raise.
I think a flat call is the way to go. Even though it invites a squeeze, you don't want to have to 3-bet fold or 3-bet get it in.
Folded to Olivier Ferrero, another recreational player who owns a couple of businesses with his wife. He passes, and Ensan gives up the big blind, so heads up to the flop. And just like that, Slaven Popov flops quads.
Popov gets a treat. Hey, don't call it quads. It's disrespectful. It's like calling a police officer a cop. This is 4 of a kind.
Amarov, drawing dead, continues for 175,000.
Oh, God, what do I do? Play it cool. Play it cool.
Popov flat calls.
Yeah, push those chips in, Ilkin. They're not coming back.
Oh, Amarov pairs his 9 on the turn. This could prove costly.
Well, at least he might slow down now that he's got okay, nope.
Second barrel coming. 255,000.
I think I like a smooth call here again. Let some draws hit the river. But I guess when Amarov raises under the gun, I don't know how often he's going to have draws.
Popov raises to 660,000.
He can rep a draw. I actually think a call here would be pretty loose.
Amarov does call. We go to the river with 2.3 million in the middle. It's the 5 of spades, so a few of those draws got there.
So maybe that'll save Amarov some chips.
Well, he has finally slowed down. He checks the action to Popov.
Popov, play it safe. Check behind.
He's got the second nuts. He bets 1.2 million.
Amarov thinking of getting loose again.
The hell yeah.
Just quads.
Thought we agreed we'd call it 4 of a kind.
Whatever.
Nice hand.
Amarov lets it go.
Good fold.
Well, this is Popov's second EPT final table. He's also won a scoop event online and is a very popular poker writer in his home country.
I think he's wearing the exact same outfit he wore last time, too, which I'm guessing has to be for luck.
By the way, while we're talking about online achievements, Gleb Tremsin has 3 WCOOP titles and 6 six-figure results online.
Gleb with his shirt all buttoned up like he's straight out of Compton.
Tremsin raises with 9-6 of spades. Ferrero has 5s on the button.
Olha.
He shoves. St. Anselm with ace-queen.
Me too.
He calls all in. And Tremsin can fold his garbage.
We have got a race like Ryu versus Ken. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
It's a battle of the short stacks. Hussein Ensan officially at risk here with the overcards.
Short on short fighting, like the movie Time Bandits.
Queen on the flop. Ensan takes the lead.
Ferrera's going to need to spike a 5 now, which is pretty Ferrer.
The turn card is a 10. 2 outs for Olivier Ferrero. He needs a 5 on the river. It's another 10. Ensan doubles up. And I think Olivier Ferrero is going to be left with just 3 big blinds.
Pretty annoying to lose a flip.
Ensan up to 2.2 million.
Listen.
Thank you.
I like that. Not quite a full thumbs up.
Ensan's friends also liking it. So the next player out will earn 166,000 euros. We see the usual big money jumps as we move up the spots, with the winner receiving more than 921,500 euros. Blinds 60, 120. Action folded to Ferrero. Super short. He shoves with 8-9.
Not the best hand in the world, but he had to do it.
355. Yes.
Such an embarrassing question I have to answer.
Popov folds. Bartshammer's priced in, and it's an easy call when you wake up with ace-king.
That's how you don't slow roll a dude. Nice one, Buttshammer.
Ferrero at risk and behind.
Ah, il a payé dans le noir. As-3.
French humor.
The flop has 2 kings on it. That is pretty much it.
Look.
Ferrero needs running cards. He's drawing down on the turn, and we are down to 5.
Good luck, man.
Olivier Ferrero cashes for 166 grand.
Lost the flip, lost with live cards. Now I know why the French make such dark films.
1 down, 4 to go. We're now 5-handed here in Prague, with Ilkin Amarov holding on to the chip lead. He's the first player from Azerbaijan to make a final table on the PokerStars.com EPT, and he got here in style. On the penultimate day of the tournament, with just 13 players remaining, this happened.
I'm all in. I mean, 2 all-ins in front of you, then you wake up with kings. You've got 2 players behind. You have no choice. You have to put it in. I'm all in.
We have a 4-way all-in with 3 players at risk.
I saw an ace, but after these crazy decisions before me, I just snap, fold it, and leave you alone.
The flop was crazy. I mean, everybody back at home, they were watching live, they went mad.
A triple elimination.
That is awesome.
Yes.
I mean, I feel bad for all the guys that just got cold decked, but that was sick.
Living a dream.
It's like incredible, you know?
I was really happy with that situation, obviously, because I was short stack, and then I secured my spot at the final table without playing a hand.
My telephone was bursting after that part. I don't think I will ever forget that part.
He had missed calls from over 10% of Azerbaijan's population. 41 calls.
So now we know how he came into the final table as chip leader. Action's been folded to Thomas Buttshammer on the button. He's got Jack 7 off. And he's raising to 250,000. Hussein Ensan is in the big blind.
200?
Don't let the old man routine fool you. This guy likes to get down with the kids and the peeps and the... Where you going, Gleb?
Stretching his legs. So Buttshammer pairs his 7 on the flop. And looks like Ensan is leading with absolutely nothing.
Well, this is weird, and it's probably never going to get a fold, because if he had an ace, he probably wouldn't play it like this.
Ensan, the oldest player at the table, 51 years old. Buttshammer, the youngest, at 26. He's called the bet. We get an 8 on the turn.
Don't forget, y'all, this guy is Hossein in the membrane, Insan in the bran.
Is he going to take another stab at this?
That's what Insan people do.
There he comes. 720,000.
I still don't think he plays his value hands this way. It might work other times since Butts Hammer's rarely going to have a pair here, but this time he does, and he probably can't fold it.
And he calls again. A pot of 2.7 million.
And remember, he's already beating most unpaired hands. I think he probably gets a lot of credit because he's 51 and clicks buttons like a 21-year-old.
The river is a king. King of spades. Triple barrel bluff? Nope.
And Butts Hammer can't value bet. He can't really expect to get a better hand to fold.
You say that?
Huh.
He thinks better of it and checks behind.
That's what I thought. Maybe he was just trying to get a read.
Butts Hammer takes a big pot off Ensan.
Sick. Yep. Nice call.
Nice calls, plural. There's Ensan's rail. I call it the Ensan Asylum. Those guys are crazy.
So back to the action. Gleb Tremsen under the gun. He folds. Ensan raises with fours.
Sure.
Ilkin Amarov has King 10 on the button.
Sure.
He calls the raise. Popov in the small blind has Ace-Jack of diamonds.
Are we going to see a little squeeze from the Bulgarian?
Yeah, he raises. 3-betting to 825,000. Butts Hammer folds. It's back on Ensan. Wow. He moves all in.
Wow is right.
Amarov's folded. It's back on Popov.
I want to play heads up with you, man.
I have good hand.
This is
you can show my card.
the only reason that I would not go.
I don't know what you have, but I have big hand.
Yeah. Let's play heads up, huh?
Okay, man.
I'm going to go ahead and say the speech was great. The play...
Sorry, I cannot just call push or fold. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's a game.
You do what you have to do, man.
Okay, man.
I heart these two. They should have their own TV show. Popov and the Ensan.
Mr. Ensan is a really fun guy.
Popov, doch, der war ein ganz angenehmer Junge.
After the final table in Barcelona, when we see each other, we exchange some words, and he's a really nice gentleman.
Und meine Mitspieler sind sehr wichtig. Das ist ein Charakterspiel. Poker ist ein Gentleman-Spiel.
Back in Barcelona, I didn't get involved with him in many hands because I just busted quite early. He's a really tough opponent and really tough to read.
Das ist nicht nur Karte gucken. Und mit Poker kannst du mal Menschen kennenlernen.
I'll try to avoid him, but when we play the heads up, then I have to play all the hands with him.
Blinds are up to 80,000, 160,000 with a 25,000 ante. Hussein Ensan is raising with Queen 7 suited from under the gun. Butts Hammer in the small blind.
Butts Hammer.
King Jack. He calls.
325, yeah?
Gleb Tremsin with ace deuce of clubs in the big.
Come on, Gleb. Don't get hot. Get in the pot. Though it's got to be pretty warm up in there with all those buttons. It's driving me crazy.
Three-way action. Well, the flop gives Ensan top pair. Nut flush draw for Tremsin and nothing for Buttshammer. He checks.
No, Ensan's betting all right.
He continues for 410,000. Buttshammer folds.
420. 410.
420, I'm out. 410, you got yourself a turn card.
Tremsin calls. We're going heads up to the turn. King of diamonds. So Ensan still ahead. Now a 71% favorite. Action goes check, check.
I would have liked to bet there.
Oh, Ensan improves to trips, but Tremsin makes his flush. And looks like Gleb's going to bet for value. 1,555,000.
Hossein's kind of got a call.
He does call.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had much, so Gleb would probably also be betting all of his busted straights and kings the same way.
Look at the crowd rushing in to see what happened.
Yeah, that's the appropriate face.
Nice one. Yeah, thanks. Nice river.
The best possible river card in the deck for Gleb Tremsin. And the online beast is now playing close to 8 million.
My name is Gleb. I'm from Russian city, Archangelsk. Hello to everybody who watching me, rooting for me, my friends, my wife. I appreciate it very much. So I must win in this tournament. I playing more than 10 years and I didn't win big tournaments. I won some small tournaments, but this, you know, it's crazy money. When I was 18, I got second in some tournament in Moscow, and it was a very big score for me. After that, I have some tough years because I thought that I'm like the chosen one, but I wasn't a good player, and maybe now I'm still not the best. But I will play my best game, and I come to take a trophy.
He's so smiley because he's that random Russian you're always losing to online.
Blind still 8160. Buttshammer under the gun folds. Tremsin's out. Hossein Ensan on the button has ace-jack, and he's raising with it. Amarov folds the small. Popov with ace-deuce in the big.
I'm all in. Call.
Shove and a call. Popov at risk and dominated.
Yikes, folding ace-jack before to shove here is also a little...
Good luck.
He could have been flipping before, but now he is dominated.
Ensan's coming over. Such good camaraderie between these two.
I wish they were my real dads.
A 9-8-5 flop. Popov needs a deuce or running clubs or running straight cards. King of hearts on the turn, just 3 outs for Slaven Popov. He needs a deuce.
It does not look like they're going to get to play heads up.
Boom. No deuce. Slaven Popov eliminated by his friend Hossein Ensan.
Good luck, man.
Better than his last finish. Just.
And we are down to 4 in the quest for the 3rd main event trophy of EPT 12. Well, if you want to make friends on the European Poker Tour, try qualifying for a main event at PokerStars.com. Hussein Ensan just proved there are no friends at the poker table, dispatching Slaven Popov from the PokerStars.com EPT Prague main event in 5th place.
Hussein Ensan he's a good, crazy player, so I like him as a person, but I'm sure next time we play, I'll beat him.
And now, he's hoping 3rd time's a charm.
I play final table 3 times. I want a one-time win. It's a trophy. Please.
Well, he asked nicely. The guy's insanely polite.
Blinds are still 81-60. Gleb Tremzen's first to speak.
It's only big blinds, yeah?
Don't have to worry about that online.
He's got Jack 10.
370.
He raises. Action on Hussein Ensan. Looks like he's going to play here. So tell you what, Joe. Let's try and play against Hussein Ensan. Let's sweat with Gleb.
But I don't want to play against Ensan. He's going to be my adopted uncle when my real parents die in a big game hunting accident.
Ensan has 3-bet to 635,000. Tremzen calls out of position.
I think I already know what we're going to do. We're going to call, and then call, and then call, and then call again if necessary.
Top pair and a gut shot for Tremzen. Checks the pre-flop aggressor. And Ensan continues for 450K.
So far, my plan is checking out. Step 1, call.
There's the call from Gleb. Turn card is an ace.
Oh, I assume he wasn't 3-betting us with nothing.
Tremzen checks a second time, and Ensan checks behind, river for free.
Now Ensan checks, I don't know about this.
Ace of diamonds, so now we have a straighty flushy paired board. And Ensan bets pretty much full pot.
2 million. How much?
2 million. Look, I said our plan was to call 6, possibly 7 times. We've only called twice. I say let's go for it. This guy's an aggressive little monkey. He will rue the day he messed with Gleb Tremzen.
Gleb calls. Ensan. Table's queen 10 of diamonds for a flush.
No, diamonds, are you serious? Come on. Well, at least my adopted uncle's gonna be rich.
Ensan now playing a stack of more than 9 million. Well, Hussein Ensan certainly has a unique and aggressive style.
Also Frucht in dem Sinne, ich kämpfe für meine Stake.
All in. Why so much? Call.
He calls, and Hussein Ensan is drawing to a 9.
That is thin.
Kann keine sagen, dass keine Fehler gemacht hat.
The river card is a 10.
1, 2 Fehler ist es immer, aber da kann man reparieren. Ich habe versucht, immer dieses Spiel besser lernen. Ja, ich habe alles probiert.
With 3 final tables in a year and a half, he's clearly doing something right.
Turnierspielen, also braucht man viel Motivation, viel Geduld und auch rechnen muss man gucken, also was man crazy, verrückt, aber das lass die mal denken. Ich weiß, was ich tue.
Hussein Ensan is now the chip leader. Action's been forwarded to Thomas Buttshammer on the button. Ace, queen of clubs.
Time to give him the old Buttshammer.
He raises. Ensan is in the big blind with Jack 10. And he defends.
Fair.
The flop is Queen 9-4, top pair for Buttshammer, an open-ended straight draw for Ensan. And with top, Buttshammer will continue.
Betshammer.
All in.
Wow.
Call.
Blimey, that pot got massive rather quickly.
Oh, man. Hossein Ensan has zero chill. I don't hate the shove, but I think he's going to get snapped off enough by a queen there to make calling the right play.
Buttshammer's at risk and has to fade eights and kings to double up and survive.
Tough to smile when you know 34% of the time you're getting run down.
8 on the turn, and it's over for Thomas Buttshammer.
Ouch. I guess shoving was the play.
Sorry, man. That's that game.
You know what? I'm going to call him Bootshammer. He's earned it.
Ensan increases his chip lead. And we are down to 3 players at the EPT Prague final table with Buttshammer's elimination.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played, and I'm also happy with the result. 300K is a huge cash, just my biggest cash by far, and I'm really happy right now. Really nice experience, I like it a lot, and I will come next year for sure.
I'm going to miss that little Buttshammer.
So Ilkin Amarov, who started the final table as chip leader, is now the shortest stack. He raises small to big with ace-9 suited. Ace-10 for Gleb Tremzin.
All in.
Who shoves?
I call.
Another all-in and a call.
Jeez.
Ah. To this.
I just learned a swear word in Azerbaijanian.
No comment.
Oh, Gleb speaks Azerbaijanian too? Man, the American educational system sucks.
Да, здорово. Ну еще, может, поиграем.
So Amarov at risk and dominated. No diamonds, no 9.
Спарринг дал, молодец.
He has 3 outs.
Семерка.
One last chance to hit. It's a 6.
Молодец. Хорошо дошли.
Good game.
The start of day chip leader exits in 3rd, cashing for nearly 392K.
Well done. Heads up. EPT.
Okay, man.
Not bad.
Yeah.
And we're heads up.
Ich bin so happy und ich bin erleichtert. Ich habe verdammt sehr gute Gefühl.
I come to take a trophy. He's a nice guy. He's a good player, but I think I'm better.
Ich habe mich nur entschieden, für ein Turnier hier hinzukommen und meine ganze Kraft investieren.
In heads-up game, you need to fight for every pot. You know, it's pure poker.
Also Heads-up-Spiel, so einfach ist er nicht. Heads-up-Spiel für mich ist nach dem Flop, Turn und River.
I will just play my game. We will see.
Ich bin ein ganz fairer Spieler. Wenn ich gewinne, ich freue mich sehr. Ganz hart dran gearbeitet. What's your name?
Gleb. And you?
Lip.
Hossein?
Hossein. Lip.
Gleb.
Lip. Glip.
Gleb.
Glip.
Yeah. Hossein.
Yeah, хорошо.
Хорошо.
Gleb, Gleb, Lip, Gleb, Gleb, Hossein, Gleb.
So as the guys are pretty even in chips, they agreed a deal. They agreed to chop the prize money and play for 30,000 euros and, of course, the title and trophy.
I love it. What a display of sportsmanship.
Tremzin's on the button. First to act. 10-8.
Wait, what's his name?
He raises to 600,000. 9-7 off for Ensan.
Hossein, remember what you were saying about it being a post-flop game?
He 3 bets. Re-raising to 1,375,000.
These guys want to play bigger pots? Fine by me. It's your funeral. I always wanted to say that.
Tremsin calls. So 2.85 million in the middle already. Tremsin flops top pair, nothing for Ensan.
Best hand flops best. Well, we know Hossein's not slowing down.
He slows down. He does not continue.
Okay.
Action check to Gleb. He bets 475,000.
How much?
470.
Oh, is this the part where he doesn't slow down?
That's why he didn't continue. He wants to check raise.
1-9?
1-9.
I really like Hossein's chutzpah, but I'm not so sure about this.
Go.
Tremsin calls. There's now 6.6 million in the pot. The turn card is an ace.
Bit of a scare card for who, I don't know. I guess Hossein can rep it a little more effectively.
He's loading up. He bets 2 million.
This bet is so small, even if he did play with nuts this way, it wouldn't get a fold here.
Tremsin calls. So now the pot is more than 10 million. Neither player has a pot size bet behind.
Ah, cool.
A king on the river. Tremsin still has the best hand with a pair of eights. And Ensan's going to try bluffing again. Super small, 1.3 million.
Insanely small. Would he really value bet an ace or a king this small?
How much you left behind? Like,
9?
9 1 million chips.
all in.
Tremsin shoves! Was that a bluff or a value bet?
As much as I love Hossein, Gleb played that hand like he had some really good leads. The Gleb-Gary leads.
And the young Russian takes a 2-1 chip lead over Hossein Ensan.
Now, will you go to lunch?
It started off so friendly, but things just got serious. We're heads up here at the PokerStars.com EPT Prague final table. Russia's Gleb Tremsin has a commanding chip lead over Germany's Hossein Ensan. Blinds are 150,000, 300,000 with a 50,000 ante. And Joe, we're going to give you another go to play against Ensan. We're going to sweat with Gleb once again.
Of course we're going to sweat with Gleb. He refuses to take down that top button. Dang.
Ensan has raised. Tremsin has ace-king.
Hossein said he doesn't like to play big pots pre-flop, which is the reason why I want to make this pot bigger now.
1,000,006.
There's the 3-bet from Tremsin.
Hossein doesn't seem that thrilled about it.
He calls with the advantage of position. The flop is 5-5-4.
Not a huge fan of this board. I think we should c-bet small and then maybe just shut it down from there.
Tremsin does not c-bet. He checks the action to Ensan, who checks behind.
Okay.
8 on the turn. And still no bet from Tremsin. Ensan, on the other hand, will bet 700K.
This bet is so small, we have to call. I think he tends to bet small when he doesn't have it. I think.
Tremsin calls with ace high. The river card is a 10.
I say let's check one more time. Hope for a free showdown.
There's the check. I don't think Ensan's checking behind. He is loading up.
Maybe he's just building a chip castle before he checks.
Oh. He's really loading up. He shoves.
Awesome. We fold. We fold.
Gleb's not convinced. Could ace high be the best hand here?
I mean, it's possible. But
he calls. Ensan, table's a full house.
Yes. I don't know. This dude's kind of random. I was just flipping a coin back here anyway.
He flopped it. And got the absolute maximum. The ultimate hero call from Gleb Tremsin, and it cost him.
You can't really blame him. Hossein is confusing. I mean, his name's Hossein Ensan, and he's from Germany. He's already a bit of a conundrum.
What did the Russian rail make of that?
Wait, is Igor on the German rail or the Russian rail?
Kurganov's on the Russian rail. EPT 8 Prague winner Martin Finger is on the German rail. So it's almost even again. Tremsin with 8-4.
Call.
Completes. Ensan checks his option. His hand, Queen 5. And he's still ahead. Bottom pair now. Action goes check, check. Deuce on the turn, doesn't change anything. Tremsin has picked up a gut shot, and he bets it, 400k.
It's the most passive pot we've seen them play so far.
Ensan calls.
Nice try, Gleb. Now give up.
6 on the river, so Ensan still has the best hand. And he's going to bet it. 400k.
Gleb's raise of a super small river bet got a fold before. Pretty good reason to think it might work again.
There's the bluff from Tremsin, 2.3 million.
It doesn't look like it's going to work.
Ensan re-raises.
Good call.
You call?
Yeah.
You win. I'm just 5. 5.
Yeah, good call.
I think there's some confusion here. I think Gleb thought Ensan was calling.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I win.
Yeah.
Yes, I win. 4,6.
4-6.
I said good call.
Call. You call.
No, I said good call.
I call. I raise. Hey man, you call. I call. I call. I call. I say I call.
Floor?
Yeah, he bet 400.
Of course, I'm not calling. We say.
This is I raise. This is I raise.
You said raise. Like it's clear.
He didn't say raise.
Raise, my friend.
And you said call.
I said good call, not that I'm calling. How can I call with 8-4?
Well, this is awkward.
Let's go back to the tape and hear what Gleb said.
Good call.
Good call.
You win.
He thought Ensan was calling, and he praised him on his call.
Yeah, good call.
Okay, gentlemen. It's okay. I don't want more. It's okay. It's okay.
Of course, I'm not calling.
No. I don't want more. Yeah. It's okay, man.
Yet another amazing display of sportsmanship.
Be careful.
Yeah, sorry for that. It's my mistake, but...
Maybe poker is a sport.
But next time, please don't bluff.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
It's not good.
But you bluff also.
I have 5. Don't flop. You have nothing.
I kind of want both these guys to win. I did not see that being resolved so happily.
Well, the blinds are up to 200, 400 with a 50k ante, which means Gleb Tremzin is now playing fewer than 20 big blinds. Hussein Ensan, the dominant chip leader, and he has aces. He limps.
Wow.
Million.
Tremzin raises with Queen Jack suited.
How much?
Things are about to get swifty in here.
Ensan continues to play it slow. He flats.
This is very, very suspicious.
And this could be fatal for Tremzin. He's paired his queen.
Things are about to get real swifty in here.
He checks. And Ensan continues to slow play. He checks behind.
Jeez.
9 on the turn. Tremzin's going to come out firing. 1 million.
Kind of seems like Hossein check calls a lot and then bombs the river when he has it, but there's pretty much no way Gleb can know that.
Ensan calls. The river card, an inconsequential 4.
There's going to be consequences, all right, for Gleb.
260.
2.6 million.
I go all in.
And Ensan shoves on him.
I know that Hossein and the membrane, Ensan and the brand plays nuttier than Bear Grylls used pine cones, but I think when he moves all in here, you have to consider the fact that a large percentage of the time he is gonna have it.
This is a decision for Gleb Tremzin's tournament life. This is a decision for the title.
Can I fold in this bank?
Really tough to fold here and leave yourself 3 million to his 30.
Tremzin calls all in and busts.
It is over.
Good game.
Yes!
Hussein Ensan is the winner. He is the champion of the Czech Republic.
So good.
His third EPT final table, his first win. Such a great vibe at this final table, such great camaraderie between the final two. Remember, they chopped most of the prize money, but the title and trophy was still up for grabs, and they both go to the EPT 12 Prague champion, Hussein Ensan.
Hossein Ensan, 3 final tables in the last year and a half. You finally win one. Don't you know poker's a young man's game? What are you doing?
I think poker is for all people. I am young too. Yes. It's 50 or 60 is doch not too much old.
Are you happy?
I'm happy.
He's very happy. Let's get a big round of applause for EPT 12 Prague champion Hossein Ensan. Very good.
Lost and found, hidden safe and sound. Turn around, watch the sand hit the ground. Colors, explosions, I feel like the world and I changing the world tonight. Free light draws down, scattered hit the ground. Colors, explosions, I feel like the world and I changing the world tonight.
look at the trophies.
I love the trophy cabinet. That's so awesome.
I have so good background physique for you.
He's won an EPT trophy, he's won a World Series of Poker main event, and more importantly, he has won our hearts. Hossein Ensan, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you, James. Good to see you. Good to see you, and I'm very happy to be guest for your podcast. Thank you.
Hossein, you always seem very happy. Is that only when we see you, or are you happy most of the time?
I am one happy man, so I'll be always happy to my friends, my guests, and to myself also.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. You're kind of a mystery to us. Ever since we first saw you in that seniors event, we've always been very interested. Who is this person? So when you're not playing poker, what is your life like? Do you have a job, other hobbies? Do you have a family?
I have family. I have my wife. I have my daughter, and I have one beautiful dog named Filu, and it's a big job, and one big house.
And it's a big job taking care of that dog and a family, yes. I guess. So at what point in your life did you discover poker?
Poker is popular in Europe since the beginning 2000. And I met this beautiful game in Europe, and I fall in love in this game. And I started with that, but very small. And as I see my success, then I try to play higher than before. And so from 2000, 2001, yes.
Got it. Okay, so do you consider yourself to be a professional poker player?
So professional poker player, but what can I say? So I play a lot, and I take a lot of events in year, and professional poker player, can I say I'm professional poker player. Yeah.
So before you discovered poker in the 2000s, what did you do before that?
So I am original civil engineer.
Oh, cool.
But I didn't work in this job. I started with a lot of jobs, and before professional poker player, I had my own business with taxis and with drivers, and I was so flexible I could playing poker everywhere. Right. So, and I see my success in poker. Then I sold my business and I started with poker.
Nice. Yes. Well, it's certainly working out for you. Joe referenced that we first saw you when you won that seniors event in Barcelona. And all of us said, hold on a second, look at this guy. He's not old enough to play a seniors event. And you still don't look old enough to play a seniors event.
So thank you for the compliment. So I was in Barcelona, and this year, 2014, I'm from 1964, and I saw is a senior event, and you can play with 50, and I was already 50 in May. And I decided to play for main event qualifier. Then I see senior event. Why not? I play senior event. I play that, and I heard now it was the first senior event by the EPT.
Yes.
And I am very proud of myself. The first one EPT senior event, I won that.
And then you play the main event, which was the 100th EPT main event. Yeah. You made it to the final table. You made it to the top 3 where you did a deal. I mean, what a great start to the European Poker Tour for you.
So I won my ticket through qualifier. And then I had before my experience in small tournament. and I try to use my experience, all my experience on what I was so focused in this tournament. And so fortunately I got last 3 player. And after deal, I was very happy with my game and with my result. And this event changed my poker life. After that, I had my bankroll. I could playing so some higher than before.
And it was just over a year later, of course, that you find yourself heads up at EPT Prague. You became a main event champion. And the biggest takeaway is I now know never to mumble at the poker table, because you need to be very clear whether you're saying I call or good call.
So it was James, I heard always dealer, they give card, and my opponent. And I think she was, the name, I forgot this name. And she said to me, call. And that's why if I have nothing, I fold my hand, like always. And I said, I heard call, then I said, I have nothing, I have just 5. And he said to me, the runner-up, Club Tremsing, he said, no, I said only it's good call. Then after that, I think about that. He cannot call with 8 high. That's why I was, I accept this good call.
Yeah.
We really liked the way that you guys handled that. I mean, that was a very, very sporting way of handling it and being fair about it, not really having to push an angle.
What I love best is the fact afterwards, when you both realized that I thought I was bluffing, but I had the best hand. Like, please don't bluff. But you had nothing. You had nothing either. It was a great moment.
Yeah. I see this game like sport, and you have to be always sportly on the table.
Absolutely.
So, okay, we know that before you won the World Series of Poker main event, you had a life-changing poker moment, you just said, in the Barcelona main event. When you won the World Series of Poker, was that life-changing, or was that just like a cherry on top?
No, for sure, life-changing in the sense you have more money than before, for sure. And don't change my life. So you have more respect on the table, and you have to be always good ambassador for this sport.
Yeah.
And you have to you have always responsibility to media and and
like
to society, and it's not as winning the event is much easier as you be for always champ is big responsibility.
It is a big responsibility. I want to talk to you about your playing style a little bit. It is unique. It is not, like people have a hard time predicting it. Is there like a certain strategy or sort of philosophy you go along with in poker, or are you just in the moment improvising?
So I can say in the moment, live poker is not so like online. Online, you have to take care always of mathematics, how many big blinds you have, and in live is also the same. Is like is small different, and I try always to confuse my opponent. I go always sometimes with nothing. I made a big bluff. And sometimes I have card and take a best value from my hand. And I mean, strategy is more important than mathematics. And day for day is different. So day one for me, day one is the stronger day, and day two is a different. If I have chips, I try to work with my chips. And
we can tell.
I try to work with my chips, and for sure, I know always how many big blinds I have and how many big blinds had my opponent. And I try, if I have good hand, I try to get the best value from my hand. If I have nothing, I try to pressure my opponent. Its work is the other question.
So what he's saying really here, to translate, guys, is that no matter what happens, he's trying to win every single pot, which we can all attest to. We have seen that. Hossein, one last question for you. Obviously, we talked about Barcelona as the first place. You popped up on our radar. Does that mean Barcelona is special to you? Is it a special place? And will you be there this year?
So, Joe, I have two favorite city, three, Vegas also. before Vegas and Amsterdam. Amsterdam is not far away from my home. It's only two hours drive. And I have to say, I learned my poker game in Holland and in Germany. Cool. And two favorite city, first one, Barcelona, they changed my poker life. And it's beautiful city, for sure. And Amsterdam also, and Vegas for sure.
Hossein, I'll tell you what, if I get the chance, we're going to meet up in Amsterdam. How about that?
Yeah, I come to London, and I see you in London for main event.
Okay, we'll see you in London then.
Hossein, yes. It was great to relive your past successes, and obviously we expect to see many more on the EPT in the future. Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you for inviting, and all the best. I hope to see you soon in Prague or in London or everywhere of this planet.
Thanks, Dad. Love you.
I love you too, Joe.
$15-30 blinds. $10-6 of spades for Dave Gregory. Just calls. Ivy just calls as well. Pocket fives. Pocket nines for Bjorn Erik Glenner. And he says, have some of that.
This might be trouble for Ivy.
Yeah.
Actually has a lot still though.
I'm guessing it was still acceptable back in 2006 to refer to this hand as Presto.
Oh my God, Presto.
Ivy does not flop a five. Huge dog here.
He got the Presto, he did not get the change-o.
Field checks. And Björn bets 150,000.
Another win on the slots. Those machines are paying out today.
Slots are hot. Still another 15 years till Ocean Magic gets invented, so I'm not interested in slots right now.
To 350,000. 200 more.
Wow.
Wow.
Glenner with a sizable chip lead at this moment, shoves on Ivy.
I guess in a way there was so much more to think about back then because people could have any two cards at any point.
Yeah.
Like you would have to include Jack 8 as a part of his range here.
Hans and Björn wins today.
Good fold, Phil. I'm looking forward, as this final table plays on, to watching those Norwegian guys on the rail get steadily and progressively drunker.
Me too.
You have a 5. A set of threes. Set of threes.
Yeah, okay.
You had a 3. I saw it when you mapped it. I saw one of your cards. It was a 3 when you mapped it. And you put it in one. You had a 3.
I had 2
You had a 3.
9.
I saw it.
At 9 rounds, 20,000.
Oi,
mate.
You had a 3.
I was like, I'm so sorry I asked.
You can see it on TV. Oh, yeah. I don't know why he would lie. He knows I'm going to see it. I saw it. I saw your card. It might have been Phil's player to make the bet with the stick.
What is it that he thought?
He said he had a 3. He had a 3. I saw your photos. You had a 3. No one.
So I guess what I'm.
No one is lying there, by the way. Björn Erik Glenn says, I had 9s. Ivy believes him. And I do believe that Dave Gregory is 100% certain that he saw a 3 when he actually saw a 9.
Yes, I think he just doesn't know what a 3 is.
Davis raising from the button to 80,000.
I saw it.
Phil re-raised.
I think it.
Björn pass.
I actually thought it was a tactic to get Glenn to reveal his hand. But
I thought maybe at first, but
after he said, I had 9s, no, I 100% had 9s, he's still going on, you had a 3! I saw it!
Phil, show him a 3.
If he calls this. Oh.
I call you with my pocket 3s.
You know when people are saying, like, well, I'm going to see it, do you think any of these people actually did watch the TV show when it finally went out?
Of course.
Do you think Ivy watched this final table back?
No.
That's really the question I was asking.
No, Ivy wouldn't. But my guess is this. That after the tournament, Ivy could have grabbed any person who knew where the hole cards were and asked, and they would have just told him.
Three-way action. King 9-5.
Okay, I'm liking this. Lena, he's never one to not bet a pair. Excuse the double negative.
Björn calls. Dave pass. Turn card is a king.
And that is a third pair.
Phil checks.
Action goes check, check. Ivy pretty much has a lock on this. Never mind.
Oh. King 5-9, king 5. 100,000 bet from Björn.
That's pretty nasty.
Oh, Philip. Calls the 100K. He sees that he got rivered. And the Norwegian Rail delighted to see Björn Erik Glenner continue to pull away from Ivy and Gregory. Glenner calls on the button with 10s.
Here it comes.
Ivy with ace-5. He's all in. And there is the call from Glenner. So can Ivy get back into this game?
Look at how many people are watching.
Huge rail.
Some 5s.
It is a set of 10s for Björn Erik Glenner, and Ivy drawing super thin, just 6% equity now.
He's going to need the rest of the 5s.
It's an 8, and you have a decision.
It's over on the turn. Björn Erik Glenner is the winner. This is the point where I have to shout, bag of chips. Phil Ivey, his first appearance on the tour, a second place finish, still his best result on the EPT, 371,000 euros. But it's Björn Erik Glenner from Norway, who was the first champion of season 3, cashing for 691,000 euros.
You call it, it's over, baby.
Welcome to my world.
Right now we are in Prague for the closing event of the 2022 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 4 of the main event here at Kings Casino with the Hilton Prague. James Hartigan with Nick Walsh.
Hello, we're back.
Yes, players returning from dinner break. 10 players returning. Nick, we said at the start of the day that it was our objective to either get down to 9 or to play 6 full levels. So this is the 5th level of the day about to start. It's not impossible, but it is improbable that we'll play 6 levels now. I can't imagine it's going to take 3 hours to lose 1 player.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 to go, and then we'll be done for today. But I feel like we've gotten through a decent number of levels in preparation for tomorrow's standings.
So Jordan Sakuchi returns from the dinner break as the chip leader with 9 million. Javier Gomez second on the leaderboard with 6.4 million. Should highlight, it's not just me and Nick. Maria Ho is with us as well. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Welcome back. And it's good to have you back. So, yes.
I'm glad to be here.
Not sure how long we will play. Not sure how many hands it will take. Could take an entire level. But crucially, we will get to 9.
Yeah, we don't want to underestimate how important it is for these players to make the final table and, of course, have a chance at all of the big money that's waiting for them up top. So some of these players might be playing a little more conservatively just to get there.
Well, before the action restarts, another chance to remind you that the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship is coming soon. Only a month away. That's right, in January 2023, we're heading to Baha Mar in Nassau for the PCA. And as part of PCA 2023, we do have the 2nd edition of this 25K event with 400 Platinum Pass winners competing, playing against pros, celebrities, whoever else wants to buy in for $25,000.
And we will be streaming all 5 days from the 30th of January to the 3rd of February. Those days live on Twitch and YouTube, in addition to live coverage of the 10K PCA main event as well. An exciting start to 2023. And I think it's fair to say, Nick, in the same way that we brought people mini EPT London, we brought people mini EPT Prague, there will probably be a mini PCA as well, with maybe a mini version of the PSPC that people can play. That's right, because in case you weren't aware, we do have this online series that we run during our live streams, giving you the chance to play low buy-in tournaments and qualify for the next big live event. So right now, mini EPT Prague tournaments are running every single day. There are 3 every day at 3:15, 6:15 and 8:15 Central European time. And on Sunday, we are going to run the mini main event, which has an EPT Paris package going to the winner. There are EPT Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single MTT in this series. Literally tens of thousands of euros in added value across this 5-day series. Because Paris is the first stop of EPT 2023. Another chance for you to get excited, Maria.
Yes, we already talked about how excited I'm going to be. Oh, hopefully it's actually in Paris. I mean, I've been hearing, you guys say EPT Prague. Some people thinking it's not in Prague. So I need to double check. But,
okay, I can assure you it's on the Champs-Élysées. You cannot get more Paris than that.
Okay, well, I'm in.
Plus, Monte Carlo returns. Barcelona is back. We'll return to Prague just before Christmas. Cyprus, another new stop in 2023. Check out the schedule at PokerStarsLive.com. There'll be live streams from every event as we see the players taking their seats back on the main stage, back to get the action restarted. And Tonka has had a very swingy day, Nick.
He has indeed, but he's still here, and I love to see it. I am 100% Team Tonka. Would love to see him go deep in this tournament, if not win it outright. If I'm not mistaken as well, now that we're down to the final 10, we're just a few spots from the first 6-figure scores, correct?
Correct. I believe it's top 8. I mean, 9th place is like 97,000, I want to say.
No, doesn't count.
Doesn't
count.
I know. It's so near yet so far, and then it's like 126 grand for 9th, for 8th rather. So yes, top 8, 6-figure scores, the exception of course being the winner who gets more than $1 million. And right now, you're going to price this field, you'd have to say that Jordan Sikuchi is the favourite to win that first prize. He has a 150 big blind stack. Credit to Tonka for getting himself back up to nearly 40 bigs. Right now, the 2 shorties at the table, not that short stack though, Lofberg and Pilhofer, 26, 25 big blinds respectively, as we kick off the 30-60 blind level.
Checking the Jack hands. Yeah. Crazy.
And I hear a deck being shuffled, so I'm going to assume that we are ready to get cards in the air and resume the action with 10 players remaining, 2 tables of 5, playing down to the final 9.
Red cards now.
I love the fact that we're 5-handed guys. So much more action. You have to play a much wider range from all these positions now to take advantage of the fact that you're going to be in position more frequently, and obviously you have to defend in order to counter that. With players opening wider from these positions, obviously you need to be aware of that. You need to be defending the correct small blind, big blind, etc. Very excited to see this play out now as we get so close to the unofficial final. And right out of the gates, Pilhofer's all in with those 6s, Maria.
Sorry.
Yeah, we saw, before the dinner break, Pilhofer having to fold queens, and he was correct, but he would have flopped a queen and, tripled potentially if the kings didn't fold if he had called off. So I'm sure he's still thinking about that, but, picked a good spot, of course. Got to watch out for when the chip leader opens. If you find some good reshove spots, they'll probably very likely get through.
Yeah, I'm so happy you brought that hand up. I managed to see that on the break. Somebody sent the clip to me. It's like, you know when players are like, oh, see, I folded 6-3 and I would have flopped a boat, in sort of a single raise pot. And you're like, okay, right, but it's not going to happen that often. And you're not going to get paid. It's not a big deal. That's one of those spots that literally would have been a ginormous triple up, and that still. Okay, looks like might be a little bit of blind v blind action here, if I'm not mistaken. Tonka, put him in the box. And I think he is stealing. Here you go, 8-5 suited, seems good. And big blind will defend. Let's go to the flop.
I think the Italian guy who was the chip leader yesterday, well, he was shorter than now. So he just doubled up.
Parker choosing to check the king, jack, queen flop. This is really interesting as well. I think it seems like a board where a c-bet might be like, you know, okay, cool, I'm quite happy just to c-bet this. You know, it comes kind of high. Going to get plenty of folds from a wider defend in the big blind. But it's also an interesting level as well, because a lot of the stuff that might check in Parker's shoes here might be like a queen or a jack, right, Maria? Like checking when you've raised pre and it comes king, jack, queen, I don't think the check necessarily indicates weakness, right? In many cases, it's actually a decent amount of showdown that just doesn't want to bloat the pot.
That's something.
Well, something.
Yeah, and you could see, you know, Parker even thought about it a little bit, just because, again, blind versus blind ranges are wide, and sometimes you want to find a spot to try to outplay your opponent against a perceived weak range. But, you know, just feeling like maybe I'll just sit on my stack for a little bit before I do anything too crazy.
That means the chip lead will change hands.
Yeah, I know those two are pretty close, though. Probably have a lot of funny history with each other as well. And now from the cutoff, DJ Kalev. Pocket nines.
If you're thinking I'm going to join you on like the air horn and all of that, Nick, I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna have to feel it out for a sec.
It's okay.
You know, I'm not as enthusiastic as Griffin is in these spots.
No, it's all good. It's all good. You do a slap up job, Ray, as always. You just do you.
How much you start with? 4 and change?
Yeah, do me, the old recreational player
No,
over
stop. We were going to go the whole session without it. Just no, just please.
Nope, not even 10 minutes, in fact.
The chat loves it as well. They know how to get me going. They can feel me blushing through the microphone as we see a flop of 3 of clubs, 10 of spades, 8 of hearts.
A very pretty king man suited or something. Better. King queen suited. Hearts.
Just a bet and a take it. Pocket nine's doing pretty good on 10-8-3. I think it's a pretty standard kind of c-bet scenario.
Again?
They had like 4 million now.
What did he have, like short stack wise?
Oh, shit.
He doubled up
He had
twice?
1.2.
2.4, yeah.
He couldn't just bust? Send us to bed?
Against the guy?
Get us rich? Now he has 5 million instead. Good.
All right, guys, hand number 143. Kalev puts it in the bin. So does Parker Talbot. On the button, king jack off. Lofberg to act. 125,000.
Pretty safe for Lofberg to just bet and take it in this spot with that type of flop.
Yep, and I was about to say, I think that these are the situations, Maria, where you just got those real tiny bets, right? These ultra dry textures. which is both a fantastic size for a bluff, which works very frequently, and obviously also a way to start building a pot if you do indeed are sort of flop trips there as well. Hand number 144. Tonka's going to take a look. Queen 3 off, no good. I was going to say, Maria, Lofberg definitely feeling confident in these situations. I'm just thinking if he might be picking up on the more passive, I say passive, slightly tighter tendencies from Sakuchi we've seen throughout today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yes, we see here now that on the button, Sakuchi has a very easy 3-bet spot, but, you know, although my sample size is definitely smaller than yours, Nick, it does feel like the other players at the table are picking up on the fact that the person with all the chips is not really doing what the person with all the chips normally does. And, you know, if you are going to raise Jack-7 suited knowing that the chip leader is to your direct left, I think that says a lot more about who is sitting to your direct left than the person making that open.
Right, yeah. Excellent point. He's been really solid. He's been picking his spots very carefully, and it's working out for him very, very well in this tournament. But absolutely, we do see chip leaders start to do some much more aggressive for pre-flop action, which is actually one of the reasons why I think we did get to see that fold from the queens under the gun when it was queens versus kings versus aces, and he was the one doing the cold 4-betting, right?
In a weird place. Yeah.
Yeah, and also, again, I had missed out on some of the earlier action. It turns out that the 3-better was quite tight as well, right? With the kings. So definitely with all of that information, you have to take it into account, which is why, you know, we don't play poker in a vacuum a lot of the times. We have to factor these things in.
Pretty awful flop for Parker here. Ace-7 king. All clubs. None of that. Nice easy C-bet for Sakuchi, taking it down. Very nice looking hand here. King Jack suited under the gun. But of course, remember, guys, we are still 5-handed. So really not that early at all. Under the gun comes in so many shapes and sizes. Folding around now to small blind. Parker's got the old 5-3 of hearts. Don't think he's going to want to mess around there. Just saw Lofberg there waiting till it was folded around to him to peek at the cards. Maria, do you have a stance on the when to look situation? We might have spoken about this before, but we had quite a few questions about it in the chat earlier today and yesterday.
Well, we actually brought it up.
That's right.
In the level before dinner break, where it was folded around, the person got a walk, and he looked and also showed the small blind. And for me, I try not to look until it's my turn. And so if I get a walk, it's just in the muck.
Oh, wow. So, the beast.
Yeah, no sweat then, no crying. You know, oh, I always get a walk when I have aces. That kind of scenario.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I want a pen. It's huge.
Yeah, I definitely feel like from what I've seen out of Sakuchi, he's had some pretty obvious spots, right? Some kind of obvious folds, some obvious aggressive 3-bet type hands, or at least opening with the right hands. But I would just like to see some of those more marginal spots, or the spots that you would only expect somebody with that type of stack to take. I hope that we get to see him attack those spots as well.
Yep, absolutely agree. I mean, it comes up so frequently, especially when we're doing that, our sort of online coverage, right, Maria, where we see a lot of these guys with tons of experience, you know, obviously just playing so many more tournaments, being more online sort of facing players, and just watching them change the gears as they build that stack is just so cool. And we just have so much to talk about in those scenarios as well, because we just go, let me give you 5 reasons why this has become so much better now that he's this deep and the guy in the small blind is so short. And I think those are the moments you really need to capitalize on, and then, you know, not rely so much heavily on like you said, the sort of more obvious aggressive situations with the sort of standard correct range.
Good.
All right, now is the time. Nope, just give him the 9s. Easy game, right on the button.
Pretty safe flop, especially against a big blind defending range here. Just go for the c-bet, give your 9 some protection. But also, of course, you know, when your opponent flops bottom pair here, they're going to at least take one off. You know, all the 8Xs obviously are going to continue as well.
Yep, absolutely. Really nice spot to put in a c-bet. Plenty of stuff you get value from still. 4 of spades. No, not much change. Doesn't really change this board too much unless your opponent has exactly a hand like sort of 3-4 suited, 8-4 suited.
Yeah, a lot of the offsuit combos of those lower 2 pairs aren't gonna be defending necessarily from the big blind. So
right.
Yeah, again, you're just trying to attack those that flopped something with an 8X. 3X type holding.
All right, very nice. Another pot for our chip leader at the table.
I think also the problem, Nick, when you have somewhat of a tight image pre-flop is also that people just start extrapolating that to you maybe not, you know, bluffing very frequently post. And so again, you know, when you're making those c-bets and when you're double barreling for value, you'll just get people to fold. I'm not saying bottom pair there, that king 3 was that strong of a hand, but also you were up against a button open. So
right.
It just kind of, again, makes me feel like perhaps Sakuchi's image is going to make it so that he misses out on value as well.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely agree. I talk about this a lot on stream as well when we're sort of trying to very quickly sort of profile players and trying to get a handle on how we're supposed to approach the game when you're playing them. And as soon as you see somebody doing something you think is unusual or, you know, not quote unquote standard for a reg at, you know, whatever stakes you play or whatever format you play, you can kind of start to extrapolate that into other areas. And then if you see them do a specific thing, like something I see a lot of is if you're playing a blind v blind versus them and you see them shoving what would be sort of a standard Nash range, or they're shoving, you know, a sort of adjusted pre-flop shoving range that's appropriate to, you know, sort of a closer to a GTO strategy, go, okay, so I can assume this guy understands the book. He's read the book a little bit. He's reading from the same book that I am. Therefore, I can assume that he has certain moves on the flop and the turn in the river that, you know, more recreational players probably won't have. And therefore, you know, can start to build the profile from there and start to make increasingly better reads against those individuals. So it was a button steal from Kalev here. Really nice defending hand. Jack-9 suited, really pretty. Just to see a flop, and it is ace-6 jack, both players making a pair. Ace-9 currently out in front.
Yeah, pretty dangerous for Lofberg because the 9 will not improve him the way that he thinks it will, but you can't just give your opponent credit for pairing the ace here when they open from the button.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You definitely didn't defend the Jack-9 to give up when you make a hand as strong as a pair, right? It's hard to make a pair and hold them. That's what they say.
This is also kind of a spot where Kalev can feel really good about having the 9 kicker because you just assume, you know, anything, you know, ace 10 plus off of 26, 27 big blinds could just shove profitably there against a button open.
Yeah, and talking about sort of expectations of players, right? These guys obviously very proficient in the game of Texas Hold'em. And I feel like an ace-6 jack flop and a 3 of spades turn might be a very frequently double barrel bluffed kind of situation. Obviously, the big blind being somewhat capped, having just flatted pre-flop, not going to have, as you say, as many ace combos when they might have played them more aggressively as a 3-bet not all in or something like that. So in these scenarios, it can be very easy to level yourself and just go, I have to call with any jack. And I think probably it would be GTO to do so as well if you felt like your opponent was playing that sort of hyper-aggressive strategy, just really trying to rep that ace super hard.
Yeah, and with the speed with which he folded the Jack-9, it almost feels like that was a little too quick. That's a little too much credit. I wouldn't be giving my opponent who has me covered on the button opening then firing to that much credit.
With 10 left, yeah, going to a final table. Absolutely. I mean, he makes the right fold here. But yeah, I'm in your camp, Marie. I would definitely give that some more thought because I feel like that's definitely a spot where you're just going to get blasted a lot, and they're going to show up with all sorts, having that much wider button open. Kalev with another hand here, pocket eights. Parker just ditches the deuces. There it is.
Yeah. Somewhat to be expected.
Yeah, and I think this is, oh, wow, the wake up. The wake up.
Whoa.
Roughly, just roughly is fine. Roughly what? 1.5. 1.5? Okay, okay. 1.5. I have to use one of these, my friend.
I mean, this is very interesting because Caleb is behind Sakuchi, but again, we are 5-handed, and ace-queen is a very strong hand.
Right.
You've got to feel like...
How much you have? Like 4, right?
Yeah, definitely going to ask Caleb how much he has behind.
Yeah, very important. I mean, I was going to ask you, there was some table talk, but I was going to ask you, Maria, like, is this one of the situations where it's okay just to flat with ace-queen because the shove is so many big blinds to begin with? Or do you feel like if you're going with this, this is always an ice, you just kind of rejam to protect?
I mean, I think that it's fair to do either or, but I really don't think it's a mistake to just call the ace-queen. Because like you said, the shove over the open is so many big blinds that you're not really going to let your opponent into the pot necessarily by just calling. And you can have some traps just calling as well, which makes it a little harder for Caleb to just shove if you flat as well.
Yeah.
Because if you had aces or kings, you should just be calling.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I really feel like eights needs to be a call here. He does make the call, so we're off to the races.
You pulled ace queen?
Yeah, I had ace queen, but fuck, like I call, I get stuck in a spot a few jams or something, right?
Yeah, sounds like he was thinking what we were thinking there. But not sure if I would have got her away from the ace queen there, Maria. I think I probably would have been in for that.
Yeah, but he could call, he folds. If I call, he folds, yeah.
Lofberg probably doesn't like hearing that one of the aces are dead, but also glad that he's more in a flip scenario against Caleb's hand than he would have been, you know, had Sakuchi called. But
Absolutely.
Still.
Absolutely. Not dominated this way, at least.
I really want to lose this hand.
You're praying for it. I really want to win it.
Yeah.
So we're going to a flop. 9-3-7. The Ocho's still holding. Now to the turn. It's another 9. Pocket 8s still in front. 5 outs going to the river for Lofberg. 3 10s.
Another stand-up.
Oh, the stand-up.
And there are 2 remaining aces.
Yeah, yeah. Ace of diamonds.
King of diamonds almost called it perfect, but we do see Lofberg eliminated.
Am I supposed to fold there? I think
Well, that was quick. I literally stepped out for 20 minutes. I come back and we're down to 9.
Yeah, pretty standard situation there, though, for Lofberg. I could see why they want to attack the open. But, yeah, definitely quicker than we expected, James.
Yeah, I kind of thought we'd play at least half of this level. Maybe even get through this level into the final level of the day. But no, we're down to 9. It's time for the final redraw of the tournament, down to a single table. And that means play will come to an end for day 4.
You know what I mean?
Roll on day 5. Roll on the penultimate day of the EPT Prague main event, when 9 will play down to 4. I guess, Nick, it's kind of like the final table part 1.
Yeah, something like that.
We're gonna Deathly Hallows it. We're basically gonna split it into part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, I forgot. Honestly.
We're gonna split it, but it means we got a whole bunch of action for you guys to follow tomorrow. So set your alarms now. You don't want to miss it.
Now, Maria, I think that's it for you, right? This is the last time we'll hear your dulcet tones on this Prague broadcast.
I think I'm scheduled for the last day for the 4 down to the winner, you know, for the real exciting part, James.
Oh, you're going to be up at 4 in the morning, are you, to do that?
Oh, you know, no, but I think I could, but if it goes past like around maybe 8 a.m. my time, you might hear from me. I think 4 hours is reasonable. That's a 1 elimination an hour. You think
Yeah, I'm going to hazard a guess that with the action starting at 11 a.m. local time, which is...
That I won't be.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Bear in mind, as we've said all along, we've had to kind of skew things slightly to ensure that we are done and dusted by the time the World Cup final rolls around. Just checking that we don't lose any players. Oh no, play has stopped at the other table. They're just checking the stacks of those 5 players.
7, 8, 9, I know.
Time for everyone to bag and tag.
Oh, man. This is...
You have 9.5, you won that.
Well, basically, Maria, I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to say thank you, and I'm going to say we will see you in the Bahamas for the PCA and the PSPC.
You were in my shoes.
Absolutely. Could I get who you guys are all rooting for or any predictions on the World Cup finals before I go, though?
I think it's going to get messy. That's what everyone said.
I like it.
I really like that.
I'm rooting for,
Sorry, Maria, I was going to say, I really like that, but also James and I just looked at each other as if to say, you're asking maybe the 2 worst people to ask about football bets in the entire world.
I mean, no, I definitely know how James feels about it, but I have a rooting interest because my brother-in-law is from Argentina, so
amazing.
This one I care about.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Fair enough. Well, you enjoy the World Cup final, Maria, and we will see you in the Bahamas in the new year.
From 2 million.
Yes, see you guys. Thank you.
Bye, Maria.
Nick, you have to come back tomorrow.
I do, and I can't wait. I love my job. I love doing commentary. I love you, chat. Thank you for your support, as always. You're the best.
I don't think you did.
And Tonka has made it through. Parker Talbot will have a seat at that table tomorrow. We will be picking up the action with the blind still at 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante. Still have 65 minutes to run on the level. We only played 25 minutes when we came back from dinner. So these are the 4 players we were watching on the main stage. Jordan Sakuchi, 9.5 million, nearly 160 bigs. And obviously after that last hand, Kalev up to nearly 100 bigs. Tonka hovering around the 30 big blind mark. And now we can see all the payouts on the screen. First player out tomorrow will get nearly 100 grand, and then it's 6-figure scores for everyone else. And a reminder that the plan tomorrow is to get down to 4, and then come back on the final day and play down from 4 to a winner. So tomorrow we're back at the usual time, which is 12:30 Central European time. On Sunday, the final day, we will be starting at the earlier time of 11 a.m.
I'll put those queens in.
Go to the PokerStars blog. Great stuff reporting on the festival here in Prague. Updates from the main event and other stuff that's happening.
That was lucky. Honestly, that was crazy lucky.
Plus, of course, you can follow live updates from the high roller and the main event on Poker News as well.
Oh, all right. See you boys tomorrow.
And we will do our thing at the usual time for the penultimate day of the EPT Prague main event. That's right. Day 5 getting underway, 12:30 Central European time. Whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, we will see you there. Thank you very much for your company over the last few hours. We had 2 very long days, Nick. Today's slightly more manageable. Should be easier from here on out, getting down from 9 to 4, from 4 to 1.
Right, absolutely. Still got so much amazing poker action to follow, guys. And can we get a shout out for our boy Tonka in the chat, please? Team Pro all day.
We'll see him tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. For now, from Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benja, Maria Ho, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Prague.